The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Crazy openings led to wild results at the U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. With precious points up for grabs, chasing players put pressure on the leaders. Alice Lee is unflappable, responding with near-perfect moves to win a hard-fought battle against Carissa Yip to remain atop the standings. Arthur Guo is quietly stealing the show in the juniors, defeating co-leader Andrew Hong to claim sole lead. Despite drawing his game, Melik Khachiyan looks to be untouchable after playing the tournament of his life to maintain clear first in the senior section. Only 2 rounds remain with titles on the line. Day 8 of amazing chess, coming up next.
Welcome to the round 8 of the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. We're here in front of the world-famous St. Louis Chess Club. The tournament is heating up and we're on the final stage of it. Let's go to the studio and follow the action.
We are in the final stages of the 2023 Junior Girls, Juniors and Seniors Championships. This is the penultimate round and our coverage from the St. Louis Chess Club begins now. Hello everyone, happy Sunday. I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Kate, championship rounds coming up. It's been terrific, hasn't it?
Yeah, incredible games, and I think we can even expect more battles today.
Oh, no question about it. As yesterday, some very, very key challenges, and our leaders met them. One, Alice Lee, up against her rival Carissa Yip. She performed magnificently under pressure, even won the game. Melik set with the black pieces. Also, big challenge against Kaidanov, draw, and Arthur. Wow, he came out of nowhere and leads the tournament. Kate, do the honors. Tell us about the standings. Let's start with the girls.
Yes, so take a look at the standings after round 7. We have a sole leader, Alice Lee, just cruising through this tournament. Fantastic performance with 6 points. Clear second, Zoe Tang, 5 points, and third place, Liang with 4 points.
I like the pawns. Tell us about the junior standings.
In the juniors, it's not that close. It's not that clear. There is Arthur Guo with 5 points, closely followed by Brandon Jacobson, Abhi Mishra, 2-way tie for the second place.
And the legends. How are the legends doing?
Here we again have a sole leader. Fantastic performance so far by Melik Khachiyan with 6 points. Alex Shabalov, clear second, 4.5 points, and a 2-way tie for the third place, Vladimir Akopian and Gregory Kaidanov.
And tell us about the format for these 3 national championship tournaments.
Right, so we have a 3 10-player round robins, which means each player plays everyone else in their respective tournament.
Right.
The time control is classical chess, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and there is a 30-second increment from move 1. No draw offers allowed, and a traditional scoring system, 1 point for win, half a point for a draw, 0 points for a loss.
Kate, remind me about the playoff rules if 2 players tie for first.
Right, so if there's a 2-player tie for first, we have a 2-game rapid match, 10 minutes plus 2-second increment. If they are still tied, there will be Armageddon.
And if there are more players than 2 tied
Right,
for first?
so more than 3 players, we still have a rapid round robin, 10 minutes plus 2 seconds. Then if they are still tied, we have blitz match or blitz round robin with 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. And if still tied, Armageddon is going to decide the championship.
We're running out of road, but tell us about the schedule.
Schedule 1 round a day, today round 8, tomorrow 1 p.m. Central Time, round 9. If necessary, we will have playoffs on Tuesday, July 25th.
And Cristian, good to have you in studio as always. Let's play the game of what ifs. Good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you guys. Welcome back, chess fans, to the final 2 championship rounds here in St. Louis. We've had amazing 3 tournaments, and finally we're going to see the conclusion of these exceptional tournaments. But let's take a look at where the leaders stand and what they need to do in order to clinch the title in the next couple of rounds. And take a look at that man. He's focused, he's ready to take on the challenge, and he could potentially be clinching the title in today's round. Take a look at that. He's been having the event of a lifetime. 6 out of 7, absolutely incredible, stellar play. If he wins today, he wins the tournament outright. If he draws and Shabalov doesn't win his game, Shabalov is 1.5 points behind, then Khachiyan wins the tournament. A lot of things can go right for this man. He has the white pieces against one Patrick Wolff. Let's take a look at that head-to-head. As you can see, 6 points for Grandmaster Melik Khachiyan, only 3 points for Patrick Wolff. But this is deceiving because Patrick started off very slowly, 0.5 point out of 3, but in the last 4 rounds, I have to say, 2.5 out of 4, and yesterday's attacking masterpiece with the white pieces definitely will be quite frightening for Melik set. Big clash in this one. Let's take a look at what's happening in the juniors section. Well, I have to say that one is much tighter at the top. As you can see, we have a sole leader, Artur Guo, just exceptional play all throughout this event. You see that international master. He's not an international master. He's a grandmaster elect. He's been having a stellar year as well, and he has the opportunity to potentially win an incredibly competitive national title. And let's take a look at the head-to-head as we going on in the 8th round. And as we can see, Abhimanyu Mishra, the rating favorite going into this event, 4.5 points, golden opportunity with the white pieces, taking on the struggling Artur Zhu, who is also the lowest rated player in this event. So Mishra will definitely be looking to pounce in today's round. And another big clash that I'm having my eyes on is, of course, this one between Justin Wang and Brandon Jacobson. Crucial victory for Brandon yesterday with the black pieces against another struggling opponent, that is Josiah Stearman. And we've seen him. He can win games with the black pieces. He's doubling that black color, and today has a golden opportunity to potentially catch up with the leader. And speaking of the leader, who will he be facing today? He's facing Jason Liang. 2.5 points for Jason, 5 points, as you can see, for Artur, and we've seen him on camera. He's focused and ready to take on the challenge. Jason Liang started off slowly. In fact, he was the only player that did not score a single 0.5 point in the first 3 rounds. 0 out of 3, but in the second part of the event, definitely turning on the engines. Big clash this one is going to be. And let's take a look at what's happening in the junior girls competition. I have to say, this is a tale of one lady and one lady only, and that is Alice Lee. What an incredible tournament she's been having so far. Potentially will be looking to win her first US Junior Girls National title. Take a look at that. She can clinch with a victory the tournament today if Zoe Tang doesn't win her game. She is 1 point behind Alice Lee, and this is the big clash. Alice Lee versus Iris Mu with everything on the line. Will Alice be able to clinch the title today? Well, we're going to find that out in the next few hours, guys. We have amazing clashes ahead of ourselves. I cannot wait to see what these players bring to the chessboard.
Thank you, Cristian. And Kate, please do the honors and tell our audience what they can expect of the pairings. Let's start with the girls.
Yes, we have a lot of amazing clashes here. Atwell against Prasanna, Yen against Mangalam, Lee against Mu. Very important match. He can clinch the championship title or at least secure a place in the playoffs. Tank against Yip, another really important game, and Wu against Liu.
And in the juniors?
In the juniors, we have Wang against Jacobson, Hong against Stearman. We will definitely be closely following that game. The same about Liang against Guo, Ghazarian against Daggupati, and Mishra against Zhu.
Mishra has to win. That's just what it's come down to. And tell us about the senior pairings.
In the seniors, Dlugy facing Novikov, Benjamin against Akopian, Gurevich against Shabalov,
Another
very
big
important game.
Right.
Khachiyan against Wolff. Again, Melik can secure his title in the
Right.
Seniors Championship with this game. And Ruth against Kaidanov.
And let's go to the World Chess Hall of Fame as the players are getting ready to do battle in these championship rounds. Round 8 is coming up. See Joel, Benjamin, and Vladimir Akopian is their table ready to go. I'm sorry, you're not coming in, Cristian, on my microphone. I don't hear you well.
We'll
Alice, very
remediate
focused.
that
There you
problem in just a second.
And you did it well. Alice Lee, what do you think about this? I believe this is her 4th chance at winning the title, but she's never going to be a better opportunity
This time
than
she's
right
very,
now.
very close. And you know, she is really kind of in her zone, playing just fantastic tournament. Very good chess, very
She's
fighting
confident.
chess.
Right?
She's very, very confident.
And
Also,
after
we've-
yesterday's win, I mean, that is another great boost to your confidence.
You're beating a key rival, Carissa Yip, the highest rated coming into the event by the invitation. We know that Alice has since surpassed her with this great summer that Alice is having. Look at
C5.
this, the Tarash.
Okay. I haven't seen that in a while.
I know.
We usually see it from a different move order, not from this one. The problem is that if you do it like this, I can take on d5. And generally they take on d4. That's whenever you see the knight on f3 and the knight on f6, black takes on d4.
Right.
That is considered to be equalizing for black. She takes on d4, but I think there's some options right now. I think you can go queen to a4 first.
Queen a4 check.
Queen a4 check, take on d4 after, and then be a pawn up.
Alice is recapturing the pawn. Queen takes
Queen
d4
takes d4.
immediately.
Knight c6, we're expecting.
And then I've always called this the Tarash Gambit. The Tarash Gambit, knight c6, queen d1. I've had a couple of games I've taken the pawn. There's some compensation, but it's fun to watch. Let me just check in on the game between Zoe Tang and Carissa, because that one, okay, King's Indian.
Yeah.
Bishop e2, bishop e3, kind of a Gligorich system. Developing the bishops. You haven't committed your pawn to f2, f3 yet, but knight c6, inviting the space-grabbing move. d5, the knight jumps to e5, f2, f4, and what do you do here? Do you go back or do you go ahead forwards? Kate,
I would try to go forwards.
Always forwards, yes. Knight
Possible
to g4.
you want with knights going forwards.
Okay, but there's always this possibility
Right.
that the knight will get booted into some really off the beaten track, right? So this could be a double-edged game in this position. By the way, not sure if the live position there is up to date.
I don't think it
have
is. I think-
bishop e2.
I think there's
castles.
a knight on c6.
Yeah, there
Castle,
is.
bishop
yes.
e2, and knight to c6.
There's our beautiful cameras of the board position. Great, great pieces. Knight c6. Okay, and let's go to Melik's game and see what he's doing with Patrick Wolff. b2, b3. Okay, we know Patrick loves his knight or Sicilian. Bishop b5. It's always. Do you think of it as a moral victory when your opponent dodges your prep, or is it annoying?
I sometimes play bishop b5. I think it's an interesting variation to try for white. And I like Melik's setup now to kind of go to different lines.
With b3,
Yes.
bishop b7, castles, c4,
Oh, Marozzi's structure.
queen b6. This game,
They're
Cristian,
blitzing it.
this came quickly as if this is a kind of a theory, is it?
a6 is by far the main line in the position. No,
Right.
queen to b6 is quite an obscure sideline.
Queen
a6
to
is
b6.
one of them. Rook to e8 is another one. Queen to b6. I think only 6 games, at least in my database, have been played. With a6, there's more than 130 games. So quite a big difference. definitely will force Melik to take some time, ponder his next move. And when he came after that brilliant victory in the Maroczy structure, but with the black pieces facing the Maroczy structure,
Exactly.
he said that
Bishop e5, queen h4.
exactly, and he said that he always liked to play from the black side of the Maroczy structure, not from the white side. So now maybe, who knows, Patrick might have heard that interview and he decides to force Melik to play on the white side of the Maroczy structure.
There you go.
Interesting strategies going on in this game, I have to say.
I love these opening battles where they try to outfox one another. Let's just jump in on the game of Douglas Root and Gregory Kaidanov. The reason I bring that to your attention is because, again, when I was going through those scholastics periods, all of these gambits, the Max Lang attack, the fried liver, the Danish gambit, the Evans gambit.
They're so fun.
They're
right?
so much fun. Let's go. C3, D takes C3. Okay,
Oh, bishop
let's
C4.
go. Danish, C takes B2. Now, obviously, white is giving up material to get a very, very quick development. And what white is hoping to do is go castles, queen B3, and with black's king still stuck in the center to take advantage of that. Bishop B4 check, developing with the tempo, knight F6, castles, and we're up to date. I'm going to say that we're in the dusty part of the library on this one, Cristian, but I don't think today's players, the modern chess players, go into this variation anymore. I mean, when was the last time somebody in the elite tournament chess has played this?
Yes, I don't see it.
Right?
I don't see it. I think Erwin Lamy, around 2650 rated player, played it 4 years ago.
4 years
exactly
ago.
5 years ago, in fact,
Right.
with the black pieces. So definitely not one of the main topical lines for sure.
Well, Doug is definitely trying to catch Gregory out here. And Kate, your take at the moment. I mean, it's
I mean, white is 2 pawns down,
Two
right?
pawns.
So that's like usually we sacrifice 1 pawn in the gambit. 2 pawns,
Right.
that's like, it's a little bit pushing it for me, but I really like the bishops are amazing. And we are maybe even threatening some e5 really fast.
Oh, no question about
Right,
it. If it
so-
was white to move, e5 is huge. That's just actually a killing threat. If I play e5 and I force this knight to move, it's over. So it's all about d6 or castles, right? Now, if you castle e5, this is still looking awfully dangerous. You're going to have to go
Maybe
I
knight
don't-
g4,
knight g4.
but a knight d5.
Knight d5, and I don't know.
Just doesn't.
I'm a little bit worried. I
Doesn't
think it
feel
has
easy
to
to
be
play.
d7, d6. Cristian, I mean, it's been for me ages since I've studied this, and I haven't studied it with an engine at all. So you tell me what's
Not
what's
d6.
the recommended?
Not d6.
Not d6.
No. You have to deal with that knight on c3 before you can lock the bishop away from the center and the king side with d6. d6, knight d5, I think is quite problematic. So what
It's
they do here
problematic,
is either castle, either they just simply take on c3 first. Take on
Okay.
c3 is seems to be the main line, seems to be also the engine's eval. But
take.
I have to say, taking on c3 and allowing this bishop to roam free on the long diagonal without an opponent on it, this doesn't feel like the right way of doing things. But how many pawns am I up?
2.
Like a couple of them, right?
Right.
That's pretty decent material advantage.
Right.
Castle, and then you have ideas of e5, knight e8, or knight to e4. The position is going to be wild, but definitely Douglas is saying, look, I'm going to gamble a little bit. I'm going to risk it for the biscuit because I haven't had a lot of opportunities in this tournament. But, I mean, he's feeling good. He had an amazing game yesterday against Maxim Dlugy. He almost checkmated Maxim on the board. He's feeling
Right.
good. He's confident. He wants to repeat what he did yesterday, and he's taking his chances.
All right, nice. I just wanted to check in on Shabalov, my pick against Dmitry Gurevich. I mean, Shabalov's the only person who's putting any pressure on Melik. Shabalov needs a win with blacks. He needs Patrick Wolff to slow down.
And he is the returning champion,
And he's the
right?
returning
so he
champion.
has that kind of confidence that maybe he can try again?
Not too much. Not many moves have been played. We'll keep an eye on that one. It's on a slow boil. Let's go to the game between Jason Liang and our tournament leader, Arthur Go. Now, coming on to the show, we mentioned that Arthur is a Grandmaster elect. What that means is that he's due to get his title. He just doesn't have it officially. I didn't realize that he was a GM elect. I hadn't picked him or even thought of him as a favorite, but he's been very impressive,
He
Kate.
is having amazing performance in this tournament. I agree.
And let's just see what he chose. Again, he comes in with a half a point lead, and what does he do? He plays one of the most risky and double-edged and super sharp lines of the Ruy Lopez. Kind of thought of it as the classical as well as a kind of an archangel line in the Ruy Lopez. H2, H3, B5. Both players kind of blitzing out their opening moves, I want to say, as if this is all very, very standard for them, and they're still in a theory. I want to go back to the game of Alice Lee for just a second, because no, he doesn't. Christian is like, I am not going to share. I refuse.
You take it away.
I refuse to share.
You take Alice away. I was looking at the junior section,
Right.
so I'll let you go with Alice just because
Okay.
she's our leader,
Sure.
and I'll come back to this one.
So this whole pawn sacrifice, this Tarash pawn sacrifice, I know a little bit about it because I've had to compete against it, let's put it that way. And as Christian had mentioned, here there's actually two major moves. The one Alice chose, and the other one is to play check. That's to provoke the bishop in the way so that in this position, takes, we don't get hit with the knight c6.
Well, here, after queen d4, there's no more knight c6, right?
Exactly, there's no more knight c6. In the game, there's knight c6, the queen drops back, and then after takes, white is supposed to capture this pawn. Her choice, e2, e3, gives black what we would call an easy game. So if you stop and you just say, okay, what has happened? And you go, okay, white, who opens the game, has developed 2 units. The knight on c3, the pawn on e3. Black, who is supposed to be behind white, has similarly developed 2 units, and it's black's turn. So after knight f6, we would say black has an easy game. She's not behind in development. Knight f3, it's an isolated queen pawn. You've got lots of moves here. Bishop d6, bishop c5.
Just to drill that
Yes.
point home, maybe you can show on your board the other version with knight f3 and knight f6 included from the beginning before c5.
Right. So c4, e6. So for example, if we play knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, c5 takes. Now black is at a crossroads. If you capture, and I capture, there's no knight c6.
No knight
Because the
c6.
knight on
guarding the
f3.
queen.
And once I take on d5, one of the main lines, so you take on d4, I take on d5. That's
Right.
fine. Take on d4 first.
So this is the Tarash, yeah, and then this one.
Take on d5, but now you have bishop to g5. You can
Exactly.
get the bishop out, right, in front of the pawns, and then only after play the move e3. A much better version for white. Knight c6, queen d1, drops back, and then I
Right.
will be able to take advantage of your weakness on d5, the isolated pawn. So much better version with the bishop on c1. And look, Alice Lee doesn't have to take any unnecessary risks, right? She's 1 point ahead of her nearest competitor. A draw, maybe it's not the end of the world by any means, right?
Well, but she's having this remarkable tournament. Point in the lead, white pieces, playing against the lower rated player. She's thinking, I want to put my authority on this event. Bishop b4, by the way, on the board.
Yeah, and this is also the game of the youngest competitors in the junior
Right,
championship.
because of Iris
They're
as
both
well.
13 years old, so
Wow.
the youngest playing each other.
Exactly. Bishop b4, okay. I would probably play bishop to d2 myself as white, followed by bishop e2 in castles. I'm not a big fan of allowing bishop takes c3 myself. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this, and Now you can share with us what you wanted to share, Cristian.
There's some funny stuff going
Let's
on in
go.
the juniors, especially in this game of Andrew Hong versus Josiah Stearman. And Andrew is not that far behind the leaders. I believe he's 1 point behind Arthur, half a point behind the people placed on second position. Take a look at this. And we've been seeing this line essayed in this tournament quite a few times, in fact. The Caro-Kann e5, c5,
Right.
and now knight to f3, take on d4, and this queen to f4 idea. Now, there's not a lot of games in this position. The majority of them, 48 of them, are with e6, which is by far the main line. But the funny aspect of this position is that black has tried e6, g6, and h6. These are the only moves that have been played in this position. And guess what Josiah plays in this one? f6. This is a novelty.
Say what?
Yes. He played the move f6, a novelty at move number 6, and this is what I was talking about whenever I was saying that the engines are not going to kill the game of chess. The engines, in fact, are going to give us more and more opportunity to explore early on in the game, and this is what Josiah seems to be doing with this move f6. Immediately throwing the gauntlet and say, hey, I surprised you. Let's see what you got over the board. Let's see how you handle this position when there's a lot of pressure in the center. But take a look at this. I was looking through some variations, and I would say the most critical comes after this move, a bishop to b5, just pinning the knight on c6. And the best move in the position is g5. This is some wild stuff. Where is the queen going? Queen to a4, potentially g4, knight to d4, f takes e5, and the position goes absolutely wild. You take, I take, bishop d7. You cannot take my rook on a8 because you lose the queen on a4. Knight c3. Good luck assessing this position. I have no idea what's happening. The king is completely open, but I do need just a couple of moves to get it to safety. Knight f6, bishop g7, e4, and d4. I do have very powerful center. And I have to say, if you don't know exactly what you're doing, and Josiah with the black pieces seems to hint at the fact that he's analyzed this position at home, you know, I would be quite worried. So let's see what Andrew did. He played the move knight to c3.
Knight c3.
In my estimation, a very natural move, right? And now we see this move a6 on the board. Now comes the big question, and I don't think we have
still
any
on the agenda.
Exactly. And guess what? White's main move in the position should be
G3.
queen to g3.
Prophylactical.
This is some funny business going on. To my eyes, I think he's going to go bishop to d3. This seems like the most natural move in the position. And then the question comes, are you going to take on e5? This is the engine's recommendation, and then knight to f6, and we play this position. My question is, what if I just simply castle? e6, and I guess you're not really in time to stop me from forcing this knight to get exchanged on c6. Once I do that, and I manage to fortify my pawn, my central d5 pawn, then I'm going to start feeling quite good with the black pieces. And if I manage to castle, get the pawns rolling down the board in the center, I'm going to be feeling quite good about the position. It's all about the king safety. If white manages to take advantage of this early f6, weakening the king, challenging the center as early as move 6, well, if he can manage to do that and catch the king in the center, then he's going to be successful in this position. If he doesn't, then black is going to be perfectly fine.
I have to say, from psychological perspective, I like this what Josiah Stearman did. You know, he is not having the greatest tournament. He had a tough loss yesterday, while Andrew Hong is still fighting kind of for the lead. So here he's surprising him, and Andrew really has to fight and figure out what to do about this, whereas Josiah is just like taking a risk and thinking like there is pressure on Andrew, not really on me.
At the same time, if you are Andrew and you're 1 point behind the lead and your opponent plays f6 like this, you're going to embrace that, you know?
Right? This is what you want too. I mean, mix it up.
Let's dance.
Let's dance. Just turning to the game of Zoe for a moment against Carissa, because that was the big moment right here. And I wanted to say that if I was in Zoe's shoes, it would be for me all about f4. I'd play the move f4, and I'd ask Carissa if she wanted to move her knight forwards or backwards. Zoe didn't play f4. She said, I'm more afraid that
doesn't
the knight would
allow
move
the knight
forward.
g4.
h3, e6, f4, and the knight went back to d7. So a little gamesmanship going on in this opening, and something caught your eye, Kate?
No, I'm just wondering. So we have knight f3. I like this
On the
e
board.
takes d5. Yes,
Right.
Black is kind of ready with the development now. So Black wants to open the e file because the pieces are a little
Sure.
bit piled up on that file.
No question about it, and I'm assuming that Zoe wants to recapture with a c-pawn, and
Rook e8.
Rook e8 makes a very natural impression, attacking the pawn on e4. Now, oftentimes you see Benoni players, they like the setup with their knights on c3 and d2. So let me borrow a page from the Benoni. Remember Bobby Fischer's knight h5
Right.
move? Maybe you want to go there. I don't know. I don't know if this is theory or not because, again, I think f4 is more challenging than h3. Here it feels like black should be okay.
What about knight takes e4? Is that a possibility?
Oh, have I allowed it? Yes. If I take with the knight, you'll take on c3. And if I take with the other knight, you'll play f5,
Yes.
right? So
Because
now
that
I'm going to
bishop on
be,
e3 is going to be hanging once you move.
no question about it.
So let's continue. You go knight g5 and then knight e6, but you have queen h4 all the time.
Knight e6, yeah. Oops.
Yeah,
Oops.
this is not enough.
Another way, though, and this is very interesting, I'm not 100% sure that this is a compensation. It's just like one of those, remember the attack yesterday that Douglas Root had against Maxim? You just take the g-pawn off the board, right? You take a little bit of the king's guard away, and suddenly the black king is very vulnerable. Here, I don't know if it's full compensation or not. But by the way, we do have e takes d5, c takes d5 on the board. But I'm with you 100%. I think that for Carissa, rook e8 is absolutely crucial. I just want to throw out one strategic concept here too, is this move knight c5. At first blush, you look at that and you go, ooh, that looks wrong, right? Like something, can't I just take? And this is one of those variations where you can get punished for overextending too soon. You know, you've gone d5 and e5 and you expect your opponent to collapse, and suddenly you're looking over on the king side and you're going, ooh,
Right,
wait,
and this is sometimes happening in kings in defense, where we kind of
Exactly.
allow white to push the pawn, push them as far as you want, but
Right.
you are losing time. You know, your king is not castled, your
Right.
pieces are maybe not in the best spot, so I can try to take advantage. And then bishop on g7, that can be a great diagonal.
No question about it. That's a deadly bishop on. So the position's full of intrigue. And Cristian, back over to you.
Well, what's happening with Balaji in this one? Because he caught fire in the last few rounds. Is he on a 2-game winning streak? Maybe 3-game winning streak? Anyway, he's looking to extend that streak, because take a look at this one early on. It seems like Kirk is in big trouble with the white pieces in an
Really?
exchange. Slav? Really?
What?
Bishop to f4, take a look at this. Knight to e4, e3, everything standard so far. g6, and now he overextended, as you were mentioning, with the move c4, trying to take advantage immediately of the fact that the pawn structure is a bit feeble in the center with this pawn on d5 unprotected by another pawn. But the problem is, he completely missed this move, e5, and Balaji knew it. This seems to be some sort of a trap in the exchange Slav. If you take, first of all, the problem is that your bishop cannot come back to d2. So now
Right.
I will just simply go queen to a5 check. You cannot cover with a queen because
Oops.
bishop to b4 is going to finish the game in one motion.
In
So
record time.
exactly, thank you for your time. And you're going to go knight to d2, but bishop to e6, followed by potentially long castle. A lot of pressure is piling up and brewing on the d file. This is looking really bad. In fact, the engine is saying this is completely losing for white. So the only way to stay in the game is to take with the bishop f6, and now go king to e2. I mean, this one is looking extremely dangerous. I understand you're still not busted by any stretch of the imagination. You will be able to play f3, king to f2, hide the king there, but I'm looking at the assessment of the position, the objective assessment of the position. I'm also looking at the practical assessment of the position, and I don't see absolutely any problems for black. In fact, it seems like the pawn on c4 is the biggest weapon in the position, and it belongs to black. I'm only a few moves from promotion, and I'm going to be able to support that pawn with the bishop on a3. So this one is looking really good for black, I have to say. And by the way, to get to this point where maybe you're surviving, you still have to make some very precise moves, and you have to make some very precise decisions as well, because you can take with the bishop, you can take with the knight, you can take with the pawn on e5. So big problems. And take a look where they stand right now. Balaji on 4 points.
Right. He's
I
on the
think he
outside.
started with half out of 2 or something along those lines. He definitely started with a loss against Arthur Gzu.
Right.
So
Fighting
that was
his way
not an
back
encouraging
into-
sign, but he pulled himself up, and then this is what is happening right now with another victory. He could get actually close to the leadership position, if not maybe even equalizing the leader.
And he's
if
played
he
knight
loses.
takes e5 as you
Okay,
prescribed.
that's a good start for Kirk, yes.
I just have to say, somehow it's very funny to look at the game of Douglas Root and Gregory Kaidanov, because you'd almost think that these are the junior players as they're gambiting,
Sacrificing
away. But
pawns.
guess what happened? We left it exactly at this moment, and we asked the question, well, what should black do? Should black play d7, d6, castle, and Cristian prescribed bishop takes c3. Apparently d6, knight d5 is not the way you want to go as black, and castles e5 gets you into all kinds of trouble. So bishop takes, castles, knight g5.
So we were kind of talking about e5 pushing that pawn, but knight g5 is another strong weapon, attacking f7.
We have ideas of f4 and e5. Well, guess what? h6. What are you doing? I'm sacrificing. What are you doing? I'm taking.
And I pushed the pawn.
But
That was my
e5.
initial idea.
And check this out. After knight e8, f4, the players are playing like this is all super standard stuff, and it may well be. Cristian has theory gotten have players gotten here before?
This is not standard stuff.
This is not standard
No,
stuff.
f4 seems to be some sort of a novelty.
F4 right here.
Yes.
What had previously
Wait,
been
but
played?
is Doug on 1 hour and 35 minutes on his clock?
And look at Doug go. I mean, these are some really tough decisions. So f4, d6.
He must know something that
Exactly.
He must
we
be
don't.
prepared. I mean, he has 1 hour 35 minutes, so
Hello.
he's not wasting any time. He's gaining time by playing these moves.
So if I gave you this position and said, okay, study it and you tell me what you would do with white, I don't think even after a 20-minute reflection you would find the move e6. Maybe a few hours later and figuring things out. But he played the move e6 a la tempo. So to me, that's absolutely clear. Doug has prepared this.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
What's going on?
It
Cristian?
seems like, first of all, king to g8 or bishop takes e6. I'm not sure about king to f8. King to f8 works as well, but queen to h5 already seems to be quite dangerous. Bishop takes e6, at least to my eyes, is the main thing.
Automatic,
You
yeah.
have to play it. If you allow the move f5, even, look, I mean, I understand you have 2 pieces for the rook. That's
And some
probably
pawns.
an advantage, right? Material advantage. But when I see this couple of pawns, I mean, so close to promotion, so close to my king,
Right.
I really don't like it. So I'm not going to accept this.
Right.
I'm going to take on e6. And the question is, he will start calculating this. Will he find the best moves? And take a look how difficult this is. I go f5.
Right.
You drop back on d7, let's say, right? I give
Okay.
you a check, or I can go f6 as well. f6, and now there is only one way in which you can continue surviving with the black pieces. You take, I take with a rook. Don't touch this because of queen to g6.
Sure.
That's resignation on the spot.
That's deadly.
So you cannot touch that. You're just giving up the knight.
Queen E8.
And now you're just playing knight e5, like nothing is happening in the
What?
position. And then I go rook f4, and the engine is saying that black is slightly better. I mean, who in the world knows exactly what's happening in the position?
Whoa. Bishop takes e5?
Bishop takes e5, I go queen to e8.
Ah, because I wanted you to take, and I would go rook takes h6.
Crazy stuff.
Right?
Absolutely crazy stuff. And as you were mentioning, if you take queen to f7, rook takes h6,
Rook H,
also
queen f7
works.
is very strong.
This one, I mean, this one is.
Yeah, that's so clear.
Sorry, queen to f7, rook to g6. I'm going to pick
Yeah,
up
no, that's very
the
clear.
bishop on d7. This is
Yeah.
clear, right? So
Wow.
crazy stuff. He has to visualize all of these variations from. And by the way,
Gregory stopped after
He stopped.
e6 check. He said,
it's done. I mean, you're blitzing out these moves, these absolutely wild moves. I'm going to stop and I'm going to try to find everything all the way until the end. And will he be able to do so? I mean, you say it, Yasser. Only time will tell.
Only time will tell.
Yeah.
Kate, what goes through your mind? You're at the tournament game, and your opponent's been blitzing, and he's, or she, have been playing really crazy double-edged moves like they know everything. Don't you have this terrible feeling that you've just walked into massive prep? How do you deal with that?
Yeah, it's definitely very uncomfortable when you know your opponent is in the waters that they prepared, and you don't know how many even hours they spend on that position.
Right.
And you know that like you have to start making decisions because there will be more difficult decisions to come. So you cannot spend all your time here.
Right.
So yeah, sometimes it's really you decide what you prefer. Like Cristian was saying, if you move the king to g8, f5, do you like those pawns so close to your king, or are you a little bit worried? And this is a bit uncomfortable for me. So I would
right.
be looking for those moves to capture the pawn and then try to survive. I know that the move knight e5 is kind of difficult at the end of the
But that's not the end.
variation.
And knight e5, bishop e5, queen e8. That's the key move that he needs to
That's true.
find.
Because the knight e5 is a bit logical to block that bishop. You are willing to kind of give up, any amount of pawns. You don't really care about that. You want to get out of that position. But the queen e8 move, that's a tough one. That's
a
very
difficult
easy
one.
to move because we are like very deep in the line, like 5
Exactly.
moves, 6 moves. And this is the only move that holds that position. So if you
Crazy.
don't see queen e8, then you are like, maybe even if I don't like keeping those white pawns alive,
Yeah.
maybe that's my only way to play.
Crazy stuff, but it seems like this championship round has brought out the best, dare I say, worst in the players.
I mean, there's another game, crazy game. If we
Exactly.
like extended pawns, if we like players blitzing out their preparation, we have Rochelle for that here. Rochelle against Kelsey Liu. Rochelle has 1 hour, 33 minutes. So she's also gaining time. And look at those black pawns and white
Exactly.
pawns right now.
This comes out of the Nimzo Indian with f3, and this has become a very topical line of play. I remember there was, I think it was from a Levon Aronian game here at the Singfield Cup,
Oh, that
where
was
he
a
played
very
the bishop
important
a5 variation. But check this out, e5, Kelsey said, I am not going to play the precepts of theory, which involve knight e8. I'm going to sacrifice a piece. Rochelle said, okay, that's great. I'm going to take d4, a3, bishop a, b4. Wow. It takes, queen takes f6. And now, check this out. I mean, it almost looks like Fisher random, right? With everything still on the first rank.
And c2, really kind of strong move Black has in their arsenal.
A big threat, right? The double attack. You pick up the rook unguarded on a1, hit the queen. So this move, rook a2, which kind of is a contradictory move, right? You don't want, you want to get your minor pieces out so that you can castle. Rook a2, sidesteps c2, prepares to meet any check with rook e2. Cristian cleared the cobwebs. I have no idea what this position is. This theory? It's like it's a piece sacrifice, but it sure looks like great compensation. Fun. Black is the one having fun.
It has been played once.
Once.
Yes, by Volkov versus Gordievsky in 2012. Gordievsky was actually one of my initial students at the University of Missouri.
No way.
Yes, yes. I didn't know him in 2012, obviously.
Well, that explains crazy. Now tell me what this position is all about.
It seems like black is doing just fine. Perhaps black is just much better in the position. Yes.
What has Rochelle done wrong
B
then?
takes C4. Well, I'm not sure if Rochelle knows that, or once again, she's maybe just bluffing a little bit, gambling a little bit, or maybe she has stronger engines than I do. Because right now she has an hour and 33 minutes on her clock. So definitely that gives the insight that perhaps she knows what she's doing. Perhaps she's analyzed this at home. B takes C4 seems to be the main move. B4 is another big option in the position. And yes, after you play B takes C4, the computer is starting to say 0, 0, 0. So definitely, it seems like the engine, this one at least, is not strong enough to analyze and assess correctly this position.
0, 0, 0.
Queen to D5.
King in the center.
Triple pawns, the king in the center.
Background piece is not developed.
Go ahead. Queen D5.
Queen D5 seems to be the main one. Knight C6, right? Makes a lot of sense.
Develop.
Knight to E2. If you take on C4, then I just simply go Bishop B7, and now things are pretty messy because I have too many things coming your way. Knight B4, knight takes A5 is a big problem in the position coming your way, and you don't simply have enough time to cover up your king. For example, if you go knight to E2, I take on A5, or I go even knight to E5. Let's say you take, I take, you take. In fact, I don't take on
No, you don't take on
C4. I probably have better things to do.
C8.
I can go rook to C8.
Yeah.
So let's see. There's no way to defend the bishop on C4. This is actually just over, right? You can take on B7, but I have a feeling queen to H4 followed by queen to C4. It's like a pinball type of situation, right? Check, I take this one, I attack the rook, I attack the knight is coming to D3. This one is looking really, really bad for white. So nevertheless, Rochelle knows what she's doing. So our question is to kind of understand, and our task is to find out what she wants. Perhaps she wants knight E2. Not queen to D5 in this position. But it seems like after knight C6, queen to D5 still is the move, and I think we have a move. Yes, B takes C4 is on the board. Maybe we can see what Rochelle is going to play next move. That's a big moment. B takes C4 was played.
Rochelle has been playing so fast.
She has to continue playing fast, because if she doesn't, like, what in the world is she doing?
And the trick is, funnily enough, not to play bishop takes c4, which you want to do as a queen a5 check, or queen to d5. But knight e2, and like you were saying, she has three moves.
Bishop takes c4, queen h4 is game over.
Yeah, three extra minutes than what she started with. Rochelle, as white, has been playing so quickly.
For Rochelle, now it's not the time to start thinking. Come on.
But this has been the Alice Lee show, and the show is being taken away from her as her game is really been very quiet. She and Iris, when we left it just again at this moment where I'm saying that Iris has an easy position, bishop c5. Oftentimes you play a move like bishop c5, you're looking to play d4 and equalize. But bishop b4 makes perfect sense, developing. Bishop d2, bishop e2. Very, very quiet game going on here. I want to check with Zoe, Tang, and Carissa. Yep, because this was the rook e8 moment, right?
Right.
And whether you play knight d2, you've got to defend the pawn on e4, pardon me. Queen c2 was Zoe's choice, and then we've just stopped, which is kind of intriguing. Carissa's looking at ideas like you've suggested, knight e4, maybe even as ideas of queen e7. And if you don't like any of that stuff, pressuring the pawn, the center with c7, c6, as well as knight c5. Still, I want to say it's a very sharp position for the players. And back over to you, Cristian, and you're with the juniors. This fun game.
This fun game with f6 early on, and let's take a look at how that one developed. f6, knight c3, a6. This is where we left it off, and we said that white has a plethora of options at his disposal. Right. Bishop d3, bishop e2, bishop e3. You can develop in a lot of ways in this position, and he chose to develop, and by the way, queen to a4 was another move in the position as well, or queen to g3 to get out of dodge of this crazy g5, right? He decided to go bishop e3, and obviously hinting at the fact that he wants to go long castle.
Right.
Makes a lot of sense. It seems to be one of the critical ways of dealing with this position. And we have e6, castle, f takes e5. By the way, Josiah still blitzing out his moves. You have to protect against checkmate. Knight to f6, queen to a4, and queen to c7. And Josiah still hasn't thought for a lot of time, 1 hour and 31 minutes on his clock. 1 hour and 1 minute for Andrew. And as you can see, Josiah seems confident. Andrew is trying to understand the position, and I'm trying to understand the position as well. How do you continue keeping the presence of this knight on e5 stable? And probably the answer is f4, right?
Okay.
You want to go f4. If you take on c6, by the way, I really think after b takes c6, maybe even bishop to d7, but b takes c6 makes the most sense. It's looking good for black. I go bishop d7 next, bishop d6. I have everything very compact. My pawn structure is very compact, and you cannot take advantage of my wild initial play, right? This is not something that you want. So you want to go f4. Question is, how is black going to respond to this? If you go bishop d6, just a natural
Knight
bishop
b5?
d6, I have knight b5.
Yeah, that I like.
So that's a problem, right? You have to get out of dodge on the a file.
Right.
So it seems like the continuation is either knight to d7, which is, at least to my estimation, a bit risky because of ideas of knight b5,
Right.
or rook to b8.
Rook to b8.
Rook to b8. Get out of dodge and try to go b5 maybe even, support the move b5. And in fact, right now, the only move for white to preserve the advantage is bishop a7. I'm
First
throwing the rook
thought,
back, and then I get a bishop to d4. Don't ask me why yet. Rook to b8, and now g3. This is some alien chess to my eyes, guys. I mean, I understand why you put a bishop on d4. You want to support this knight, and then bishop to d6 is going to come. That knight on e5 is not going to be under threat. But these are difficult concepts to figure out over the chessboard, right? So this one is not going to be easy for Andrew. Josiah still within his preparation. We'll see how Andrew is going to react to this difficult situation early on.
Yeah, and Josiah enjoying 30 minutes advantage right now.
Yeah, well, the element of surprise definitely in his favor, but crazy positions. And, one of the things that we kind of missed as we started the show, show started with a bang, but the players, they're fighting really hard. And what are they fighting for? Let's just remind everybody what the prize structure is all about.
Prize fund in every single tournament. The U.S. Girls Junior, $20,000 prize fund. First place, $6,000. Everyone gets a prize. 10th place, $500.
Very nice. And for the junior players?
The juniors, they're fighting for $40,000, with the first place taking home $12,000. And again, everyone gets a prize. 10th place, $1,000.
And there's a bonus prize for our junior players as well.
We have champions bonus. Winners of the juniors and junior girls will be awarded a $10,000 scholarship, generously jointly funded by the Dwayne Barber Foundation and US Chess.
A big prize there with the scholarships, but also invitations to the national championships, the big dance.
Big dance.
And then there's the
very
seniors.
Nice prize fund for the seniors, $75,000, with the first place winning $20,000. And again, last place, $3,000. Very nice prize fund.
Thank you again, the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Centers, for all you do. I just wanted to jump in for the senior section for a moment. Melik said he's coming in to this round cruising. He doesn't want to spoil a fantastic result so far. He mentioned that he likes to play the black side of the Maroczy bind. The irony is he's on the white side in this all-important round against Patrick Wolff. And the players have gotten to a very standard, I want to say, kind of hedgehog position. Last move by black, a7, a6, kind of intimates that, yeah, I would like to play b5, try to knock this pawn on c4 out of the way so that in the future I could play d5. I'm going to say white's enjoying a slight space advantage. at the moment, but really, my experience, position's very balanced.
Yeah.
And let's just remind our viewers, what ifs? Because he's doing so well in the tournament, Kate.
Right, if Melik Khachiyan wins, he wins the tournament, he clinches the title. And if Melik Khachiyan draws and Shabalov doesn't win, then Khachiyan still wins the tournament. So Grandmaster Melik Khachiyan, really great looking in this round.
Wonderful performance thus far. A7, A6. Again, normally what white is trying to do is play rook to D1, put as much pressure on the pawn on A3. Sometimes the bishop pops out to A3 and tries to drive the knight back to
you
a
know,
lesser
I
square.
really like this position for white. I like to play Maruti because exactly white has so many targets and can just be slowly moving around. And I think it's very risk-free.
Well, you'll be surprised. People like, the Grandmaster from Sweden, Ulf Andersson, has more than once, suckered his opponent into trying to kill him and turn the tables. Again, I think dynamic equality, I understand what you mean about playing risk-free
I mean,
chess.
I like white in this position.
Also,
I'm a big fan of white's pawn structure, white's control. I see this pressure on the d file. I feel like I exchanged the right pieces, right? I don't have the bad light square bishop that's behind the pawn wall. I have that beautiful bishop on b2 ready to get open on the long diagonal and create havoc. I have to say, I like what Melik has been doing, and I think he's in pole position to maybe get another victory. And
Wow.
by the way, if he wins this one, it's over.
well, then it's over. Yeah,
It's
we
over.
got that.
Yes.
Yeah.
We know that. And by the way, take a look at his time. 1 hour and 25 minutes for him, 1 hour and 4 minutes for Patrick. So perhaps, well,
An
obviously he has a
indication
time
that
advantage.
Patrick is not altogether happy.
Points to the fact that Melik is comfortable with this position and maybe even knows the theoretical underpinnings of this position.
Of how it goes. All right, well, definitely keep an eye on this one. How about yourself, Christian? What have you been studying?
I've been looking at the juniors. I've been looking at this game of Abhi because this is crucial, right? If he needs a victory in this one, he's facing the lowest rated opponent in the field and he needs to win. And this kind of surprised me early on. He played this move bishop to c4. Let's remind everybody what Arthur does after bishop to b5. He does this knight g e7 followed by g6. He played it twice already in this tournament, and in both of those games he was lost by move 15. He did not know the theory. So surprisingly, Abhi decides not to challenge him in that variation again. He says, okay, you messed it up a couple of times. I mean, you're probably not going to mess it up the third time. So I'm going to switch it up early in the opening. He plays bishop to c4. He decides to go for the Jacopiano, and we get this position. a4, knight a5 and c5, still looking for some sort of a Chigorian type of structure with knight a5, c5 early on. Right. a6, knight to a3, bishop to g4, bishop to d2. I like this move, bishop to d2. Getting the bishop out, but at the same time leaving the e3 square open for the knight. Okay. And this is what he's looking to get. This is what he got, knight to e3, bishop to h5, and knight to d5. This is what we have on the board right now. Definitely white is enjoying a slight advantage, and I think this is what perhaps with this Jacopiano he was looking to achieve. A long game in which I have pressure as white. Abhi is looking to slowly but surely outplay his opponent, and I have to say he's off to a good start.
Nice. Picking up on the theme of this Ruy Lopez variation in the game between Jason Liang and Arthur Go. Again, we're seeing this Ruy Lopez, the bishop on e3, kind of a little echo of what Christian was just describing. Last move by black, knight to b5. These bishops lurking menacingly along these diagonals. I do like Jason's move coming up. Here. I like this move d4, d5 a lot. Basically, take away the trumps that your opponent has. In this case, the bishops look really good. Offer the trade of bishops, which occurred, by the way. Bishop takes e3, rook takes e3. The bishop on b7 suddenly is not that attractive. And on a good day, I get to play the moves rook c3 and rook c1 and pressure the backward pawn on c7. So our tournament leader at the moment, Arthur, I don't think he actually came out of this opening in a position that he's
Can he go
happy
c6?
with.
That's, I guess,
That's
the
a
big
Yeah, I
question,
think
right?
c6 immediately trying
That's
to
the
break the
crucial
center,
question,
open
yeah.
up that light square bishop. That's the way to go for black.
And I take it, right? If you take with the queen, my intention, for what it's worth, was to try this move rook to c3, hoping to use the c file. And if you take with the bishop, well, I'm thinking knight d4. Not necessarily that I'm looking to go there, just trying to say my pawn structure is a little bit better.
If I go rook c8, rook a c8.
Rook a c8. I'd love to open up the a file for a moment. Oh, a b
You're
bishop
not worried
takes.
about
I am worried
discovered
about
attacks?
I am worried about the discovered attacks. I guess I'd have to take. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take with the rook.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not getting the nice, the big edge, the nice edge that I want yet. I mean, if I can get my positional grip on the position, something in it for white. But back over to you, Cristian. Other games caught your eye.
And this question came along yesterday. I think you asked him, Kachka, Brandon, what will your strategy be? Are you going to go all in with the black pieces in the next game? And he said, I'm not going to reveal that. You will see tomorrow. And this is exactly what he's doing. He's, in my estimation at least, sort of going all in because he chose the King's Indian.
Right.
King's Indian, bishop to e2, and we have this variation with e5, bishop to g4, a4, one of the main lines, and h5.
Whoa.
Trying to gain space on the king side, king to h7 and queen to c2. This is what we have right now. Obviously, Justin has been surprised by his time expenditure. Brandon Jacobson, with 1 hour and 20 minutes, seems to hint at the fact that he still knows sort of what the ideas in the position are. And the question, we're out of theory at this point. The question is, how are you going to continue? Obviously, as black, you want to play on the king side. You've already established that. You played h5, king h7. Most likely, at some point, this knight is going to drop back to g8, and you're going to open up the way for the f-pawn to come along the way, or h4 followed by knight h5, and then f5.
Right.
This is another way to continue your attack.
Sure.
White, on the other hand, obviously, is going to try to push and gain some more space on the queen side. How do you make b4 happen is the question. Do you go rook a, b1? Do you start with b3 first? Because once you go rook a, b1, queen to e7 has been played, as we were discussing this. And the question is, do you start with b3, follow it up with rook to a1, then b4? This seems to be the best way in which you can continue. But again, it's all about h4 or knight to g8 followed by f5. This is a very double-edged position, and I think this is exactly what Brandon is looking for. He's going to take some risks. Sure, maybe he's going to have a worse position. I think we were at this conference, and Gary Kasparov at some point said that whenever he's looking at the King's Indian defense and analyzing it with the new engines, he gets depressed, and he hates that. Because the engine is always going to give white a tremendous advantage. Back in his day, you know, these positions we didn't really know how to assess. It was wild stuff. With the engine, sure, you're probably going to be able to find a way to an advantage. But Justin doesn't have an engine with him right now. Jacobson definitely knows exactly the plans and how to continue his attack on the queen side. This is a gamble, and we'll see whether it pays off. But this is, once again, a good start for Brandon as well.
If I can keep you on this position for just a moment, and if I'm in Justin's shoes, I desperately want to play b4 and c5 and get in my queenside attack before you get to play your knight g8 and f5 and f4, or your h4 and knight h5.
Yeah.
So rook to b1, to my mind,
Now
is
I
the
go
most
a4 though.
accelerated move, and I take it.
You take that pawn, huh?
Yes, I'm a pawn grabber.
You're a
Give me
pawn
the pawn.
Grabber. Okay, maybe I shouldn't give it.
He gives me a pawn and now he's crying.
tricked me.
I tricked you.
You tricked me, Yasser.
I did.
You
So rook
one
to
up me.
b1.
Okay, I forgot to mention one plan,
Very important.
For black.
Yes.
which I think is bishop to h6.
Ah.
Now that you got this king to h7, perhaps bishop h6 is
So
in
a
fact...
dual-purpose move, king h7.
Exactly. Gain some space, maybe trade off the dark square bishop.
see. So bishop
and only
takes,
after
king
develop my
takes,
attack.
b4.
Take, b4, a takes, get the king to g7. How do you continue?
I want to play c5, of course.
Can you play c5 immediately?
I don't know if I can or can't. I
Rook
want
ab1
to.
is on the board, by the way.
Rook ab1 is on the board.
Is on the board, yes.
So with the queen on e7, probably
And that's why he played queen e7.
queen e7
Yes.
to slow down c5.
c5 I will take. So you still have to labor a little bit in the position to get that c5 going. You don't have knight b3 to support it because you lose the b4 pawn.
Right.
So it's a bit awkward. It's not that clear how you're going to arrange your pieces to get c5 going in the position.
Wonderful.
And
by the way,
we have on the board.
Bishop h6 is on the board.
Yeah.
Yes. So Brandon definitely
Some
knows.
prep
He
here,
knows. He knows what he's doing for sure.
Yeah.
Yes. By the way,
Yes.
let's see what
Bishop
happened in
takes
this one.
h6, king takes h6. The players are both moving like this is somehow part of their preparation. Their
I
plans.
think it's part of Brandon's preparation. Otherwise, he wouldn't speed through these moves.
And b4, not a part of Justin's as
No,
well.
but once you played Rook AB1, you
There's
kind
only
of
one
have to
plan,
continue.
right?
Yes, exactly.
By the way, how are our our Arthurs doing? By the way,
I mean, we have a cool game in the Kirk, Ghazarian, Balaji, Daggupati, and Andrew Hong, Josiah, Stearman, because we have the Rook B8 on the board.
Nothing has
Christian.
happened. Yes,
Rook
we've already seen this position.
this is crazy. I love the move Bishop D4, Bishop A7. By the way, Bishop A7. You tickle the rook. You would think that B5 would be a good move, but Bishop B8 is like...
You're in trouble after that.
I'm so unhappy. Rook back to A8. I think, in my mind's eye, moving the bishop to the D4 square with the tempo, that makes a lot of sense to me. You know, I kind of... And then we were... Was it G3?
G3, yes.
G3.
But this is not easy stuff because you do
No.
kind of have to follow it up with G3.
Right?
Otherwise, B5
Well-
plays itself out. I don't think you can take on C6 because of queen takes F4.
Yes.
It's a very tricky position to play over the board, I have to say.
The move G3 just to stop this type of intermezzo.
It's very
check.
weird, right?
Yeah,
It's a
but-
weird move.
But G3, okay, maybe one day the bishop will jump out, whether I have to trade on C6 or not. Crazy, crazy stuff. And you were mentioning, Kate, yourself, some other amazing games
Yeah,
going
Kirk,
on.
Ghazarian, Balaji, Daggupati. So we saw
That was that
C4 allowing the king to be checked.
E5.
Yeah.
That E5 move, when we left it, we were kind of leaving it around here. There was a trade of the knight, then that important move F6. Bishop got chased. Can't interpose the queen. Bishop B4 will be hurtful.
Yeah, king
Yeah,
E2,
hurt
not really the move you would like to do. You would love to castle the king.
And then takes F3. Okay, so here, I mean, White's trying to find some safety for his king, but Christian was saying, you know, like this pawn is pretty dangerous. Bishop A3, moving to protect, and I'm guessing King F2 is on Kirk's. Your initial feelings?
I think it's very dangerous for white. This pawn on C3, I would just go with it immediately.
Okay, should I be playing to, you know, like, my king's all messed up. That's already been established. No argument there, but maybe
My
your king is
has
also
some
a little
trouble.
bit messed up. You can't castle because I've covered G8 very cleverly. I might
Right.
add.
So let's say I go bishop D7. I think I'm allowed you to take that
You're
pawn.
giving me a pawn?
Yes.
I don't know if you're trustworthy or not. If I take the pawn, you got to play rook C8.
Well, I thought if I can just castle and play C2.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
No, is it too much material? I mean, it's not mine, right? I can give it up.
This is the wonderful part about being a chess commentator. When we make a mistake, we get to say, oh, well, the variation didn't work. When
Let's try something else.
Right? When they make a mistake, like they're crying for the rest of the evening,
It's very committal on the board, whereas here we can just take it back.
I mean, here I'm kind of liking white. We're in crazy territory. How is Alice Lee doing?
Not great.
Not great.
Not great. She's
Okay.
actually much worse right now.
No way.
And in some sort of a simplified position. So I wouldn't say that Iris's moves are difficult to get to that better position. This is what we have right now.
Okay.
Knight to d4 was the last move. And the question is, what do you do against queen g5? I can start with queen g5, I can take and then go queen to g5.
Okay.
This is a very typical idea, right?
Sure.
You go castle, I go bishop to h3, and then you
Whoops.
lose an exchange. You go g3, I pick up the rook on f1. Very, very typical pattern. So how do you do it? I mean, I guess you can take on c6, but sure, that weakens my pawn structure, but also opening up the d file will help me once I land the rook on d8, once I land the rook on b8. I have a lot of pressure, and once again, the question is, how do you defend g2? Do you go king f1 and leave the king and the rooks not connected to each other? That's going to be very dangerous, right?
Right.
Maybe g4. By the way, g4 is the move proposed by the engine. To my eyes, nobody plays g4.
I think that's a very tough move to make.
Right. I think you kind of say, okay, I mess things up a little bit. I go king f1, and I hope I can play h4, h5.
King f1, but now
Queen c3.
I'm coming really fast.
I agree. I'm not happy with Alice's.
I'm coming really, really fast, and then I'm going to go bishop to e6. Queen comes to e5, right?
No, I have queen c3 though.
You go queen c3,
Yeah.
okay. But now bishop to g4, taking advantage of the fact that you don't have protection
D1.
on the back rank, on
Okay.
d1. I mean,
Right.
this in fact is already losing for white.
Wow.
So Alice Lee in a bit of trouble early on in this one. Still, Iris needs to find the precise moves. She's not losing any material immediately.
the queen
but-
g5 is the key.
It's
Moment.
simple and it's very effective,
Right.
right? And it begs to be played. I mean,
Sure.
you want to play queen g5. You know, everybody knows this pattern. Everybody learns this queen g5 and if you castle bishop h3 pattern early on in their career.
Right.
So, interesting one, definitely. And if she loses, that could open up the opportunity for Zoe Tang, as you can see, only 1 point behind, to maybe get closer, maybe even equalize her score.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, and Iris would move to the third place potentially with her win. So also a very important game for her to try to play for medals.
By the way, I don't think I'm not a fan of Zoe's opening play thus far. When we left it, Carissa played this move Rook E8. It's a little bit it's not a little bit annoying. It's very, very annoying. The bishop on E3 is unprotected. There's tactics that you had shown with knight takes E4 and F5, and after Queen C2, knight to B6. Carissa is menacing knight takes d5. Again, taking advantage of the fact that this bishop on e3 is unprotected. I'm not a fan of this move bishop f2. I'm looking at this position and I'm saying, yes, give white two moves. Castle's short and, brings her rooks to the center with e5. It's splat. It's game over. But what do you do after a move like knight h5? Okay, now it's sort of like obvious. Suddenly, I don't want to allow knight to f4. I don't want to play g3.
That leaves h3 really weakened
And
for the bishop on c8.
Right, but if you play queen d2, which looks like a very standard way of meeting such an attack, move like bishop h6. And you're like, gosh darn it, will you leave me alone? Will you stop interfering?
Keep attacking those pawns
Right.
that are maybe overpushed.
And again, if you continue with g3, it has that feel of white's being the one on the back foot, a little bit
I was even
overextended.
looking if I can be more brutal. Can I
Please.
just do knight takes e4
Now.
right now?
Oh my. Sorry, I wasn't even in that direction. So
bishop
and
f5.
bishop f5.
d5 is hanging. The knight then can capture on f4.
That is a very good question. First of all, you have queen e7, but that's pawn number 2.
Right.
and I'm still gummied up with my pieces. Zoe could be in serious trouble here, Cristian. Knight takes e4 after bishop f2.
What does the computer say? No,
Exactly.
no trouble whatsoever?
Exactly. Cristian? No,
No, Cristian is not.
Sorry, what? you guys were asking me something? No, you're right. Yes. I was letting you guys figure it out by yourselves.
Well, thank you very much.
I'm not going to give you any helping hand. or anything
No,
like that.
the
Yes,
correct answer is
very
Yasser, you're right. Just go ahead, practice.
No. Katerina, you're right.
Thank you,
Katerina,
Cristian.
you're right. I know that one.
The inmates are taking over. Just a second. What's going on?
By the way, we have
seriously,
knight h5 on the board.
We do have
Knight
knight
e4
h4.
was very, very strong. then.
Knight e4 was
Yes.
very strong.
Knight e4 was, in fact, very, very brutal. And the variation that you guys analyzed with queen to e7, bishop to f5, followed by queen to e7.
Right.
You try to defend that. I will take on e4, play f5 if you go bishop d3 or bishop to f3.
Take,
That's going to be an extra pawn, right? For me.
take, and f5.
It's a beautiful
Absolutely.
position. Beautiful position,
position.
absolutely no problems. You're not risking anything anymore. You're going to be a pawn up, and probably the compensation as well. So big
Exactly.
missed opportunity, I have to say, for
Carissa.
Carissa. Though, as you were mentioning, Yasser, as well, knight h5 definitely comes
Also-
with its own perks in the position as well. It's
Is
not as aggressive and as precise as knight takes e4, but it's also still a difficult position for Zoe.
We saw a very nice camera view there of Zoe, and she's stoic at the board. I mean, the eyes are
Poker
darting
face.
around, but I like to see a little bit more worry when I play a move like knight h5. She looks pretty calm.
Wow, so we have the two leaders, Alice Lee and Zoe Tang, kind of
Under
struggling.
pressure, yeah, under pressure.
So
Please, Cristian.
Andrew did go into that variation with bishop a7, bishop d4. Kudos to him.
Seriously.
And now the question is, and he has 38 minutes left on his clock against an hour and 33 minutes. Will he take the draw? This is a big, big moment right now. Will he take the draw
He
with
can't.
bishop a7?
He can't afford to draw.
He
needs
cannot
to
afford a
win.
draw, exactly.
Yeah,
But he has an hour less on his clock.
true.
And he's nowhere close, at least in his mind. He's not sure whether Josiah has finished his preparation.
Right.
I mean, you can
Right.
play the best moves, maybe G3, and perhaps Josiah still has another 5-10 moves.
And
of
once
theory in
again,
his
just to
bag.
remind everybody, Josiah is sitting there on 9th position with 2 points. You think if you're Andrew, you can jump on the trampoline, score a victory, get 5, and say, somebody take care of Arthur for me, and that would be nice. But I find myself drawn to the move G2, G3 for Andrew. How about yourself? It's just because I always ask my pieces, where would they like to go? I play a move like G3. The bishop says, yeah, I'm perfectly happy.
But
attacking
Yasser,
this pawn on E6.
it's really tough. I'm telling you, it's really tough. Because
Bishop takes A6.
what do you, okay, you play G3. What do you play after bishop D6, the most natural move in the position?
Bishop to D6. I take a pawn.
Yes, you have to. And now I go rook A8.
Bishop takes A6, rook A8.
Wow.
I was hoping knight B5.
That looks
And now I
dangerous
go
now.
queen D8.
Queen D8.
Yes, and now the best move is knight A7.
Okay,
You were
I'm choking
he was
here.
setting me up for this trap because knight A7 was not in
Oh.
my sight of vision. Like, what?
I'm seeing these moves
Knight
with the help of the
A7.
engine, and I'm starting to choke right now.
Okay.
Okay, that's-
somebody warned Cristian. We want fair analysis with
And-
knight A7.
And by the way,
That's
this
hilarious.
is 0-0 by the engines. Finally, we got to this position, and the engine
This
is
is
saying
0-0?
0-0.
But I'm so impressed, like all those juniors, they play computer moves when they are prepared. They play them even if they are not prepared. Like we saw Abhimanyu and Mishra just playing best lines.
Yeah,
Like even
that was
here,
impressive.
Andrew so far playing best lines. I mean, I would never think about that move, but I wouldn't be surprised if actually Andrew found it.
That is just an amazing, amazing move.
Well, he kind of has to find it, but he has to find it from all the way from here.
Right.
When he makes this decision to play g3, because after bishop d6, if you don't go into this line, black has solved all his problems, right?
Right.
If you go back, let's say knight f3, I don't have any problems
No,
anymore.
I don't. No, I'm not.
I go
happy.
castle. Now your bishop on d4 is actually misplaced
Right.
because I'm threatening to take it. It's not a good position for you, right?
No, I'm not happy with knight f3.
And I'm
It
starting
just
to look
feels-
at that queen. Maybe I would trap it at some point. I'm not
E5.
100% sure. I'm only 2 moves away from trapping
No,
it.
I'm not.
It's
I'm
unclear
not
what the queen is
happy.
doing there right now, right?
Exactly.
On the queen side.
Exactly.
So this is not an easy decision for Andrew to make.
Let us just check in on Arthur, the Jason Liang Arthur Yo game. By
we
the way,
had
they just
C6.
followed our analysis. Their takes on c6 has just been played.
Yeah, black really wants to free up that bishop and attack the center.
I'm going to check in on Kirk and Balaji because that was, this was f3, bishop a3, king over
B5.
b5. Not. I was thinking that as desirable as c3 is, queen
Yeah,
b3
it gives up a
wasn't
lot of light
annoying,
squares. I
right?
agree.
Yeah, and so I like the move b7, b5, queen c2 on the board, menacing a check. Yeah, I can see those double attacks. Now I guess it's time to get the king out of the center. And I think that this position is just a mess. I hate my rook on h1, so I find myself drawn to the idea of h4 and h5, but the position's just completely absurd. No idea what's going on here.
So
Chris-
what about the Justin Wang and Brandon Jacobson? We saw the king take h6 move there, trading the dark square bishops.
And a
by the
completely
way,
different approach.
Takes.
Wow,
And
C5.
b4.
Not king
and
g7, which was played
c5.
before, but c5.
So black is switching gears and going to the queen side now.
Now, unfortunately for me, the desirable takes on c5, knight takes c5, and I can't grab at the pawn on b7. I think the knight on c5 is good enough. I don't know. What do you think about this position? I'm fighting for the queen side. As white, when I'm playing against the king's Indian, I don't, and let me emphasize this, I don't want to close the queen
Right.
side. I feel like anytime I play b5, knight b4, closing the queen side, I'm doing my opponent a big favor.
And you're just
So-
going to wait for black to roll on the king side.
Of course, and I don't want to wait for that to happen. So I'm thinking en passant, and I'm thinking takes on c5. For me, those are my two choices, the en passant and, wow, check this out, Justin is not
What is he
hesitating.
doing?
He's reaching.
What is he reaching?
He's reaching.
For?
I don't know.
I think he's going for the en passant, right?
Oh man, we lost our
We lost
chance. We lost it to the moment,
last moment.
the moment he was reaching. So I just want to say
Okay,
to
all right.
the players, and especially the youth, young players in our audience, when you do this, you're giving me confidence, because it's sort of like you're being hesitant. You're giving me a tell. You're telling me that you're not for sure. So I really like it when you do this. When you grab a piece with authority, you make the move and you press your clock like you know what you're doing. When you're like, I feel like, yeah.
I'm happy. I'm confusing my opponent.
Right,
They're
right, right.
insecure. But look at, did you see
Nice
that
role
body
play.
language? Just like back, just very
Right.
confident, but
A
also
little
shaking.
a little California cool with a little nervousness, going on there with the shake. En passant or b takes c5? What do you think, Kate? If you were in Justin's shoes, are you capturing on c5 or are you capturing on c6?
So I am not 100% sure what I would do, but first, when I take that pawn on c5,
Yep.
actually both are taking pawn on c5, but this is what I meant.
Right.
I'm very happy on creating that weakness on b7. But
Correct.
we were talking about the knight on c5, so can I do knight b3 right now
Exactly.
to target that knight?
Exactly. And then let's say I go b7
B6.
and b6. So if you do trade, you're doing me a favor of potentially getting rid of my weakness, right?
Right, but I did force you to move the pawn to b6, where
Correct.
it's no longer defended by the knight.
Exactly, exactly.
So, yeah, I'm not sure, maybe rook a1 now, try to go to that file.
Well, you can do, again, if you're in white shoes and you go, okay, great, good for you. You got rid of your pawn weakness. But good for me, I got the queen side
file.
opened way before you've played. You're not even close to f5, f4g. So I'm more or less, I feel like I'm dictating, not necessarily that I'm winning or I have some huge advantage or anything of that nature. Just the idea that you haven't even, your attack on the king side hasn't even matured at all. It's not even visible. Whereas maybe, I've got something going on the queen side. Anyway, for Justin, for Brandon Jacobson, by the way, Brandon, he very much, like Andrew, needs a win. Needs a win. As we're coming up to break territory, it's our time to check into our good friends over at Q Boutique, St. Louis.com, and we've got to figure out what we're being offered as a special. Well, here it is, everybody. It's the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center Chess Travel Bag. Tote your roll-up board and chess pieces in style with the official St. Louis Chess logo travel bag. The zipper pouch holds an entire set of pieces comfortably while your board fits underneath. Gold screen printed ink on durable vinyl. Don't forget the chess pieces and vinyl roll-up board as well. All your chess needs are available at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com, and we're going to see everybody on the other side of the break.
Right.
In 2019, the Missouri Bicentennial Commission, along with Governor Mike Parson, approved the building of a life-size chessboard to celebrate the 200th anniversary of the state of Missouri. Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, a lifelong patron of Scouting and Great Rivers Council Board member, proposed that the project be built as an Eagle Scout project. Jeannie invited 16-year-old Andrew Dowden of Troop 6, Jefferson City, to take on this incredibly important project.
My name is Andrew Dowden, and I belong to Troop 6 in Jefferson City, Missouri. So my troop, we were down camping down at the Sing Fields, and Jeannie came down and asked, is anyone close to getting their Eagle or needing a project? She had this idea of the Eagle Scout Project chessboard, and she wanted somebody to kind of work with her to see what we could come up with. At the time, I kind of had a project in line, but when she brought up this idea, obviously I wanted to choose it because it was a lot better idea than what I had started. Prior to this project, I did not really know anything about chess. Once I got into this project, I downloaded an app on my phone and started playing chess, and I took the chess merit badge down at Scout Camp. This was a bicentennial chessboard for the Historical Society of Missouri. There were a lot of people that helped me with this project because whenever I got the pictures from the Historical Society to engrave onto the granite, I wasn't very familiar with the technology needed to engrave on there, so I needed some assistance with that and learning how to do it. And after all that, I'm pretty sure I know how to do it now. So to engrave those edge pieces, I went down to the Lake of the Ozarks Scout Reservation, and we used the Epilogue laser, me and Thomas Yang did. I wasn't really expecting it to end out this big, but as me and Jeannie were working, it just kind of got bigger and bigger and bigger, which I didn't have a problem with. I thought, I can take on a little bit more and a little bit more, and it ended out to be a really, really cool project. So we had a ribbon cutting of the chessboard, and there were a whole bunch of people there, including the governor, the St. Louis Chess Club, the World Chess Hall of Fame, the State Historical Society, which all helped out during this entire project. Jeannie was there. I had to give a little speech that I didn't really know I had to do, but that kind of has taught me a little bit about speaking too, so I think that has helped me too. This project, it's made me real proud that everyone is enjoying it. Like every time I go down there, somebody's playing, and then they're taking care of it, which really makes me proud because me sinking all that time and everyone else that's helped me sinking in all that time. I like to see people use it, but I also like to see people appreciate it.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I will be doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. Follow us in our social media and get more exciting behind-the-scenes action.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I'm doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Championships here in St. Louis. Follow us for more exciting behind-the-scenes content.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the National Championships as we have one result of the seniors and a very important one at that, Kate.
Right, we have Khachiyan drawing with Patrick Wolff.
Cementing his lead.
Yeah, and if Shabalov doesn't win, right,
then we have
Melik
a champion
is a
of the
champion.
senior. Exactly. Well, let's just jump right into that game and see why. Because both yourself and Cristian felt very comfortable with white in the position, and they reached this position. And after the move Queen C5, just stopping for the moment this move Bishop A3 and saying, "Okay, go ahead. What are you going to do?" Well, Melik said, "I don't like your queen on the C5 square. Go back." Patrick Wolff did go back, and then he went back. And again, I'm looking at Bishop A3 on my agenda, and the players simply repeated. And for Melik said, I mean, it's a tournament of his dreams.
Right, and I think the
true.
draw is really good because even if he doesn't win that tournament right away, he has really one last round to focus on. And
So our eyes turn to this one remaining game. That is to say, the game between Dmitry Gurevich and Alexander Shabalov, because now it's incumbent upon Shabalov to win this game so that there's a lot of meaningful round to play for tomorrow. Now, let's take a look at what happened in this game with Dmitry Gurevich. Knight e5 looks like a pleasant move, to be sure. I mean, knight on d7 is in a pin, knight c6 on white's agenda. You're almost forced, I want to say you are forced to take. Takes, f2, f4, castles. And Shabalov says, okay, at last, I've got a threat. I've got a threat of playing knight c5, forking queen and bishop. By the way, on a good day, this bishop on b7 is just waiting in ambush.
yeah, I mean, if I'm Alex Shabalov, I'm happy to have this position to play for win, right? To complicate kind of stuff and not have anything kind of equal boring. This is a position I think he's happy about.
No question about it. Shabalov, as we say, he's one of those players who just loves the chaos. The problem is, as I see it, is there enough chaos on the board that he can deal? Say I castle. So I kind of sidestep any ideas of queen check. Of course, I understand. I am inviting you to play knight c5. Queen c2, give me the pawn on b7. If we get a bishops of opposite color game, do you have enough to win? You know what I'm saying? This is where this is where I'm questioning. Yes, you could play bishop a6. Yes, I'm thinking I'll play queen to d1. The knight, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure if I want to be trading that knight for the bishop. Or
Castle is lost.
Castles is lost.
What?
Thank you.
You touch the king, you castle, you resign the score sheets in the next 3 moves.
Wow. What have I missed?
I take on c4 first.
Take on c4 first.
Yes. You take with anything, and now I go queen h4, queen g3. And I mate you on the board.
That is very pretty. Hello. Mate on h2.
Defend.
mate on G2 or
H2.
H2.
Very typical
You
pattern.
choose.
Oh my
How you want
gosh.
to
Easy to miss.
And if I
Very
play
easy to miss.
bishop to E2,
You have to do bishop e2, and now I
then
go
you
queen
still go
h4,
queen H4.
and I'm just a pawn up. And I mean, position is devastating. You have to take and then go queen c2 or rook
I'm
f2.
not happy.
You're
I'm-
not happy. No,
I'm not
you're
happy.
absolutely not happy here.
I would probably have, but I'm struggling. No. No me gusta. No me gusta. So castles, that's a nice move. Queen H4, Queen G3. Didn't see
Right.
it.
And if you would want to play something like H3 to first kick that knight away,
I can't.
that would be super big blunder as well. Queen H4 immediately flying there and game over.
Oops, game over. That one I could definitely see. Bishop E2. Some troubles here for Dmitry as he's working it out. Let's go to Cristian with guest in studio.
Melik, I'm not going to ask you too much about the game because it doesn't have a lot of history, but what was the strategy going into today's round, given that you're 1 point ahead, 1.5 points ahead of Shabalov?
Well, I mean, I wanted to keep tension, but I mean, I kind of missed Queen B6 move in my preparation. It's actually very sneaky. I didn't realize Queen B6. We spoke briefly. It's doesn't let me to play D4. I thought he's playing D5.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I didn't see that kind of is coming. So I was trying to get position like this with slightly edge, and then I realized I had to play something like D3 because I didn't want to play like knight C3 because knight E5.
Yeah.
And I thought rook D1 is actually a smart waiting move.
It was a very good move, yeah.
Yeah, but then apparently he also analyzed this as well, but then he been debating, as I understood, like between like rook E8 and Queen C6.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I mean, okay, if he plays Queen C6, that I mean, this general trade is supposed to be just equal. And honestly, the whole time I couldn't understand how to behave, how to play.
Right, exactly.
So
That's
I mean,
the
it was
question,
kind of
right?
difficult, yeah. So, and I didn't want to take a risk here because I don't think so. I have anything like particular.
And a draw guarantees you the tie breaks, at least.
Yeah, but I
At
don't.
least.
I hope it's not going to happen.
Of course.
I'm not planning to.
At
lose.
least you have something in your
Yeah.
pockets.
Well, actually, tomorrow is going to be much more easy for me to sort of psychologically play. Today I couldn't sleep.
Really?
I mean, I slept like maybe 3 hours top. I mean, I just didn't know like, okay, what to do. Do I play like open Sicilian? Do I play against knight or like Kaidanov did? Do I play like a D4 against his like King Syrian defense or Grunfeld? I didn't know like what to do. That situation when you sort of in between,
Yeah.
like you're hanging in there. I just said, you know what? I remember like when I was a kid, Petrosian shared his story when he played Curacao, and when he was, I think he was half point ahead, right? Yasser should remember better than me history. And he said this. He was telling the same stories. He said so he couldn't control himself. It was a very difficult situation, and then he made just a draw and said, so you know what? Whatever. If it's going to be happen, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
That's it. So I kind of start to like think. I said, you know what? Whatever. Let's do this. Let's take a draw and then let's put myself, on the fate of the history. So we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen.
There's obviously a lot riding on this couple of games. Tell us a bit about your support system. I'm sure you need that whenever you have this type of difficult nights, not sleeping. What is your support system? Who is your support system? Maybe is the better question.
My kids' voice. Usually, like before I go to bed, I'm calling home and I'm talking to my kids, and that kind of calm myself down. And and then I'm trying to also have a couple of friends who is like true friends to me, and they always trying to be very nice to me. And whenever I feel a kind of difficult moments, I'm kind of calling them or texting them or something like that. And I mean, I can't say I didn't sleep like at all. I slept, obviously. But what I'm saying is, whenever you sleep and then whenever you see something and then you like waking up, again sleep, waking up, something like that. But I mean, it was okay. It's okay. I just woke up around like, 6:37-ish. So that's fine. Yeah, I mean,
Well, it's still a great position to be in, and as a competitor,
Yeah.
I'm sure you dream about this type of moments in every
Yeah.
single game, every single tournament you play in. So
yeah, no complaints. You know, it's,
No
it's like I
complaints.
always say to my students, like, say, imagine this: if someone would propose you to have these situations before the event, would you take it? I mean, obviously, I would take it.
obviously,
Yeah,
yeah.
I would take it, but I realized Shaba is going to win because I think his effort was really terrible by Gurevich. But that's a fine.
He's looking good right now. Yes,
Yeah.
it's still not very far from
Yeah.
over or anything.
But anyway,
of that
I thought,
nature.
okay, whatever. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I like to play Shaba, so it's going to be a very interesting matchup tomorrow.
Yeah,
I like this kind of intensity.
Guys, any questions for Melik as he goes into that final battle?
Get
against
your
Shaba?
preparation in now, and
Not yet.
good luck tomorrow. Absolutely, I love it.
Thank you.
I love just the story he was saying there, because when you hear him speak about waking up in the morning and the first thing that's on his mind is, should I play an open Sicilian? Should I do it like
Right.
this?
It's always very
You're
difficult, right?
passionate
Yeah.
about chess. That's what it's about. That passion. It's in your blood.
Right.
Yep.
Exactly. And good luck. Good
Good
luck.
luck now.
Absolutely. Just turning our attention to the game of Alice Lee for a second, I do expect a kind of a repetition going
right?
on here with Iris, and the players reach this position, King D2, and from Alice's perspective, if she could just play the move Rook here and King E3, she's golden. I mean, the position is excellent for White.
But Iris is not going to allow that, right?
Precisely.
Rook D8,
And
targeting
check.
that pawn.
Oh,
And the king had to come back. King dropped back to D2. The rook dropped back, King E3. And this is the repetition that we anticipate. And that will be a draw. Alice is just looking at her score sheet now. By the way, with this draw and a 1-point lead, only if Zoe can beat Carissa would deny Alice the title already.
Right, but it's good to remind viewers that Alice is really happy to make a draw in this game.
Yeah.
Right? Actually, Iris Mo was the player in this game who had some chances to maybe be pushing
A little bit
for
out of
some
the
advantage.
opening. Yeah. I think the Tarish Gambit kind of caught Alice unprepared. She didn't handle it very well.
And look, she's looking at
And-
the score sheet to just make sure she is claiming the
She's gonna write the move
3-4
down,
repetition correctly.
claim
Right.
the repetition, stop the clock, show the arbiter that with this move, I claim a 3-fold repetition.
King E3 and yeah.
And that's the right way. They confirmed.
And the arbiter agrees with the claim. When you
And the youngest players are having a draw in their game.
Good. Well, that, again, just as before, as in the senior section, that means that all eyes are turning to the Zoe, Tang, Carissa, Yip game, because once again, if Zoe is not able to win, then Alice is the girls' champion and a $10,000 scholarship. And
Well,
all of
not
those good
so
things.
fast.
Not so
right?
fast?
Because Zoe, with a draw, she will still be within striking distance.
A point
She's 1 point behind.
Excuse
right.
me.
So,
So
there's
it's a
still that
potential
tie-break situation.
of a tiebreak.
But I have to say, I mean, Carissa is looking good right now.
Exactly.
In this game against Zoe. Zoe is under tremendous pressure. So maybe Carissa, has the opportunity to play spoilers in this one and allow Alice to celebrate with 1 round to go.
Knight H5, by the way, when we left it, I said, I didn't like playing the move G2, G3, but, what are you going to do? The pawn on F4 stands out like a sore thumb. You can't simply allow your opponent to capture it. The problem with G3 is it just means the pawn on H3 is hanging, and you're not going to be castling short anytime soon. In fact, because you're not going to be castling short anytime soon, Carissa prepares to open
Yeah,
up
Black
the
has
queen
time
side.
to kind of move the pieces around and put even more pressure on that pawn on E4.
And in the center, C6 takes on C6, bishop takes C6, bishop F3. We've caught up with the players. I was about to say, it wasn't commentator's curse because I just didn't have the chance to get it in, but I want to play the move D5 as black and open up the position when the rooks are not connected and the king is sitting in the way. And I'm assuming like that I kind of close my eyes and just hope that the tactics all work for me with this move. Carissa did not do this, by the way. I want to emphasize she did play the move Rook C8. We've caught up with the players, and your take on the position.
I mean, White would be really happy to get quickly King G2 and Rook H-E1, and
that would be
White
the dream.
is doing perfectly.
Yeah, that would be the dream. King G2, Rook E1.
Yeah, but this Rook on C8 is kind of pinning the Knight on C3.
Right? Is there?
Wait, is that a problem?
I was about to say, you have to count, right? Wait a
Right.
minute. Knight takes, bishop takes,
takes.
bishop takes. So far, nothing. No.
No.
Good. Good that I didn't blunder a pawn. But you were about to say the rook. There could be some issues. This kind of thing, right? Still not. Still have to count.
Right.
Right, but I think this is what Carissa has on her agenda. But I want to throw the ball in your direction, Cristian. What do you have?
Looking at this game, guys, Kirk Ghazarian versus Balaji Daggupati. Balaji has it in the back. If he finds the next move, it's a -4 advantage.
What?
If he finds this very unnatural move, Queen to A4.
Wow.
This is not obvious at all.
Wow. Why is it so strong?
Because you cannot stop the C pawn. There's no more stopping the C pawn. The only way to try to do so
Rook D2
is to go here, but now I go Bishop B2. Now you're losing this one. Now I get the other pawn to A3.
Ouch.
Cementing the bishop on B2. There's no way for you to defend the A2 pawn. You're going to have to sacrifice the exchange, and that's not going to save you. Because I'm still going to continue with A3. If you stay on the second rank, for example, something like this, then I go Rook to B8, Rook to B2. Absolutely nothing saving you at this point. This is all she wrote, and Balaji could be continuing with another crucial victory. I think his hat-trick, he would complete a hat-trick if he wins this one. And huge, important moment right now. Will he find Queen to A4? And I have, by the way, Queen A4 I think is on the board. It's on the board. He found it.
Wow.
And Kirk is holding his head in his hand like, ooh.
In disbelief right now. What
that's
have
a
I just
nasty move.
witnessed? This is the demolition of White, of Kirk Ghazarian in this game. 20 moves, and he can sign the score sheets.
I know it took
Yikes.
Balaji only 4 minutes to find this move and decide on this, so he's
on fire.
understanding the position completely. And
Balaji is on fire right now.
Right. Wow. Nice move. For those of you who are joining us late, we had this crazy discussion of the game that was going on between Rochelle, Wu, and Kelsey. It was the triple pawns. It's a piece sacrifice, and it's crazy enough, actually even topical. So when we left it in this position after Rook A2 takes. We didn't look at the move F4, of course. We were looking mainly at moves like Queen to D5, as well as a Knight to E2. The move F4 feels too slow.
I mean, you have all the pieces underdeveloped, and you push another pawn.
Right. The highly desirable move, Bishop takes C4, walks into a nasty double attack. Queen H4 check, followed by Queen takes C4. How many of us have fallen for this?
Many times.
Many times, right? Once is not enough, as the James Bond
kind of
movie goes.
Tough double attack to see, I
Exactly.
think, from those sides.
It's the one to the side. But, okay, the move F2, F4, really taking liberties. But from Rochelle's point of view, if she could play Bishop takes C4, Knight F3, she would be a happy camper. Bishop A6, Knight F3, Rook D8, Bishop E3, Knight C6. We've caught up with the players. Rochelle, piece up, asking her opponent the question, what have you got?
Kelsey, she wants to play just D5, D4, D3, D2. I mean, the road is ready for the pawn there.
And that was what Rook D8 was all about. So here we go, right? Is it time? D5?
I mean, it's
hold
White's
on.
turn because we played Knight C6.
Well, I'm going to stop you from playing. I mean, I don't want to play Bishop E2 castles and see D5, D4 land on the board. So I guess I'm going to try to stop you. Queen, you're going to go Rook B8, right?
Right.
I'm going to play Bishop. I'm assuming you're going to play Rook B1 check.
Yes.
And I'm going to defend. close my eyes.
Ugliest position. I've ever
Ugliest
seen.
position.
What is this nonsense?
Look, it's not always about style. Style points doesn't always win the games. But this is a crazy game. We'll keep an eye on this as we have guests in studio.
Christian.
Alice, difficult game for you, but you did what an experienced player would do, and you managed to pull the brakes with the white pieces. Tell us the story of this game.
Yeah, I mean, so I went into the game thinking like a win would be nice, but like I was okay with the draw. It's just like a loss is more like detrimental than a win is positive. So I think, I mean, I'm okay with the result. I mean, I would have hoped for like something better, but after like she surprised me in the opening, I think I played a bit passively and I didn't really have any chances.
At what point did you start thinking, okay, it's time. It's time to pull the brakes. I'm in a worse position. I don't feel comfortable. I don't like what's happening on the board.
I think probably after, actually, like after bishop b4, I was like, I'm probably slightly worse. And then, so I spent, I think, a long time thinking here, and I played bishop d2. And I calculated this knight e4 variation. And I thought here...
Were you worried about this queen to g5?
No, I thought I could take on c6, and then after queen takes, I might have this king f1, and then I'll do like h4, h5. I mean, it's still like not so ideal because if I play like g3 at any point, my light squares are very weak, but it's still possible.
Absolutely, yeah. Still not losing by any means. Still a lot of work to be done for black on the open D and B files. Good result so far for you, and tell us a bit about this game, because I'm sure you had your eyes on the Zoe versus Carissa as well. What did you anticipate before the round to happen in this one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure because Carissa plays the King's Indian, so it's like obviously going to be a big fight. So like, I'm not sure. I thought like when I was looking at the game, Carissa seemed to be, I think, slightly better prepared. She has actually like almost twice as much time as Zoe does.
Yeah.
And I thought like I'd probably prefer to be black here, although especially like just with the time situation. So I think if Carissa wins, then I clinch.
So you're feeling good about this one?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure what the objective evaluation is, but I think it's probably easier for Carissa to play.
Absolutely. If Zoe loses this one, if she makes a draw, you still have to worry about the tie breaks potentially. You still have some work to be done. But if Carissa manages to win, you clinch the title.
Yeah.
Well, Alice, great tournament so far. Good pulling of the brakes today, I have to say. Great decision. Congratulations. We'll see you in the final round tomorrow.
Thank you.
Quick question for you, Alice. This is your fourth appearance in the Girls' Championships, and obviously you're coming into this championships with a lot more confidence. Tell us how you could compare your rookie experience and what you are today, a veteran of the game.
Yeah, so I remember like the first tournament I played in actually I think was online. That was in 2020. And then 2 years ago in 2021, I think that was basically like my first Rio experience. And I think there I didn't do that well. I got like, I just like lost a lot of games. So, I mean, I think it's just like being able to experience that, even though I didn't have particularly amazing results the previous 2 years, it was just like really good for me to have this experience in playing in this tournament. So now I know like I feel a lot more comfortable, I guess, playing in this tournament compared to 2 years ago.
Just the feeling of experience and comfort. Alice, big game tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
Absolutely. As we go around our horn, and once again, just checking in on Zoe Carissa.
Zoe
We
and
do
Carissa,
have that whole
So there's
move
this
with this
D5.
D5. And I think for Zoe, this is a real problem. Not easy. I definitely don't want to take. I feel that all of Black's pieces are in the play. My rooks are still in the corner. The rooks are centralized. I feel like I'm 2 tempi behind, and I must be clearly worse. Conversely, if I play E5 and we get into a position, for argument's sake, just like this, I'm not happy either.
Yeah, especially trading the light square bishops, your king can be also very weak on that diagonal.
Agreed. So I think Carissa is really enjoying matters. Let's continue Ru Yang. We haven't really checked in on this very imbalanced position Normally speaking, you know, I look at structures very, very much. That's like the first thing I look at. King's positions, and finally, what pieces are good and bad.
But that knight on B7 captures your attention, right?
Yeah, it makes a very bad
that?
impression. Like, why is that knight on B7? I have to feel that Ru Yang is for choice here. I'm going to go to the game between Rose and Gracie for just a moment. Now here, on the other hand, I see trumps for both players, right? Knight on B3. Some nice knight is going to come to to G4 in the very near future. This is, wow, okay, this is just a little bit crazy. You need time to understand this one.
Understand what's happening.
Exactly. I think both players have trumps. We'll keep an eye on this one as we turn things over to Cristian. Cristian, please don't lead us astray.
I'm looking at the junior second. By the way, that Zoe versus Carissa is completely winning for Carissa.
Is it?
Yes,
Ooh.
at least according to the engines, it's something along the lines of -3. So Carissa is definitely looking comfortable in that game, and Alice, you know, could be clinching today.
Right.
And you saw how excited she was about clinch. She knew that, you know, with a hiccup by Zoe, she's clinching this one. You can feel how much it means for her, this title. Take a look at this. What's happening in the Abhi versus Arthur Zhu. And I'm looking at the engine, and the engine is telling me +3. The position is still equal. This engine evals are a bit crazy. G5, bishop e7.
Off-putting.
The idea is that you have to go rook to a6 first to put some pressure on the knight. Where is the knight going? You don't have anywhere to move the knight, so you have to drop with a rook to c8. And now I just simply go knight to h4. The energy say +4.5.
Wow.
Wow.
How is this +4.5?
Right?
Can somebody explain to me? Okay, I understand. I have queen to f3. I have knight takes g6 and something landing on f7, and perhaps you just simply don't have any way out. This is kind of crazy to me.
Down
Look at the
Christian?
position, this is
Bishop on
kind of
d5?
crazy to me.
Do we also have like queen g4, just trying to trade the queens, put the pressure on knight on c6, and then just rook b6 capture a pawn for
That's
free?
I love it.
probably also
I love
a way.
it.
Yes, yes, yes. Perhaps you have a lot of
Okay,
ideas
you're
in
right.
the position.
Queen g4.
G5 is on the board. So G4 followed by G5. Abhi senses the urgency of
Opportunity.
this position. And by the way, at this point, if you don't go G5, it's equal.
Huh.
It's very strange because I go knight to e7, right?
Right.
And then whenever you go g5, I take on d5 first, and then I drop the bishop back. So g5, taking away the e7 square from the knight, bishop to e7 is forced, and now rook to a6, continue with the pressure on black's pieces, and then knight to h4. This is the critical move. You cannot take on h3 because I take on g6 and take on c6. Next move, I go queen to f3, and a lot of trouble is coming your way. Knight takes g6 and the f7 pawn, knight to f5 as well, queen to g4, the idea that you mentioned, Katerina, as well as maybe the doubling, the simple doubling on the a file and the capture of the a file. So
Mishra looks like
Mishra is looking good.
dominant.
He knows it, he feels it. Right now he's putting a lot of pressure on Arthur Zhu, who is indeed struggling in this one.
It's, again, eyes turning to key games, and I'm looking at that matchup between Dmitry Gurevich and Alexander Shabalov, our defending champion. And when we left it's this ironic moment after knight c5. If you're white and you're thinking to yourself, I just want to get my king to safety, and you wanted to play the move castles, I mean, it's almost a puzzle rush tactics, because I'm just, hold on, why is this different? Because now they're...
The queen retreated and it's defending the g2.
Oh, we had seen it.
Right.
I think we had seen it maybe when it was here. Now I'm really confused.
Yes,
How
no
did
castle.
we get it?
We said castle, it's a mistake because pawn
Because
takes c4.
takes. And now, yeah, there was this beautiful hidden tactic. You don't often see this threat of checkmate on both h2 and g2 at the same time, and you're done. That's it. You're out. So that was why in the game, Dmitry dropped back with his queen, defending the pawn on g2. knight c5, he's captured, and we are caught up with the players at this moment.
And Alex Shabalov doesn't care about his pawn on h7. So Dmitry can just capture with the
I
check.
care. I care. I don't know about Shabadabadoo.
No
but
surprises
okay, if
there.
I take
King
check,
h8.
king h8, and then I'm a little bit worried about moves like queen h4 check. So I'll get my bishop out of dodge. I'll go bishop back. Now I can understand if you want to play a move like d4 or knight h6. What do you think? You're pawn down.
Yeah. Queen h4 I don't like too much because g3 is a bit of tempo.
It is. It's a nasty tempo, right? You're forced to move your queen. On the other hand, hello, there's some ambush going on
Coming
here.
my way, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not coordinated with white, so I feel there's a compensation, but help us out, Cristian. The move, bishop takes h7 check and bishop f5. How does the engine evaluate the pawn sacrifice?
0-0. Of course.
No.
But let's try to understand, right? So
Right.
bishop h7, then bishop to f5.
Sure.
Queen to h4 seems to be the best
sensible.
move. You're trying to create some weaknesses, right?
Right.
You're trying to open up the long diagonal so that
Sure.
d4 comes at some point.
Right.
g3, queen to h5, take. White has to play some precise moves as well and some very concrete moves because otherwise, again, it's d4 that's coming and your king is in big danger and your
Clear.
king side in general is in big danger in that position. So castle right now, this is not easy stuff. I have to say, I'm looking at the position, I'm looking at the moves, and this is not easy stuff because in the absence of the light square bishop, you have so many weaknesses right now, and I can indeed transfer that bishop with the move bishop to a6. You go rook to d1. Rook to e1 doesn't really work because of knight to d3, rook to d8 followed by d4. You're still lacking development in the position, and it's not that easy because bishop to d2, for example, rook a d8, you go bishop to d2. I can go d4, I can go knight to d3. I will open up the position. And once the long diagonal opens up, I can drop back the bishop, land the queen on f3, and the checkmate is coming. So you have to be very, very careful with the white pieces. I'm looking at the position, at least from a practical perspective, with 29 minutes only on the clock, and this is move 12, guys.
Right.
This is really early in the game, and you're running out of time in a crazy, complicated position, despite the fact that the engine is saying 0-0. It's so easy to make mistakes with white.
Exactly.
I have to say, black has the easier play. Sure, I sacrifice a pawn, but it doesn't really matter. This is the typical Shabalov game, right? These are the type of tactics, the type of patterns that he thrives in. So I have to say, I'm favoring Alexander Shabalov to maybe get the full point home and not force a tiebreak, but force a final round showdown.
That's right.
Between himself and Melik set, with everything on the line.
That will be very exciting indeed. Talking about running out of time, the game between Andrew Hong and Josiah. Okay, it's a nice normal position until you turn and look at the clock.
Right.
Andrew's down to like his
8
last 10 minutes or so.
Crazy.
Josiah's got much more than an hour, and that was that crazy game with f7, f6. Things have actually done pretty well for black. When we left it at these parts. We'd just seen the moves bishop a7
Yeah, and
bishop
Andrew had a
d4.
possibility to just go for a draw here, repeating moves.
The
Big
tournament position, the position in the tournament required him to play for a win. He took bishop e5. There was a trade. We're quickly catching up to the players. The queen feels a little bit uncomfortable on a5, but on the other hand, it's in the way of a5, a4, hanging in there.
But Josiah Stearman just playing so fast. 1 hour and 20 minutes on his clock.
The one thing I think white does have going for him is that if you can play f4, f5, try to crack the center. As long as the center remains in place.
You know this is what Andrew is looking at, right?
Exactly. Take over, Cristian. Why is
F5
Josiah playing so fast? You think he still may be prepped?
No, no.
No.
No way.
No way.
This is not prep. Maybe he knows some ideas, but definitely not prep.
Okay.
White has a couple of options. F5 is a big one. Now, the more tame one, and perhaps even the more precise one, is just knight to e4. Try to exchange some pieces.
Knight to e4.
Try to make the position a bit more simple.
Knight takes e4. Bishop f1 on the board,
wait
by
a minute.
If you're going to trade pieces, maybe. The reason I didn't want to do this is I really didn't want to give up the square. But rook e8. Whoops. Pardon me. Rook b5. I do have a check, right?
It does set up some traps.
Bishop f1 on the board.
I kind of like this move.
Bishop f1.
I'm really worried about the white queen on a5 getting trapped.
If it just it feels like you're setting yourself up for some horrifying tactic in the very near future.
Like, I'm even thinking about some like c4, sacrificing a pawn
I like this move,
to
Bishop
open up
f1,
that file.
specifically because of this reason. c4 is the move that plays itself, right? And then you see bishop c4 and you see queen c6 and you're saying, I'm winning.
Well, wait. Hold on.
Knight takes d5, rook takes d5.
There's something happening there, exactly. There's something
tactics.
happening there. Maybe not knight takes d5 immediately. Maybe I can start with the move a3. But yes, that is the critical idea behind this
Behind
position.
bishop f1.
Behind this whole position, yes. There's always tactics on d5. So going back, and by the way, Josiah needs to realize this, Andrew needs to realize this. Instead of bishop, after bishop to f1, instead of c4.
So can I do like queen c6 just to prepare it?
That's one way. The best move is king h8, in fact.
Okay, I don't know about that.
I don't believe
there
it.
are depths and depths, and then there is like...
It's not happening. That's not going to be.
no.
No way.
No, king h8. That is deep and too deep.
Absolutely
Bishop
no
f1. Funnily enough, I mean, I would probably just drop back and say, okay, you drop back with your bishop, I'll drop back with my rook. What's your bishop doing on
But there's
f1?
some problems with that, right?
Is there?
Yeah, if you go rook b6, maybe knight a4.
What is it? You're putting your pieces... It's funny. I see a move like bishop f1. I see a move like knight a4. And I'm thinking to myself, my opponent doesn't understand chess. He's putting his pieces off sides. You know, I mean...
Maybe I have some tactics, though.
That's the problem. I may be falling for some nasty...
Let's say I go right now, maybe just the simple bishop g2 back or bishop h3.
Okay. Again, I'm kind of patting myself on the back saying, okay, that's cool. You liked c4 a moment ago.
I really like, yeah.
You probably like it even more
With the rook on c6.
now
yeah,
that
that's
you've
true.
got a3 is not protected by the queen. Interesting game for sure. If you don't mind, you said to me Carissa was really ahead big time according to the computer. And again, that's a huge game for our girls. And, oh, well, Zoe did play a move, by the way. She thought...
She did not capture the pawn, did not
she
push.
did play rook d1.
Developed a rook.
I'm
How do we
sensing
feel about
danger. I'm seeing d5, d4. Oh, pardon me, d4. Now we understand why she put the rook on.
Yeah, maybe knight b3.
She's got her plan. Oh, that's a nasty trap. Zoe, well, hold on. Help me out here, Kate. Can we take on e4? Take on e4, right?
Right.
We take on e4?
And now just...
Because you were telling me this diagonal could be an issue, right? And here we can imagine very easily a moment where check would be a terrible move. Okay, so what's happening? Can we play d4?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's the
first
money
thing,
move.
That is the
That
money
is the
move?
money move, but it's not easy.
If we don't play
Because
d4...
of the line?
Knight
sorry.
b3.
I'm just thinking, like, if we capture on e4, we are actually going to be maybe in trouble as black, right? Knight captures, and white is
I
probably...
wouldn't say trouble.
Okay.
I'd say you're fine. I mean, you're not worse.
Not worse, but like white is okay, right? White probably got
Okay.
away.
Fine, fair.
So d4 is the move that is kind of pushing for...
Okay.
For
some
more.
advantage.
For more.
Yes.
And then after knight b3?
Now we take on e4. We
With-
just take on e4. Let's be aggressive with the bishop.
With the bishop.
Create some immediate threats. Yes.
Okay, we take.
Knight takes e4.
Knight takes e4. And a moment ago I took with the knight. Maybe I should try to get rid of this monstrous bishop. Bishop takes d4.
Yes, and this is the key. This is what Cristian is calculating up to this point. And see this brilliant move, knight d5.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that move actually. Knight d5, putting more pressure, looking at e3.
I was drinking, like reaching across the board, like Justin, like no. And I have to get out of.
She took, right? No, she played d4. No, she took.
She took on e4, did Carissa.
Look, taking on e4 is the more natural move. D4, you have to calculate a lot.
You have to calculate a lot, right? But taking on e4, Zoe, by the way, I think she had this realization or kind of an awareness like something had gone wrong. She took back on e4 with, glee. Like, I think she's feeling like the worst is behind her.
Right, I mean, out of the opening, there were some big issues, and now I feel like Zoe is slightly getting back,
Into the game. And why are we watching these two games so closely?
Very important for the standing in the US Girls Junior is the game between Zoe Tang and Kari Saib, because if Tang loses, Alice Lee wins the tournament.
Right.
And in the seniors section, if Shabalov doesn't win, then Melik Khachiyan actually wins the tournament. So we have these crucial two games.
And the crazily good point is if Shaba does win his game, guess who he gets to play tomorrow?
He gets to play Melik Khachiyan to actually fight for the title.
And
It's those
destiny
script
is in his
writers. It's the
hands.
script writers, guys.
Absolutely.
That's the reward that you actually have it in your hands in the last round.
Right.
If you win the game right now.
I always loved that personally. Is I hated being in those situations where I had to rely upon somebody else to
Right.
do something for me, make a draw, make a win, whatever. I loved it when destiny was in my hands, and we will hopefully that fight tomorrow may decide the outcome between Melik and Shabalov. Where would you like to take us, Kate?
I want to look around, maybe in the Girls' Championship to the other games, what's happening.
It's
Royale,
Rochelle
yeah.
was the crazy
Or
game.
Rochelle.
Let's jump to Rochelle. We just left it a moment ago. And by the way, when we left it, I was sitting there kind of suggesting queen d5, rook b8, bishop e2, bishop d1.
Yeah, actually,
Rochelle
if I
said,
can...
what's the problem? Let me take the pawn.
Yeah, but I was surprised if we can take it like two moves
Please.
back. Even instead, rook d8, yes. Bishop e3.
Yes.
I was wondering, can we just go d5 right ahead?
Why not? Absolutely.
Giving up the c5 pawn?
I think in both, as in the game, we may be transposing because, in fact, Rochelle did capture on c5.
Oh, okay. So let's go into
It
the
might
game.
be. It might just be a transposition because, in the game, knight c6, bishop takes c5.
So we can play d5
and you
now.
can play d5. I don't think you really want to allow white to play a move like queen to d6 and then stop. So let's take a look at d5, and then how would you evaluate the position? Again, we're a piece ahead for these really menacing-looking pawns that are ready
And they
to
are
go.
running forward.
They are.
I mean, the other on c3.
Hello. This is not what I would call a stable blockade either. I mean,
That king on e1 very weak.
right?
I mean, I like rook b8 move, to be honest, as well.
Instead of
Just-
d5.
Yeah, I feel d5 is more straightforward, but I look just developing the pieces, on open files rooks, that's always something we want to do.
What am I supposed to do? I don't know, Kate. I'm not a happy camper.
Oh, you allow me to give the check?
Yeah, but
Because I have rook b2 also.
that is yes. You can. I was hoping that I would be able to deal with that. I don't know how moving the bishop. I'm frightened.
Yeah, let me
These
wait
pawns.
with this rook b2. I think this is still very strong, but
Okay.
if I first check, yes?
Oh, sorry. No, what?
You want to play queen d6?
Yeah,
I will
sure.
give a check.
Okay.
King f2.
Yeah.
And just queen
wait.
f5. I will wait.
Queen f5. You will wait. I'm not. Why do I have to suffer? What is this? It must be bad karma.
Because I'm
Something.
threatening even c2, right? Right now.
I may have to pull a James Bond out of my hat here and
wow.
go on the attack. You know, I may be outgunned, 20-1, but historians are going to call me heroic.
Wow, but that's a very nice move. I did not see that one coming.
I tricked you. I did not. I don't like Rochelle's position after that rook b2 business. What you said, but you did give me that.
I do have
shot.
to be still careful. You're right.
Wow. By the way, we do have a few moves on the board. Let me just refresh my board so we can catch up with the players, because it seems to me like Kelsey's doing everything right. She just played rook b8, bishop e2, queen. That is a nasty, nasty looking move, right? The double threat, rook and
I mean,
oh
what
dear.
else do you want as black? Just d4, d3, unstoppable.
I play chess these days for fun, but even when I was playing professionally, I also like to play chess for fun, to enjoy chess. I'm not enjoying that.
I will be enjoying
this
either.
position. Christian, I would say, if this was team chess, I would invite you in and say, it's your turn, I'm tagging in. You may refuse to tag in,
And I refuse and I resign at that point. I don't want to have to deal with this. Absolutely not. She's completely lost. No.
Right.
D5, D4, the space invaders are coming, and it's reminiscent of what happened in Maxim Dlugy versus Akopian. Right, very, very similar. This pawn storm in the center. I mean, this is just such a sad position. The best move is like queen c2. I mean, if you have to do queen c2, exchange the queens and then face the music with these pawns coming your way. You basically have to find the best way to give the piece back.
Right. That's exactly
Apparently, this is the way to do it,
Right.
but it's not encouraging. It's not fun. Rochelle, something happened because, remember, she had an hour and 33 minutes on her clock.
Right.
And what Kelsey was doing was just simply following one of the only game in that position.
Right.
When she took on c4, b takes c4, I think it was that move. And then Rochelle started thinking and immediately made a huge blunder that took her from more or less slightly worse, maybe equal with a strong engine, to a losing position. She played that move f4, knight f3, that erroneous plan, right? So I have to say, there was just simply something wrong in this game with Rochelle's preparation. Something went very, very wrong.
Agreed wholeheartedly, and just really forcibly reminded of an event that took place here at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. It was these ultimate moves. There was a team of people, like Magnus is on the team with Wesley, which is on the team
Rex
with
playing
Hikaru
as
and
well.
Rex and Randy. And somehow there was a rotation where completely lost position, and Gary Kasparov was forced to enter the game. I was going to accept his resignation. Come on, Gary, please. But Gary didn't want to come and sit down. But that's the way I feel after this move by Kelsey, this last move, D5. It looks great for black. And again, let's just jump to, we have that position between Dmitry Gurevich and Alexander Shabalov. They followed the line. Dima captured the pawn on h7. Bishop takes h7, check, king h8. Bishop f5, g3, and we do have queen h4 on the queen h5, pardon me, on the board. Let me just once again refresh my board. And no, we don't.
No, so that was our analysis.
That was our analysis.
Bishop captures h7, but
I'm ahead of
Dmitry
myself.
instead decided to castle. Not capturing the pawn on h7, keep it safe, just get the king to safety and continue on the game.
Is the king safe over there, though? Let's say let's just have some fun. Let's take queen out, right? You've got to play
H3.
and let me just pause this for a moment. Knight e4, right? So I'm thinking this, threatening mate. I was thinking this beautiful ambush, and I was going to capture this knight, if nothing else. But there is the move knight e4. Oh, man.
Very good resource for white.
Yeah, but I feel like I got a red face after the move knight e4 myself. So there is no immediate kill going on there. But on the other hand, too, I can just simply capture and play f6. And once again, important.
Yeah, tomorrow, key matchup. So if Shabalov does not win today,
And he needs that win to get 5.5, and therefore to catch.
to try to win against Melik and get to that playoff to maybe as a returning champion get the champion title again.
Yeah, to defend his title, that will be very nice. And again, he's in this situation he must win as black against Dmitry Gurevich. There was a game that had our attention in our first broadcast, and that was a game between Douglas Root and Gregory Kaidanov.
Sacrificing pawns, pieces, everything.
Two pawns sacrificed with the gambits, and then came this absolutely key moment, e6 check, and should we capture this pawn and allow f5, f6? Gregory thought it was wiser to duck that question, and he does allow these two very, very powerful pawns to remain on the board, and we're catching up with the players. He gave back a pawn, but I got to tell you, Doug's play has been pretty impressive thus far.
So what's the material balance?
It's two pieces
For a rook, and that's it. No pawns equal.
But it's these pawns are on these incredible squares. So this one is over. This one we can just resign, right? Because knight d6.
Rook takes d6.
Yeah. Combinations as natural as a baby smile. Queen d7. So let's at least have some counter poking. Queen g5.
So rook e2, going back.
Or check.
I think you can wait with that check.
Rook e2. Okay, bishop f3. Let's close our eyes and remind a little bit. Okay, on a good day, if I get to play knight f6, well, queen c7.
Okay, this is
something.
Rook e2. I still have to be careful.
Right? It's not that simple, is it? Or, I mean, first impressions are that white was doing great. I'm trying to confirm that the first impressions were accurate. There is one thing that I find myself attracted to, check, right? So if you go king h7, and if you go rook e2, I've set up a trap.
That's a nice trap.
That's a crafty.
Forcing queen trade with a check and then capturing the bishop for free.
Exactly. Well, that's a double-edged, super sharp game. Let's go to a couple of the games. We haven't seen others. Just checking in on Joel Benjamin versus Vladimir Akopian. Again, these two players, great legends of the game. How are they matching up with one another? A little bit of a crazy fight going on here. First impressions are, well...
So black is
a pawn ahead.
Up, right? Extra pawn on e6.
Yeah, white's looking... white's looking to play the move bishop b3, right? If I can play bishop b3, maybe I'm going to be winning a pawn back.
But I can go now knight d4. Grab that knight if you want to, but there is still this fork on e2.
Whoa. I mean, be careful of Czech doctors offering knights. You might be, I'm intimidated by your move knight to d4, but I do have bishop d1. Now I'm, okay, double-edged game. And finally, another game we didn't really get a chance to look at, Max Dlugy versus Igor Novikov. We've got, again, bishops of all opposite colors, but
Black is pawn up
black is
again.
a pawn up.
Wow.
Something to play for here for Igor. And over to you, Cristian. You've been anxiously waiting to tell us about Balaji's nice position.
Oh, well, I've actually been anxiously waiting to tell you that Kirk is just playing incredible practical chess, and maybe, he's not out of danger yet, but he's definitely putting on a fight, an incredible fight. Take a look at this. After queen to a4, not queen takes a4, of course, that's too easy. Right?
Okay.
I'm going to go c3, c2. If you put the rook on c2, the bishop b2 line that we discussed,
I'm dead.
Game over.
Right.
You have to, this is panic mode. You have to do something, you have to create something in the position, despite of the objectivity of everything that's going to be happening. Queen to e4 was the move that he made. At this point, bishop to d5 wins on the spot, but you need to calculate a few more moves. Queen to f4 or queen to h4 attacking the pawn on f6. You continue with c3. You give me one more move, we sign the score sheets, I go c2, right? But now you're starting to see bishop to e5. There's some mating threats happening. You need to calculate, and this is it. You cannot be lazy in this type of situations, and it's very easy to fall into that trap. It's very easy to just make the first move that you see without calculation, without actually going deep into the lines. If Balaji would have stopped, he would have seen this, because it's not that difficult. Rook to f8, you put the queen anywhere, first of all, there's no more bishop to e5, there's no more battery against the king on g8 on long diagonal, and after rook to f5, next move I play c2, and it's over, right?
Oops.
First of all, did I just trap your queen? I think I just trapped your queen. So
that was a present. Yeah.
Correct. Right. You see this, you calculate this, this is game over. He didn't go for that. He went for the simple looking bishop to f5, right? I'm going for your exchange. Queen to h4, g5. I'm going to first cover. I'm playing it safe. Balaji is playing it safe right now. But maybe it's not enough. Take a look at this, poking. At the e6 square, queen to h3, very good move, by the way, perhaps something that Balaji missed from afar. Now you have to drop back. Well, if you drop back, I go e4. Now I closed you up a little bit. c3 is not coming that easy because I take on b5. You have your own things that you need to worry about in the position. Queen to c6, and in fact, right now, after d5, the engine is saying, Kirk is back in the game. He's still worse, but he's back in the game.
Remarkable.
He's not losing by force by any means. You have to really make the best moves. Queen to e8 is the best move. Then the engine is saying minus 1.7. Kirk is once again finding a way back into the game. We've seen him do that yesterday. He was completely busted out of the opening. He's doing it again with fight, with tenacity, with resilience. This is exactly what we're seeing right now, and it's a lesson that anybody that's watching and any aspiring player needs to definitely pay attention to.
This is something that's so impressive for me, because everyone can kind of sometimes outplay your opponent and play like good chess, but to be making sure that even in the worst position you try to hang on, be very resourceful, try all that there is not to lose the game, I think that's a very tough skill to have in chess.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. If you can improve your tenacity, your thou shalt not pass, and you will just defend positions. I understood that I became a good player when my opponents had to play very well to beat me. That was when I realized for the first time, like, I'm decent. Like, my opponents had to play well because my tenacity, I was putting up counterplay. And what Kirk found in this, I thought it was busted. I thought queen a4, you're done, dusted, next game. But he's fighting. He's fighting very, very well. I wanted to go to Mishra's game as well as the game of Arthur Guo, two of our, tournament leaders. When we left it, we really liked what Mishra played. G5, bishop e7, knight h4. This, and Kate, that follow-up position where you suggested the move queen g4. I love that. Queen g4, just cementing control over the f5 square.
Just all the white pieces, the bishop on d5, fantastic.
Completely domination. Bishop f8, queen f3. I liked your queen g4. Queen f3, queen e8, and Mishra, although its position's really dominant, sometimes you just got to win, right? Like, and so basically Arthur is saying, okay, I agree, I'm not happy, but where's the breakthrough? Show me the breakthrough. Do you see, is it clear for you how you would continue the game? I mean,
I kind of understand what Arthur is doing, right? Knight e7 and trying to capture that bishop or push the pawns to kind of get some kind of break.
Exactly. But that bishop on d5 is, frankly speaking, just too good. You got to play knight e7. So that was why I was asking you if you saw a kill. Do you like knight f5? Do you like knight? I mean, if you could play knight g6 and h5 in one turn,
that would be nice.
You're gung ho.
But I like knight f5. Let's
you
go
like
knight
f5. And again, I don't know. I'm not a happy camper. Sorry. But I'll take that, and my intention is, however you recapture, to play knight e7. I'm looking at this position, by the way, and I just despise my position. I don't
Rook
like...
a7.
Yeah, it's like these pawns, even though they're doubled, it feels a positional grip.
Right, and even if the knight captures the bishop now on d5, queen recaptures, and we have some f4 tricks.
Oof. I'm looking at this, and I think Mishra's in great position. Let's go to the game of Jason, Liang, and Arthur. When we left it, we had seen the position after c7, c6. I liked Jason's position. I thought Arthur was the one who was going to have to suffer a little bit. Knight to d4. All so far so good. Rook c8, rook c5, rook e1, rook c8. Rook f3. Okay, that's a little confusing move. Why did we play rook f3? I guess he was afraid of rook takes.
Just capturing, sacrificing exchange, knight f5.
There's some first rank, back rank issues for white as well. Rook to g3, queen e7. Okay.
So I cannot play knight f5 now, even though it looks very pretty because the rook can simply capture it, and our rook on e1 is going to be lost.
That's embarrassing. That's awkward.
We don't want that to happen. Maybe queen f3, queen a3 happened.
Queen a3.
I'm not sure if I understand what is White doing here.
I somehow think in those last sequence of moves, Arthur, our tournament leader, is actually also, like Kirk, kind of fought his way back into the game. And I'm thinking that the rook on g3, if you don't land an attack, the rook can just simply be misplaced. From Arthur's point of view, he gets to post up in the center with rook c1 and queen e5. He'll be just fine. Clock's a factor, by the way, or not?
Not really. Both players have 30 minutes. Wait. No, let me check it again. Oh, okay, no, I am incorrect. Jason Liang has 37 minutes and Arthur Go 22. So White has, 15 minutes advantage.
Okay, and again, crucial game for our tournament standings. And over to you, Cristian. Jump in, and what has caught your eye?
Well, let's stay within the juniors, right?
Okay.
And see what's happening in this one. Justin versus Brandon Jacobson, because, again, Brandon is pretty close to the leaders, right? Only half a point behind Guo. So take a look at this position. Queen to d3, and this, in fact, stopped Brandon because for around 30 minutes, he thought for his next move, yes. He has a lot of options, right? The question is, how are you going to stop my push with b6, potentially on the queen side? Rook fb8 was one of the ways. Taking on b5 was another one. And knight to e6, which was the chosen way, was another very, very good move. Obviously, the idea is pretty clear. You want to put the knight on c5. If you do go b6 as white, I'm going to control that pawn with the move knight to c5. Then I'm going to corral it. Rook b8, queen d8, or rook to a6, you don't have the dark square bishop to find a way to defend this pawn on b6, and this would be very, very good for black. In fact, maybe even decisive, close to decisive for black. So he played the move knight to b3, taking control of the c5 square, and we have c takes b5, c takes b5, knight to f4. That is the problem. This knight on e6 has almost a double threat, a double duty in the position. Maybe I will control the b pawn as I've showed with knight c5, or maybe I will keep an eye on the attack as well with the move knight to f4. This is what we have right now. Queen to d2, bishop to e6. I have to say, I'm looking at the position, queen takes d6 is on tap. Is this something that he missed?
No, the rook, the
They
knight,
take
the
and
bishop
rook
is
a3,
happy.
right? This is the big question.
Yeah, or rook
Bishop d1.
c8. Sorry, rook
Rook
c8.
c8, rook c6, right?
And then I attack the rook, bishop d7.
Bishop d7, and then I take.
And I'm hoping at the end of the day there's a knight
And I
takes
have
e2.
b6. Maybe this is what he missed.
Wow, the point
What?
is running straight forward.
No way! Rook
Super complicated
Oh
stuff.
my goodness.
It seems like queen takes d6 might, in fact, work in the position.
That's crazy.
Queen d6, take. Rook c8, still the best move. Rook c6. And now,
I
in
didn't
fact,
see b6.
we just have to take on e2, and then go rook to c8, or rook to a6 is the only way to recapture that pawn.
But that's a draw, and that's
That's a
Brandon.
draw, yes.
Yeah, that's
yes. You're
Brandon
not
is-
winning this,
Yeah.
obviously. And even this is not that clear. Wait a minute. What in the world is this? You have knight e8 at the end. Not easy to calculate. Really not easy to see all of this stuff.
Not at all. And by the
And
way,
he's going for it.
reaching for it.
Maybe
Yes.
he missed.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I think he played this move, knight to f4, a bit too fast, or bishop to e6.
Bishop to e6
was the last move,
Yeah.
yes.
By the way, sorry to interrupt our discussion here. Andrew Han went down to 10 seconds.
Yes,
on
speaking
his
about
last-
difficult, what's difficult, it's playing
Whoa,
moves
whoa.
when you are only on increment and your opponent has 1 hour and you have difficult position, and that's exactly what's happening in the game between Andrew Honk and Josiah Stearman.
Yeah, what
So
in
we
the
did
world
see
is
bishop
happening in this one?
f1. We did Josiah just dropped back with his rook, kind of a move that, you know, the lazy man's move. Let's put it like that. F5.
King H8
King
happened.
H8. Wow. Takes. And look at this. Andrew said, gift me the pawn. Knight takes. And c4. Well, that white king is
becoming-
exposed. Bishop f7 takes. Oh, here I was expecting something spectacular with c4.
But Queen f7, Queen f6 is a nice move, kind of targeting the diagonal exactly. Queen a1 a threat.
And the bishop will also pop up, if you will, on the g6 square. Rook e3, rook b4. Okay, reinforcing some ideas of queen a1. Queen takes a6.
Grabbing pawn.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm a pawn grubber, but this I would
Wow,
hesitate.
this
Queen
pin can
to
be
g5.
very uncomfortable.
And Brandon, well,
Rook
look at
E1.
Andrew just has played rook e1. We've caught up with the players. Tell me again about the clock times.
So the clock is crazy. So we see Andrew Hong really having 49 seconds. So he is playing on the increment, and Josiah Stearman 1 hour 2 minutes. So much time to think. But he's trying to, keep the pace to force Andrew maybe into a mistake.
When you said steamer, you forcibly reminded me of the Stanley steamer. I think we now have we have a label for Josiah, the steamer. What do you think, Christian? Can it go viral?
I don't know.
The steamer?
We'll have to ask him about that.
Okay. What's the
He's blitzing out
situation?
into a worse position. Actually, Andrew is defending this very accurately.
He's on the back foot, right?
But he's defending it very accurately. And in fact, this right now seems to be just simply better for white. The question is, okay,
So we go rook e8, right?
rook e8.
Does that work? Just brutal force.
Rook e8, maybe queen...
H4.
Wait a minute. H4 is an option as well.
Because the idea is you're on this diagonal, but you don't have h6.
But I can take on e3, right?
Yeah, but is this...
No, with the
No,
rook,
with the
with the
rook.
rook, with the rook.
Okay. You take
bishop
on
on
e3
F1
with
is
the rook,
also,
and the bishop on f1 is under my protection.
You're defending that.
Ah.
Not
Oops,
seeing
sorry.
anything here in this position.
And
So then you're
maybe
fine. No, this is
Right.
good. This is good for
for white.
For white,
That's
yeah.
what it was my impression too. So I thought either rook e4 or rook e8. I was anticipating to meet either of those moves with it. So I thought, okay, Josiah needs to come up with another shot here, maybe as simple as bishop takes d5 and just play the position a pawn down, but with
No,
good
he's been
attack.
blitzing out his last few moves, but they were not very accurate.
What should
So was
he
there
have
a
played?
missed chance? Yeah, somewhere. Because the
'Cause-
queen f6, I really like that
Me
move.
too. Me too. What
It
was
felt
going
like
on?
the right move, right?
Right?
Rook to e3, and now I think rook to b4 he played, which was a good move.
That was a good move. And queen takes a6.
And now queen to d8 was the best move.
Queen
Wow.
d8. Okay, that's
Okay,
a difficult
I'm-
move to find. But I understand we are kind of playing or threatening rook a8.
Rook
right?
a8 is one of them. I think very crucial is to, in fact, first of all, control the 8th rank, but also control the d6 square for the queen. As well as, imagine I go c4 at some point.
Yeah.
And then you take with the bishop, and I take back, I exchange, I sacrifice the exchange, and you take back with the queen, so that you don't allow me, my rook, to do something
then you
on the
have
b5.
rook
Then you have rook
c8.
c8. So the queen on d8 is, in fact, very powerful, very potent in the position.
That's a remarkable move. It wasn't on my agenda
Not
either.
easy,
Queen,
not easy.
Queen
No, no.
g5 looked attractive, but maybe it was shallow.
To my eyes,
And,
the most attractive sequence was, in fact, queen a1.
Yes.
And that's why I don't
Check.
understand why he didn't stop and think in this position.
Okay. King
Bishop
c-
g6,
But
bishop
check.
d3, everything is forced. And now
Now-
queen d4, right?
Yeah, the desirable queen takes g6 is met by queen takes a2, but bishop to g6 and then queen to d4. A
From
tempo.
a visual perspective, this is the most forced, this is the most, you
Right.
you centralize the queen, it's nice, right? It looks nice.
Right, but okay, once again, are we getting anything after
Well, there
rook
is
e1?
c4, right?
Yes,
We
rook
have to be
e1, and then you
careful.
will have to calculate c4. But that's the thing, I mean, look, you have an hour on the clock. You got to calculate these things.
Exactly.
This is a wild position. There's so many crazy things
Truly.
happening.
And in the current position, though, we think Andrew, despite his very, very great shortage of time, is simply better.
And this is the one thing that it's so difficult to adjust and manipulate during a game. What do you do when your opponent has 30 seconds? Goes
Right.
down to his last few seconds in a wild position with a naked king, as we see in this one. What do? You have an hour on the clock. Do you stop and think for as long as you need to make sure that the variation that you're going to play is correct? Or do you just like try to blitz out, play into your opponent time trouble, and maybe risk a little bit? It's a big dilemma that you have to answer in the heat of the battle.
Yeah. For me, I try to find the wildest, most craziest, complicated stuff I can and see if I can't set some traps and snares for my opponent.
I always try to
Dazzle
focus
them
on...
with brilliance or baffle them with nonsense.
Yeah, no, I always try to focus on playing actual like good chess. Like if I need to take more time, I don't try to flag my opponent. I just want to make sure I'm making good moves.
You
And
can't always play good chess. Sometimes you gotta bluff a little. You
That's
gotta-
what he's doing.
it
That's,
just
that was his
backfired
decision.
too often for me. But one thing I-
Backfire too often.
Yeah, I want
Good
to
chess is
look
your
at the
prescription, please.
Zoe Teng's and Carissa's
Let's
game
do
because
it.
I like really Carissa's move 23, knight c4. I thought it was a really cool move. If we go back a
Okay,
little bit.
we're up to. This is just double-edged stuff. We thought that Carissa was for choice. Rook to d3.
And it's knight c4.
Love it.
So we are kind of looking at, e3 square. So for example, if you would want to go knight d5,
Okay.
not to trade the light square bishops,
Sure.
I simply take that knight with the bishop, however you recaptured, and I have this knight e3.
Well, that's embarrassing. That's a terrible denouement. My queen is. But I love this move, knight c4, because again, you ask your piece, what are you doing? The knight on
Right.
d6 says, I want to get in the game, and I like your e3, but
And there's direct trick as well, just bishop takes f3 and knight takes b2.
yeah, that
Exactly.
was the one that caught my eye. Yeah, a bishop takes c6, queen takes c6, and like you say, knight takes b2. Not happy for Zoe here, but just a second. Is there, well, the problem is I don't have a really good
She played rook
move.
hd1, which is a very logical move. You just develop the rook,
What did she do? Sorry.
rook hd1.
In this current position?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now Carissa captured on f3.
Yes. And played queen c6. I see that now.
Right.
Okay. And that pin is unpleasant to say the least.
But rook d3.
Knight takes b2 also on tap, so rook to d3. Zoe.
Very nice move. You're
Zoe's
kind of
hanging in
targeting
there.
that square, targeting that b2 is not functioning right now.
Yeah, it doesn't work, right? Okay. So far, so good. But, you know, still Zoe's being tied up, if you will. She does have one idea on her agenda, I think, the move knight to d5. Okay.
But we still have to be careful about knight e3, right? There's
True.
always that discovered attack.
True. Okay, so how to continue?
And I know that
It's,
white doesn't want to do it, but the pawn on a7 is hanging. Let's just say.
White doesn't want you'll be surprised. She might be reaching. Okay, but Carissa has the momentum on her side, but now she has to find something.
What about
Can I-
b5? Do you like that? Or you just want to hide the bishop?
I'm thinking to take. Not that I'm that enamored. What's the idea? Well, the idea, of course, was to drop in on e2. My problem is if you take with a rook.
She played rook d8 though.
Rook to d8.
Oh, we have a move.
Yeah,
Right.
no, I'm not happy with that recapture.
I thought b5 could be a possibility to just
B5?
try to go and push the pawn. But okay, Carissa played rook cd8.
I think if I'm in white shoes, I'm aspiring for the move knight d5. I'm hoping that move will give me.
But the problem
some
with knight
counter.
d5, don't I have knight e3, and isn't that endgame completely busted?
So let's
I
say
think
I make
Yasser
a
wants to
move.
sacrifice because
No,
also-
b5. b5 was good. I like
Okay.
b5.
Oh, b5.
Yeah.
So b5, knight b5,
Knight e3.
knight e3 check. I have to recapture with the
Take
knight.
on c2.
Take on c2. Take on c2, and this does look like an excellent position.
It's just
for
that
black.
pin is so annoying, right?
But
Yeah.
wait, can you capture with rook on e3? Just rook d takes e3, and then knight takes f6.
Ah, thank you.
You can definitely do that. But the
Aha.
thing is, I don't think I have to take the queen. I think I can take on d5.
Whoops. You take on d5? Well, now I'm
And by the way,
safe.
okay, you know what? I'll call your bluff.
I'll-
I'll take
I'm
your
safe.
queen.
I just realized it's a bluff. There's king f8.
You told me only correct play. Wait a minute.
I'll call your bluff. I'll take on c2.
You'll take on c2.
Then
So
I'll go king's f8.
Yeah.
king f8.
No more bluffing.
I don't. You
Correct,
Yasser
yes,
continue,
correct.
yeah.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
This-
I've been disrespected on every level. I tell you, what's going on here? She didn't play b5. I understand Carissa. Carissa's saying you've got one potential idea of getting out of trouble. I'm going to stop you with the move rook d8. And by the way, Zoe's clock times
Yeah,
is
she's
a little bit.
on time. She has 10 minutes.
She played b3, and whoa! My spidey sense is tingling. Is there?
The rook on f3 being pinned.
Exactly.
A lot of.
You kind of think. Wait a minute.
Wait, can I play knight a3? Then capture the rook and capture the knight?
Okay, let's take a look. See, so knight a3. I move my
Here.
queen. Yeah.
Wait, if. Okay.
Did you want to capture?
I want to capture.
Queen takes.
Wait, sorry, I wanted
You
to,
wanted to
first
capture on
the
d3.
rook, right.
Yes, you're right. I heard you. And then I'll recapture.
Oh,
Take.
but I still cannot take because that's.
I mean, at the end of the day,
Well, rook d8, yes.
rook d8 now.
Right now.
Okay. And I've got to maintain defense.
Maybe
if you
queen
will.
e4, actually.
Knight c-
Oh, thank you. I was blind. Queen e4, very
okay,
nice.
that's a nice
Okay.
way to get out.
So the current position is right here, and it feels like there ought to be some kind of a shot for black. I mean, because again, this pin, awkward. Let's say I go, where can I go with
Can
that?
I go knight b2?
Okay. Wow.
Just trying to be creative. Remember?
What about the creative? What about the correct chess? Knight b2. Wow. That's a visual. Okay, so explain to our audience.
So if rook takes, I recapture with the rook, and when
Okay.
you take the knight,
Yes.
I have rook d3.
That's nice.
And I'm keeping
Okay.
that pin. I want to recapture with rook on c3, and that's a super comfortable position.
No, that would be a joy. Knight b2. Okay, that's kind of hitting me from the side, if you will. Unexpected. I like it.
It gets even more crazy. If you move rook e3, rook d2, e3, I will capture that rook.
Yep.
You capture with bishop, and
But
I will
no.
play knight d1. I will
Oh.
jump around.
That's nasty. Queen takes c3. You had me at queen
Oh,
c3,
yeah.
but knight d1 is a kind of a visual as well. And just to remind our viewers, if you're joining us late, shame on you, but these are some really important games, Kate.
Very important game. We are looking at Zoe Tang game against Karisayev, because if Zoe Tang loses this game, then Alice Lee wins the tournament and she is crowned as the US Junior Girls Champion. The next thing we are looking at is Alex Shabalov playing with Dmitry Gurevich, because if Shabalov doesn't win, then Melik Khachiyan, with his fantastic game in this tournament, wins the tournament.
Wow, and we're going to take a break as these games are in full swing. We'll see you on the other side of our break.
Hi everyone, we are here at the 15th anniversary of St. Louis Chess Club in Central West End. It's also International Chess Day. There is a lot of fun going on behind us. Let's go check that out.
Today is a fantastic day. So we have a beautiful weather, and then there are so many players here, even from the US juniors, seniors, girls. We are playing duck chess, by the way. You can see my face paint, and it's so fun to see all the players. Yasser is playing duck chess, even Josiah, Stearman, Karisayev, everybody here. So it's really fun to be just experiencing chess. We have a lot of kids here. We have a lot of adults, a lot of club players. So I think everybody's really enjoying the chess atmosphere, celebrating 15th anniversary of the club. And I mean, it's just really fun.
I thank everybody who started this formation of the St. Louis Chess Club. It has truly been a great advancement to the game of chess, especially in this country. And I'm just so excited to be here and play all just chess with other people who do as well. I'm just so happy and so elated.
Wow, what does a club mean to me? Well, it changed my life. If I wasn't doing the commentary, I'd be watching. So now I've got the best job in the world. I've got a front row seat. I get to mingle with the chess players, and I get to watch the greatest games in the world unfold in front of me. And it's been a life-changing and the most rewarding experience of my chess career.
I'm 15 years older, and I'm still here. That's pretty good. Now I see what it is. I realize we have such an incredible staff like you guys that it's just remarkably successful. There's no question it's the best club in the country, if not the world.
It was a wonderful day full of fun, celebration, and ice cream. I just want to thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, for an amazing 15 years. Happy International Chess Day.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I will be doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. Follow us in our social media and get more exciting behind-the-scenes action.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the National Championships. We have a few results with our leaders, Kate.
Right, so in the round 8 in the US Girls Junior Championship, we have one draw between Alice Lee and Iris Mo, the youngest participants in this tournament.
Splitting the halving of the point, but our leader in the seniors, Melik, set also.
Also, Melik set Khachiyan against Patrick Wolff, one draw in this tournament.
Which means our results are, our standings are.
So let's take a look at standings for the US Junior Championship. We have a sole leader, Arthur Go, with 5 points, closely followed by Brandon Jacobson and Abhi Mishra with 4.5 points.
Indeed, and let's just jump into those games of Arthur and Brandon and Mishra. So when we left this game of Arthur just about this point, and I had kind of been suggesting, well, shouldn't we be playing rook to c1 to try to take advantage of the back rank? Because after all, this rook on g3 could be misplaced if the attack doesn't pan out. I'm not a fan of the move g7, g6, queen a1, Jason just covered his back rank, knight g7, b4.
Forcing the rook to move away from c5.
I kind of like this. I like what's going on here. Rook drop back, knight f3, just checking. My spidey sense was tingling there. Knight f5. I think you take, and then play rook c1. So knight f3 defends the rook. By the way, I am setting up. Now I am ready to play the move knight f5, f7, f6. Whoa.
Well, knight h2.
Okay, Arthur is being challenged because guess what? This move, knight g4.
G4. And f6 is going to be a target, a6 is going to be a target, but f5.
My
Arthur
goodness.
wasting no time, just pushing the pawn.
Rook e3. We've caught up with the players as the clocks a factor.
So let's see. So
the
we have
clocks
Jason
are starting to become a factor.
It's starting to become a factor.
Jason Liang has 25 minutes and Arthur Go 11 minutes on the clock.
I'm not a fan of Black's position. I don't know if it's really, really bad.
It's really, really bad.
That's what I'm thinking, that it could be easily really, really bad. Let's say I play rook f3. My idea, besides taking the pawn, I really want to play knight g4, knight h6, check as fast as I possibly can. And tell us, how bad is it, Christian? Jump in, please.
It's just losing. Close to plus 3 points advantage for white.
Why?
After rook f3.
Yeah, so rook f3.
That's the move. That's the money move. What do you do?
And he's played it on the board.
Rook f8, very natural move, right?
Has he played it yet?
No.
He hasn't, no.
Very natural move.
I mean, you want to
you
defend.
said it with authority.
You want to defend that pawn.
Yes, let's see it. Okay.
And probably it will
play.
come on the board, right?
Okay, let's just go ahead, take a look, and why? Once again, quantify it for us.
Once again, it's not that clear. With the naked eye, it's not that clear. Actually, no. And this is probably very difficult to understand and comprehend. Yes, rook f8. You just simply have to take on b5 and then go for the b5 pawn with rook to d3, rook to d5, rook to d3, knight to g4 as well if you move the rook from the f file. It's basically just a never-ending advantage for white because I have the better pieces and I have much more targets. d6 is a target, b5 is a target, and you don't have any targets of your own.
But I have to say that decision is very difficult to
Not
make.
easy.
You're attacking the king and suddenly you're like, wait a second, I want to grab your bishop and go into an endgame.
Completely agree, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm a pawn grabber, and
That's
I'm sitting
not
there
a pawn
saying,
you would
I'm like, I'm more anxious looking towards a kingside attack based on ideas of knight g4, maybe on a good day play e5, my rook, jumps into the fray.
And I don't really see what black is going to do if we just go knight g4. But
well,
okay,
I must confess that if you just calmly take it, step back for just a moment, imagine that it was my move and I played knight f3. Now, take a look at your knight on g7. Just tell me how you're going to get the knight into the game.
I mean, I can go knight f... Oh, I cannot. What am I...
Yeah, you just, you start to think, okay,
yeah,
I go to
e6.
e6, and then I can't go to c5. Like, I go knight e6, I can't go to f4, I can't go to d4, I can't go to c5. Gosh, my...
You know what, can I go rook c4 in that
Rook
position?
c3, yes, that's a good move also. That's a really good move.
Pardon me, we have...
Yeah, let's...
Rook c3.
Let's refresh the position.
Okay, so he did go rook f3.
Yes.
He did go rook f8.
Very natural move, as I announced.
And now he... and now he... okay. He now wants to put his knight on h2 to the f3 square. He hasn't convinced himself that the knight on d4 isn't better than the bishop, so he played rook to c3, jump in. Cristian, you said that's a very good move.
That's a good move, yeah, yeah. And the reason is that if you go the very natural rook to c8.
Back.
Right.
Yeah.
Then I take on c3, on c7.
Okay.
What do you take back with?
Let's say I take back.
That's the natural way, right?
Yep.
But now I go knight g4.
You're back to...
Oh, yeah, I'm
knight
back.
g4.
I'm back to the real business.
Because knight also could potentially jump to f6 if I can... Pardon me. If you make a move, a bad move, very, very, very bad move. I've got a
That
nasty,
is the point. That is exactly the point, yes.
Nasty idea there. Okay, so again, our tournament leader
in big trouble.
Pressure.
No, I have a feeling we're going to see a change of leadership in today's round, after today's round. Because Abhimanyu is winning his game.
And
or at least he's in a much better situation. Brandon, not so much. Brandon, that one is probably going to end in a draw.
Probably a balanced draw.
Anytime soon. I actually think that's going to end very, very soon.
By the way, if we can go back to Zoe Tang's and Carissa's Yip game.
Let's do it.
Because I really like what Carissa Yip did. She did move knight b2.
A move that you had drummed
Yeah, because I think
for
it's
knight b2.
such a nice move, attacking the rook.
I must say, if you don't mind, if you told me as a puzzle rush tactic that there's a moment here, I might look for knight b2. I might find it very, very quickly. But it's not a move that immediately comes to mind because, I'm thinking rook takes, right? Rook takes, and I'm taking this knight. And unless I follow it up with the understanding that, okay, play another move.
Guys,
please, jump.
We're going to get the result anytime soon. Douglas Root is breaking through against Kaidanov. Take a look at this. 2 queens on the board.
Oh, how
Two
pretty.
queens on the board.
We have
How
a couple
pretty.
of ladies, but take a look at this. Rook to d8, rook to b7, and look at this nice sequence. Queen, you take, I take, but hey, guess what? The rook on b7 is dropping next. I'll be a rook up at the end of it. This is game over, and Douglas Root is getting his second victory in a row against Kaidanov. I mean, what
A very
an
big
amazing,
victory indeed.
courageous display of chess in the opening phase. I mean, take a look at that. F5, get the pawn to e6, and right now, I mean, he has it in the back. Beautiful.
Wow, what
Absolutely
a great
beautiful
game.
display.
I mean, yesterday was very straightforward. Today, again, wow.
Well, let's hear it for the gambit play. Again, the seniors playing like juniors, with this gambit Danish. I'm being told, by the way, that Dmitry and Alexander Shabalov's game is kind of balanced, actually. And there's a handshake between Doug Root and Gregory Kaidanov.
What a game by Doug Root.
Wow.
I mean, he played, well, he saved his best for last. His last 2 games have been fabulous.
Incredible. Yes.
This is a game you will see in a magazine, annotated.
Right.
Like, that's one of my best games. Yeah.
Right? Absolutely. Well, 3 words. Fabulous. Nice finish. Let me just jump quickly to the Dmitry Alexander Shabalov game, because that game is racing to
a finish line.
A finish line. Why
Yes.
is this a finish line?
Well,
Check.
This is a very complicated position.
I'm threatening bishop takes
what do you do?
c6.
So you have
bishop
to take on
takes
e5, right?
So I take a pawn.
Now I go bishop f4.
And now you play bishop f4.
How do you
Now
defend?
Oh, queen f6 and bishop
Now
g5.
I go bishop g5.
And now if I go...
If you try for too much, then I go f6, and I have a feeling you're in trouble.
Not a feeling. I'm in big trouble.
You lose.
And
It's
so I
game over.
have to play queen e5.
You're sort of forced.
And now you
yes.
play bishop.
Yes.
And this is the repetition.
And we
That's the
see queen takes
repetition.
e5 on the board.
And we are expecting Dmitry to find bishop f4.
Well, if he doesn't, he's a pawn down. So
And
he
in
should
bad,
put,
but yeah,
actually a
big-
couple of pawns down. Excuse
And
me.
by the way, is there any, if I try to play the game, no, what am I saying? I was about to reach illegally for the rook d3.
Maybe knight takes f5, right?
Okay, how do I get, how could I continue?
I mean, you can go knight f5 and probably give me the piece after queen g4 or queen f4 and play this endgame. Queen takes f5 or rook takes f5.
But what's the body count?
You have three pawns. You have 3 pawns, but they're not very mobile. At the same time, look, you're Shabalov. At this point, you're starting to make calculations. Do I play for second place? Do I play and force things for first place? I don't know.
This is a 3-result game for sure, but maybe white is for choice. By the way, just now that I think about being a piece down and for pawns and stuff, the Zoe game, pardon me, not the Zoe game, but the Rochelle game where those pawns were descending in the position, we left it, we left it here-ish.
Rook b1, we saw that, and d5.
And yeah, we thought,
We didn't like queen c2.
Painful.
Rochelle went with g4.
okay. Queen takes g4 now. Okay, I'm a kind of a pawn grabber, but something about just hanging around in the center. She took,
Now queen c2.
Queen c2,
Avoiding the
get-
queen trade.
but also you got to get rid of this rook. This rook is oppressive. Rook b3, rook g1, queen d f5.
Rook takes g7. Wait, what?
The ideas of bishop h6, rook takes g7.
What?
Well, she's got, I mean, look,
Wait, is it real?
I'm very happy that I have such a move as rook g7 because I can see that I'm going to resign as soon as that lands. And if I play f6, g6, so let's go. Let's have some fun.
Okay, if I capture it,
Check. Let's go.
king h8.
Oh, you're not supposed to be able to go king h8. I was going to go knight g5. You weren't supposed to do that, Kate.
But if I now, oh, I don't have. I wanted to go queen h3. Okay, this is.
Let me show what you might have overlooked. Just a sec. No,
It happens.
F6
Oh,
check.
then wow.
Your king might be going for a bit of a hike. What do you think about these things? Unfortunately, I don't have the move bishop g4 check on my agenda. Whoa.
But this is some kind of complications that I'm still probably happy with Rochelle having
right.
some chances, right?
Exactly, that you do have these chances. But let me interrupt our discussion as we have a special guest in studio with Cristian.
Absolutely. Doug, you saved the best for last. What an incredible game and display of an attacking chess. Tell us about this opening preparation.
Oh, well, we actually play and analyze this a lot at my university chess club.
Okay.
So I thought I'd give it a try. It seems to pose a lot of problems for black. So.
Absolutely. Just to interrupt you for a second, I think these two players are about to shake hands. We see Shabalov right now looking at the score sheets, probably checking whether it's a 3-time repetition. And I have a feeling this one, if, by the way, it finishes in a draw, we have a champion, guys.
Yes, we do. We have a new senior champion.
I think
think
they're
we
just
will.
about to shake hands. I think we should stay with this moment right here for a second.
And the claim was wrong, inaccurate.
Come on, guys.
And somebody's getting a minute
And
or two.
it was inaccurate because the queen on e5 was 3 times, but in fact, once the bishop was on c1 instead of g5.
Oh my goodness. Okay, come on.
Well, thank you for that. Kate, your accuracy and attention to detail is noted.
Let's stay with this one.
By
for
the arbiters
justice.
as well.
I think we're going to see 2 more moves and another claim, and this time it is going to be accurate.
Right.
Actually, queen f6 maybe.
And that's it. That
And
gives
now,
us the champion.
We can say our new 2023 champion.
Wow, congratulations, Grandmaster Melik Khachiyan, the new 2023 US Senior Champion, winning $20,000.
Our congratulations.
That's not a bad payday.
It's
Melik.
very nice. It's very nice. And very, very well deserved. Yes, yes, yes. He got lucky in his game with Igor Novikov. Sometimes but look at all the other games that he won, and he won beautifully.
Yeah.
So our congratulations. And back
Absolutely.
to you,
Congratulations,
Christian. And Doug.
Melik said, Doug, I mean, tell us once again, this is collegiate prep.
Yes.
I keep telling them collegiate chess is very serious, and they don't believe me. This is collegiate level prep. Nice. And tell us a bit about this. What if he takes this pawn?
Then f5 is usually best.
F5, And now, what's the best move? Does he have to just like drop back?
He could play bishop d7 or bishop c4. Bishop c4, then rook f4. And then like b5, rook takes c4.
Okay, some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
My goodness. Okay, you take queen d5, and then the game continues, but...
And at bishop d7, then there's f6. So, or queen, maybe queen h5. You can either play f6 immediately or queen h5 and then f6.
We were looking at this, and there was this position,
Yeah.
and then it's completely
And
wild, right?
rook f4 and white's, it's equal.
It's more or less dynamic
Yeah.
equality,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's a sharp position.
Good luck finding all the moves up
Yeah.
until this point. That's
right. No, my opponent was, I was amazed at how well and how quickly he navigated through all of this.
Exactly, because it's not easy, right? And King G8, I think, is the best move, at least by the end.
He's a great player, and he showed it early on. Unfortunately, he had a problem at the end.
He did, but I mean, you were still keeping the pressure going. These two pawns are always going to be extremely dangerous, no matter what happened. And this was the moment.
Yeah,
He
I
played this
probably
move
should have
queen
played
c5.
queen f7 check first. I don't know.
No. I think rook e2 was very good.
Did I
Yeah.
play it right?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I think queen to e4 was perhaps the best move, but even that is very remains very complicated.
Yeah.
Queen c5, e7, bishop to c6, and now you're already starting to take over. Rook to d8 and rook to b7.
Yeah.
Rook takes, queen e4,
No, I should just play king h8.
king h8 or king g8.
Yeah, either one.
What was your plan after this move, king to g8?
Well, I can't play king f1 because of bishop b5 check.
Right.
And, so
That's a problem. That's a check.
yeah.
Right.
So I thought I'd probably have to take the rook.
Take.
And yeah, he should be able to hold this.
And then
I
we
would
play
think.
this position,
Yeah.
basically. Yeah, he's not getting checkmated.
No.
He did miss this e8.
Yeah.
And this is game over. Well, Doug, I mean, you started off slowly, but finally you're coming back in the tournament. You start a tournament. It feels like you want to start a tournament anew.
Yeah.
Still one round to go. Who are you playing tomorrow?
Patrick Wolff.
Well, still one big game to go. Guys, any questions?
Our
for Doug?
congratulations, Doug. Very, very nice. Back-to-back wins, and good luck for
Thank you.
tomorrow's game.
Yeah, congratulations. I have one question. Are you a big fan of gambits? Because some players really like it. I used to play it kind of when I was younger, but then you reach some strong level in chess and you stop playing gambits, but I still see you really enjoying these crazy sacrifices. Do you still play gambits a lot?
Yes, I enjoy some gambits, and I also like to play against gambits sometimes.
It's all about that collegiate prep, guys.
Go back to school,
All right,
Christian.
Yasser, I'll give you a Mizzou scholarship. Come back to school.
Congratulations, Doug. By the way, we also have a result. Ru Yang Yan won She wanted it in a nice way. Remember, we were critical of this knight on b7. It never really, well, guess what? It never got into the game, really. And the knight was always kind of like this sore thumb. Nice move right here. Knight d4. Oh, discovery against the knight.
Catching with an attack on the queen.
Exactly. And finally, just when black, no.
Queen a4,
No.
really nice
Very,
move,
very, very
getting
nice
into
move.
that second rank.
Oops, sorry.
Seventh
Yes.
rank.
Yes.
Yeah.
Queen takes as well as queen d7, and Shreya had seen enough. This was winning for her. Rochelle, when we left, she had just played rook takes g7. Let's see, was it bluff? Rook takes g7, king takes g7, queen takes.
But you know the time? Kelsey has less than 3 minutes and still about 14 moves to make for time control. So
Okay.
even if it is a bluff, it is worth your shot, I think, in this game.
Exactly. We got this position on the board, and okay, let's say I go.
Queen h4 check?
Okay, let's try. Queen h4 check. I'm assuming I have to run for the hills.
She went queen h6.
Queen h6 check.
Yes. By the way, Kelsey only down to her last minute and
Right.
a half. Still 13 moves to go.
Okay,
So this
here
is not easy by any means.
King e7. Are you going to take my knight? I'm afraid you might take. I'm not really that afraid of check. I think I can keep running. But
Yeah, I
I'm
would
afraid.
like queen g6 maybe a bit more, no?
Yes, I'm afraid. I'm more afraid of this one.
But rook c1
1
or rook
minute.
b1?
Rook
For
b1, and I take a bishop. It's a
messy.
mess. It's a mess. Rochelle's trying to muddy the waters. Can she do it? Well, oh, Christian, sorry, you got that other game. What do you?
No, it's busted, completely busted for Rochelle. But Kelsey
Right.
still has to navigate this very carefully.
Okay.
So what if we go queen g6
Queen g6
here?
is the best move.
Yeah,
yes.
I like that move because I'm forcing queen trade, I'm keeping my knight, and I care about the knight more than I care actually about my rook on d8.
I can't say that this is an easy move to make though, because you allow queen h4, maybe bishop g5. She didn't play it. She played king e7.
King e7.
Yeah, king e7, and now what if I just take the knight on c6? Isn't
Well,
that,
we were looking at takes and a rook on coming to b1.
That's fine.
But
Christian
I
is not
agree.
worried?
I agree to take the knight. I
Oh,
like
I'm
your
worried.
queen g6. I like your queen
This
g6
position
as
is
well.
worrisome, no matter
Well,
what
I mean, your
happens.
king's floating around, and there's a check. It feels, especially in time trouble, you start seeing all kinds of goes.
Right.
And let's just jump to the juniors as well, because we have some results expected in the very, very near term. We're going to jump to the game of Mishra for a moment, because he's just, he against Arthur. he
Yeah, that
just
one is over.
Rook.
And
Check
look at
this
his
out.
tactics.
This is pretty. Check.
Nice. You cannot
Ouch.
capture because
Ouch.
of h7.
Exchange.
It's a touchdown.
Yeah.
It's a touchdown.
Exchange and a pawn up after
And-
h takes g7. Mishra knows how to win this position.
Yeah.
And that will
Can-
be all she wrote.
Park that bishop
So
on
Mishra's
beautiful
winning,
d5
but
square.
also I just wanted to check in on Arthur Go's position, because we had left it with rook on c3, rook went back to c8, rook to c1. Whoa, rook to c1. Why did we play rook to c1? We were looking more at rook takes c7 and knight g4, and we really liked White's position in that case because we were eyeballing a check. Remember, that was a very
Right.
nice sequence.
But also, the
Jason
pawn on
played
e4
rook
is
here.
no longer defended.
Right. I like the rook on e1. What are we doing? Why are we not defending our pawn? So we munch, we munch, we
Chop
munch,
again.
we munch, and we munch. What are we missing? We've got a check, if that's...
Oh, wait. So do we have check and knight g4 or knight g4 immediately?
Maybe we have knight g4 immediately, right?
And even the knight h6 check looks very dangerous.
Okay, but
I mean, I have to
still-
say, these are seismic shifts happening in the juniors.
Seismic shifts. Okay, we
So
do
we have
have
one
one
rook
trade. We do already have a rook trade, and is at the time at the clock a factor in this one yet?
So both have around 9 minutes
For how many moves?
for 6 more moves.
Okay, nothing really dangerous, but I have to say our tournament leader is definitely being put under pressure by Jason. Mishra winning. How's Brandon doing? We left it Justin and Brandon were more or less balanced. Whoa, 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 whoa. And Justin enjoying an extra pawn,
But
but
rook
maybe
H3,
maybe only temporarily. and
Yeah, very quick move for H3.
looks like a draw is inevitable in that one. And Christian, I'm going to turn it over to you as we have guests in studio.
Liang, another victory for you, and now you're in second place. Congratulations, that must feel pretty good. You've been laboring quite hard to get to where you are right now.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't like really, I've just been like relaxing before the game. Like, I haven't like done any prep, basically.
And it worked today, I have to
Yeah.
say. And take us through the game, tell us
I
a
think
bit
like,
about the moment, the critical moment of the
I
game.
think, so Queen E2, like after knight B7, I feel like she probably could have like improved like Queen D, maybe like Queen F6, I thought. But like, I feel like she played like a little, I don't know, too slow and like allowed me to get like C4 and knight C3 in. And she didn't really have like a kingside attack.
And now you're pressuring everything on the queen's
Yeah.
side. And then slowly
Yeah,
turn
I
the
think she
hit.
was losing.
Very nice.
Knight.
Travel and transfer the knight to c6, knight
Yeah.
d4. Another nice little trick to get the exchange. Congratulations, Liang. Definitely feeling good. You cannot win the tournament at this point,
Yeah.
but you're still fighting for a second position. Is that the goal, and how are you going to approach tomorrow's game?
Well, I'm trying not to think about it too much because I feel like it's just gonna stress me out even more. So I'm just gonna like play like, you know, normally, play what I usually play and just hopefully win the last round.
Well, Liang, you're definitely on the right track. You've been showing great chess in the last few rounds. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Our congratulations as well. And we have also a result. That amazing game between
in
Kirk
juniors.
and Balaji.
Daggupati.
That was some back and forth going on there. At one moment, we really thought that Kirk had really misplayed it, was in great trouble. He was fighting his way back in the game. Right here, that was that great move, Queen E8. And it was followed up with this very nice, monstrous move, actually, Rook takes D5. And from here, he went on to win as, well, I'll eventually get there. It was the C pawn after all, right?
The bishop on A3 landing again.
Yes, and C pawn promoting. For those who are joining us late, our congratulations to Melik, who has won the senior championships with one game to go.
Absolutely fantastic performance by Melik.
Absolutely. And Alice Lee drew her game, so she's in a position that if Zoe doesn't win, right? Zoe has
And
to
that
win.
game got a bit complicated.
But that was the knight B2.
Yes,
like
I
the
was so
move.
happy, but then a lot queen trades.
What happened?
Zoe can still make a draw, and still it will be decided tomorrow, because she will be 1 point behind
Only.
Alice if she makes a draw. So there's still that opportunity for a tie break.
So somehow they got the position that we wanted her to get. Takes, B4. But this is like, we thought, well, this should
I
be
was
very
surprised
nice
not
for
to
Carissa.
see B5 here. If Black
Right?
plays B5, maybe there's a problem with that, but I thought I'm just going to stop any kind of counterplay White can have and then
Exactly.
figure out what I want to do.
And press, as always, against the, okay.
But after
let's-
Rook C2, I'm forced to trade queens.
Okay, and seizing her opportunity was Zoe to get out of this monstrous pin. And we could have gotten into a bishop ending that,
I don't know,
What
somehow
is a
this feels
draw?
like Zoe is kind of getting some chances, right?
to save the
Absolutely,
game.
yes.
To save the game, yes.
To save the game.
Not to win, of course. but-
Exactly. Yeah.
But starting from that opening where it was
Terrible.
terrible, just maybe even losing.
It was that H3 move that was really bad. Sorry, the Rochelle game, which is, chaos, right? I just think it's something you just have to look at because it's kind of bizarre world. Queen takes C6 on the board, Rook B1, clock times once again.
Yeah, so Kelsey has 1 minute 5 seconds.
1 minute,
and
5
yeah,
seconds.
Rochelle has 7 minutes and
She
5
has
seconds.
a big move right now. If she finds it, she's actually better.
King D1? No.
Bishop D1.
Bishop D1.
Because you want to play
queens.
Rook E2 check?
And I
That's
also,
right.
yeah, okay. I
This
thought
is
also
not
queen
easy.
C5.
Not easy stuff.
Wow, Bishop D1.
Bishop D1.
Finally activating that rook from A2, but really difficult. Once you see Bishop D1, it makes sense. But to
Right.
find that move,
Well, Bishop D1, check this out, because you kind of, you walk the king
Back to the king side.
Right into a mating net. You say, now come over here, come a little bit closer. Let me introduce you to my rook. I would like to...
and the rook on C1 is hanging.
and,
So just
well, that's a
everything
benefit at the end of the line, but
everything is a trouble.
Rook B1, Bishop D1. If she
Let's see
finds
if she
Bishop
finds. She
Wow.
found it. She played it.
Bishop
Wow.
D1.
Bishop D1 is on the board. And this is a
Rochelle.
cold shower right now
Oh
for Kelsey.
my good, what
This
a move.
is incredible.
Okay, I mean, when you play Rook A2, in your dreamland, in your great fantasy, the Rook comes to check you on the E file.
Yeah, Rook A2 was
Who would
played
have imagined?
on move 12. And on move 29 or on move
Finally.
30, you actually move the rook again. Wow.
That was the dream. Bishop D1.
Okay, let's
Are
try
you
to continue
kidding me?
the game with black. Like how
Bishop
do you even continue?
C8,
I
right?
guess you have to go Bishop C8.
Bishop C8, try to match.
But now I can play Bishop G5 also. I don't know if I want to do it right now, but that bishop is free to go, no longer pinned.
Right, it's no longer pinned. Oh my goodness. So I'm forced to play F6.
15 seconds for Kelsey right now.
Because he has to make a move.
And that's a shock. Just,
Yeah.
I mean, the shock of seeing Rook E2 appear.
5
5
seconds.
seconds.
5 seconds. And Rook to D6.
D6.
What did she do?
Rook D6
I'm going to
she played.
refresh my board, everybody. Don't. Rook D6. Okay, so she's ready to meet Rook E2 with Rook E6.
But can I start first with Queen C7?
There's Knight D4. There's Queen C7. Oh, but you've got to bring. Come
Yeah.
on, remember, when you're going to throw a party, make sure.
All friends are attending.
Yes, send out invitations. Rook E2 check.
Okay,
Rook
let's keep going. Rook
E6
E6.
would probably be forced.
Yes.
Now it's time, right? Bishop check? Or is it time to play knight to No, that allows a check.
Yes.
Sounds
right?
a bit. Yeah, knight d4 is a bit too slow.
Okay. Bishop.
But do we actually have to give this check?
No.
I'm telling you, I think I'm bigger fan of maybe Queen C7.
Queen
Why don't we
C7.
start with Bishop G5 though?
Bishop G5.
Bishop G5.
Isn't that forcing
And,
F6?
and
And,
Rochelle
from your
is
lips-
making that move. Bishop G5 on the board.
To Rochelle's hand. 11 moves with 30 seconds to go for Kelsey. Oh, I'm Rook G7. I mean, come on, come on. Sometimes you gotta bluff. Kate, I'm telling you, good chess, yes. I'm all for good chess, but sometimes you just gotta throw it out there and hope for the best. F6.
With 7 seconds on the clock.
Oh, okay. Now is it time? Will somebody please tell me it's time to invite my rook into the game? Rook E2?
I think I agree with you now.
Finally, I've got a bit of support.
No.
No?
Katerina,
No?
come on.
Come on.
You're not allowed to agree with Yasser.
All right.
Wow.
Not today.
Wow.
Not today. Not today.
Wow, it's tough. Working a hostile crowd. I feel like Rodney Dangerfield. Tough crowd. Okay, what do we got? Rook E2, Rook E6. I don't...
Okay,
we're
let's-
looking for a really...
The mate, right? We're looking for the
Yeah,
mate. Okay, let's keep
nice.
going. Rook E2, yes.
A nice follow. Okay, so let's try. Okay, Rook E2, Rook E6, Queen C7. So I'm kind of taking a page from your booklet
And
there.
only move King E8, right? Otherwise, Bishop H6 I don't know.
Yeah, you're kind of like helping me. So king e8, but king e8 still kicking, right?
Wait, so can I go queen
c6?
Well, then I go back, right?
All I've got is a perpetual. I'm coming out empty-handed.
No,
That's shocking.
No, I cannot believe that.
That's shocking. Okay.
Okay, how about the simple?
Please. Simple chess.
Rook d6. Oh, sorry, rook e6.
Rook e2, rook e6.
Rook e2, rook e6, sorry.
Okay. Simple chess. All about.
Now, does the simple king f2 make any sense?
King f2. Well.
But now I capture the bishop and I'm guarding d4 square.
Yeah, I'm still not doing anything with that.
Not impressive.
I don't
Not
like
impressive.
it. No.
We're all excited, and suddenly the crickets.
And we have to be careful about, let's say I thought move knight d4 to like
Yes.
attack the queen and prepare rook e2, but then black can have a counterattack, right? Rook takes d1 with check and queen b1.
Hello.
Okay,
Yeah.
rook e2 is
Rook e2 on the board.
Rook e2.
Very logical
Okay.
move. Rook
She
e7
needs
immediately.
a follow-up. She needs a follow-up
Now
right
this is the crucial moment right here, right now. After this move, rook e6, what's our genius plan? Don't tell me it's taking the bishop. I'll
because
grab this
that's a checkmate
with,
very soon.
with both hands. I will grab the bishop and be eyeballing queen d3. Sorry, Kate. What do you reckon Rochelle's got to do? I mean,
maybe
sometimes
she's gonna go for the draw.
You know, you just got to accept a draw, check and check.
I mean, that's still, a great result for Rochelle because that.
Yeah, she was busted.
I mean,
she was
just
busted.
lost.
Right.
But I still feel like there should be something. All right, let's go. Queen c7.
Okay,
King
king
e8. Queen c6 back. Okay, I don't see anything.
I don't either.
Maybe bishop g5 was not the correct way, right?
Well, I mean, the whole beautiful part about the move bishop d1 was to be able to break the pin, and
queen.
yep, we're seeing the perpetual.
Queen c7, rook, king e8.
Sorry, I apologize. I'm just going to refresh my board for just a moment. And we do have queen c1, king
I mean, this
e8.
rook takes d1 is a very serious threat.
Right.
And
Yes.
whenever you don't give me a check, I'm just going to capture that bishop.
I'm sorry, I was thinking about an incident that had happened with Maurice Ashley and I. I mean, the pyrotechnics of rook g7 and f6 and queen here and everything. Maurice and I had gone to the St. Louis University Billikens basketball game, and one of the players had taken an in-between the legs dribble, and he stepped back for a three-pointer. Not only did he miss the basket, I mean, he hit the cheerleading section. It was crickets. Crickets. And Maurice and I heard ourselves laughing. We were laughing. So all the pyrotechnics aside, it might just be a perpetual.
Yeah.
I mean, the unfortunate part here is Rochelle saves the game, but nothing more.
I mean, can you just show the move 24, rook takes g7? Oh,
And
we have
by
a
the
result.
way, we kind of lost track of the...
So Andrew Honk winning with Josiah Stearman.
Right. He could be tied for the lead with this result.
Well, he's
right?
not going to be tied for lead because Abhimanyu is winning his game.
Right.
But still, a very important win for Andrew Honk.
To stay in the hunt, yes.
And Mishra is putting the final touches on his game as his campaign to win the junior championship is in full swing.
Oh, yeah.
He's just
That-
played rook
that
a6.
is over.
This
Winning
is
the
dead.
pawn on d6, game over.
This is absolutely...
And now rook takes
dead.
d6, king takes d6,
Yeah,
sacrifice the exchange.
Sacrifice, I like
Collect.
that word. Sacrifice.
And then capture all the black pawns.
It's a nice sacrifice.
A nice sacrifice.
And here we see rook takes
Stunning,
d6.
stunning.
Very nice transposition to a winning pawn and game.
king takes d6, and suddenly, you know, it's really funny also how the score sheet writing improves once you know with absolute 100% certitude that you're winning.
And we saw a handshake.
And that game is over. Our congratulations to Mishra, as he's now looking anxiously towards the Jason Liang versus Arthur Gil position. And by the way, we left it at rook takes c3. Arthur didn't want to go for the pawn. He just felt that that was too dangerous to try to collect the pawn. Rook takes, queen takes, knight g4.
But he did his job. I mean, Abhimanyu did his job.
Yes, he did.
Right. He had to win this one with the white pieces. There was no other result acceptable for him.
Exactly. By the way, I liked up to this moment what Jason had done. If he had gone into that variation that we talked about before, where you just start playing against the knight and you start playing against the pawns, you play a move like rook e1, and then you start looking at moves like queen a6, it really looks like it's a two-result game. You know, black's pawns, weak pawns on b5, d6, f4. He played instead the move rook e1, queen f6, and well, Arthur still in trouble, but maybe better chances of holding. But we have a guest in studio. Cristian, over to you.
Balaji, another important victory for you against a very tough opponent with the black pieces, and it all started early on in the opening. Did you know about this e5 trap?
Yeah, I mean, I saw this beforehand, and because if c4 works, okay, it's not, I don't like the position too much for black.
Then you're in trouble.
Yeah, but e5 is a very important move, and already it gets really difficult for him to play, I think.
Absolutely, and but he was still holding on, and he was making some really testing moves, especially at this point. It felt like you're finally putting in the finishing touches. Beautiful move, queen to a4, nice transition, and then panic mode hit for him. He has to do something. He cannot exchange on a4. But at this point, you had this move, bishop to d5. Did you see it?
I did, but what happened was I saw bishop f5, and I thought this should be an easier win, just hitting b1, and like I saw g5, bishop g6, and I thought that should be basically game over, but I definitely completely underestimated how his counterplay came, and
you missed this queen,
queen
h3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very hidden move to see from afar, right? Queen to a6, and now things are getting spicy.
I think d5, queen e8, and I thought d6 here was very testing, and I couldn't.
But you managed to keep your composure, because by the way, if you don't go queen to e8, which is the best move right now, then he equalizes almost. So you played queen e8, and finally you got the rook d5 in. At which point were you certain that finally you put the right finishing touches?
I think as soon as he played rook d2, first of all, rook d2 just seemed very suspicious to me, because you're walking right into my bishop's view, and so rook takes d5 is one of the first things you'll calculate in that line. And as soon as I saw there's no attack on my king in the line we played in the game, and c3, c2 just comes perfect timed, I thought, so as soon as I saw c3, I knew I was winning, I think, there.
Well, Balaji, an important victory for you. Congratulations. You're right now, I believe, half a point behind the leader going into the final one.
Yeah.
Tell us about the strategy for that final round.
Well, of course, I'm going to try to win tomorrow, but it's not going to be easy at all. I'm playing Mishra, and so I'll try my best, and whatever happens, happens. I'm already happy with the way I managed to recover, and so I'll just try to finish how I can.
White pieces against one of the leaders, maybe the co-leader going into the final round. That's the best scenario you could ask for. Congratulations, Balaji. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Have you played against Mishra in the past? Is this going to be your first meeting?
I think we've maybe faced 7 or 8 times already.
That was my question.
So
I thought
we
that you were
played quite a lot.
experienced. Yeah. How do you do?
So far, I actually have pretty good score. I think I'm something like +3 against him.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
But, okay, all of them are really fighting games, so I wouldn't say it's been one-sided.
Okay. But definitely you know each other well. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Absolutely. As we still looking at the Carissa Yip versus Zoe Tang game. Zoe, she's a pawn down, but
the rook is active.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Thinking I've got checks, But for Zoe, if she doesn't win, once again, just to remind everybody, she's trailing Alice coming in today by a full point. So she can't lose. That's the whole point.
Right.
Otherwise,
if Zoe then loses, then we have a winner.
Exactly.
We have a champion.
We have a second champion. Whew. And by the way, during our interview break there, Rochelle versus Kelsey, that was like a draw. I mean, all the excitement that
crazy game
that we were thrilled about. There was nothing at the end of there, but it was the shot.
There was. I mean,
there was.
Yes. Look, good for Kelsey for keeping her composure after that
True.
move bishop to d1, because rook to d6 is probably the best move.
At that moment, and she had no time when she found the move.
She
rook
made
d6.
it with like 7 seconds or something like that.
But you're saying that Rochelle missed something
After rook d6.
Yes.
You have the move queen to c5.
Just chill.
The idea being that I'm pinning your rook so that whenever you take on c1 and I give you a check, you cannot cover with the rook.
And if we have to move the king,
Probably
then,
95.
Then we've got 95.
Wow.
So queen c5 was the key move.
And by the way, it doesn't finish there, right? 95, queen e5, rook e5, c2. I'm still not convinced that this is exactly the way to go. Some wild stuff.
Maybe we have queen takes a7 instead.
Maybe before, yes.
Yeah, maybe
instead
not.
Of knight e5.
I don't like knight e5 too much.
Crazy.
Can we go first?
Queen a7.
Absolutely wild stuff. Yeah, I mean, good luck calculating this with a week to analyze. Something along those lines.
I mean, Kelsey is surviving this with like 30 seconds on the clock,
Also
always playing with 5 seconds
remarkable.
left. Yeah, very
beautiful
good.
game.
Very good.
Fun stuff.
Game.
I mean, so many decisive games in the round. Just checking out the junior section once more, I wanted to say that, yeah, there were all decisive games. We have 3 results, 3 wins, and Jason, Liang, Arthur still playing, Justin and Brandon. We do think that Justin, Wang, and Brandon Jacobson will be a draw. But yeah, the junior players have been really decisive games galore. And finally, I just wanted to see the senior section because we saw that incredible game of Doug Root versus Gregory Kaidanov. If you joined us late, shame on you, but it was a Danish gambit, two pawn sacrifice. Doug played a beautiful game.
Yeah, with a very nice last tactics, really nice touch to that whole beautiful masterpiece.
And explained that he had been with his collegiate team analyzing.
This opening day and night.
And college chess, man. Cristian, I got to tell you, it's some good stuff. You should know what's going on in the collegiate world.
It's definitely developing in the right direction.
Right.
That's for sure. College chess is getting better and better.
And you have a guest.
We do have Kelsey with us. Kelsey, an absolutely crazy, wild game this was. We had no idea what was happening. We had the engine to help us, but still couldn't understand much. Tell us a bit about your experience with this game.
Well, so in the opening, when she played the Nimzo, she normally doesn't play after, so I prepared for queen c2. And then I played c5, b5, and I wasn't expecting e5. So here, like, I was thinking a lot. I was thinking the normal move was just to be retreat to e8. But then I was thinking maybe it would be too passive, like she might pick up b5 and then develop normally.
Yeah.
So I wanted to go for something like...
You might as well go for it, right?
Yeah.
Why not? Let's go for it. Nothing to lose. Bishop a5. And she was, by the way, blitzing out her moves. Like she knew what she was doing. Were you afraid of her preparation? You were scared at this point. But still, you were finding the best moves.
Really?
And take on c4. And at this point, she started thinking a little bit. She had an hour and 33 minutes. Then f4 was played after a 10-minute thing. How did you assess the position at this point?
Well, so I was really puzzled because I was thinking there's no way this could work for her or for me though, because like my pawns, they look so ugly. But if I can get d5, b4 in, it seems pretty good for me. But she has like no development, so I was really puzzled at this point.
Yeah, no, and I think f4 was in fact quite a big blunder. And you jumped on the opportunity, you found the right plan, just get that rook on the b1, create those spins and then start pushing the pawns.
Yeah.
And at this point, it became desperation mode.
Yeah,
for her.
I think like last-ditch efforts are the most scary because like they don't have anything to lose. And then I saw she would get a ton of counterplay, and then I got really scared because like I have no time either.
You were going down to your last few minutes at this point. And I think this was the critical moment. You could have played queen to g6, but you had 1 minute on the clock. What was going on through your mind?
So I was thinking if I play queen g6, that's what I was originally intending to play.
Yeah.
Then I was thinking, what if my king gets cut off, like somehow queen h3 and then bishop g5? I can always retreat to g7. But so I think this was the move where I got down to like 30 seconds for the first time.
Yes.
And then so I just had to play a move, and then I played this one, which
Yeah, no, 23 seconds, and I have to say you really kept your composure after this move, bishop to d1. Because this is almost like a cold shower type of situation, right?
I wasn't expecting it at all. Like I was either thinking king d1 or something else. Because here I have bishop b5 and bishop a4.
Precisely, yeah, and this would have led to a victory. But she found this great move, bishop to d1, and then you also counteracted with this great move, rook to d6. From a practical perspective, I think the best move in the position. Did you see this move, queen to c5, for her, or?
I didn't consider anything other than checks because I thought that would be too slow for some reason.
Yes, and that's what she went for as well. And finally, this absolutely wild game finished in a perpetual. How would you sum up your experience here at the junior girls?
I guess I shouldn't be disappointed since it's my first time and I didn't lose too badly. But I feel like definitely in this game and all my, I lost a lot of games as white, which I wasn't expecting. And then this game I had some good opportunities, but the tournament's finally almost ending, so yeah.
Kelsey, still you're bringing up the fighting spirit to every single game. Congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow in the final round. Guys, any questions?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Kelsey, first of all, congratulations. What a fighting game. I mean, incredible game. We were really enjoying it, all those pawns pushing. My question is, you're super young. You're only 14 years old, national master, really accomplished chess player. How are you enjoying this tournament, playing the best girls like Carissa Yip? I mean, really strong tournament. Is this your first time playing this?
Yeah, of course it's my first time, and I always wanted to play it since a really long time, since I just watched the broadcasts online. And then for this tournament, I guess I just want to play some more good games. Probably good before exciting, but yeah.
Right. Well,
wonderful.
Very well done.
I just wanted to say thank you, Kelsey. You thrilled us, and you forced the commentators to put us on our toes. So it was a great game, thrilling game. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Last round.
Love it. Well, it's not often we have a situation like that rook sacrifice and the king's running across the board and with no time on the clock.
And then rook takes g7, right? Some precise game from Rochelle with bishop d1, but still with black surviving that rook d6.
Wow, and if Rochelle would have found queen c5, that's like, okay, that's alien stuff. Again, I'm just going to check in on Zoe and Carissa as we get prepared for a break. Zoe, well, she's hanging in there, but she's a pawn down and... yeah, she's suffering.
She's attacking that a5 pawn, right?
Yeah, she's keeping the bishop honest. The rook is actually active, kind of tying down black's pieces a little bit. You would like to go king to c7 and evict the rook. The problem is f-pawn. So maybe a move like h5 here for Carissa. By the way, the players have made their time control. Everybody's happy there. We have another game going on in the girl section, Rose and Gracie. For the longest time, I've been liking white, but it's kind of hard with this, I want to say, passive bishop. The bishop is, you would love to trade off this bishop so you could just land on the f5 square. It's not easy for Rose to improve what I thought was a very good position.
But I think that could be an interesting plan, right? Maybe bishop e2, bishop g4, just try to trade off those pieces.
Makes sense to me. Very, very well. And Cristian, back to you as we guest in studio.
We are with the current leader of the juniors section, Abhi. First of all, congratulations. You came into this round as the rating favorite. You were playing against a struggling player, and you did your job. You did exactly what you were supposed to do. How are you feeling right now as a new leader, at least until the last few games are over?
Yeah, it feels good. I definitely missed a lot of chances in this tournament. I've been lucky as well a lot of times. Like, for example, my game against Josiah was like dead lost. Then yesterday I missed bishop c7. Like, bishop c7 is something I would find in a blitz game.
Right.
I missed the moment. I was completely fixated on attacking on the king side. I like forcing g6, then going h4, h5. But yeah, other than that bishop c7, that game was not too bad. So yeah, I had a lot of time yesterday because he doesn't have...
Were you upset about that miss, bishop to c7? Because sometimes, you make this type of draws, you see that you had a clear win, and then you beat yourself a bit too much. Do you do that?
Yeah, I was very, very angry at myself. Okay, how could I miss such a thing? Because especially that after every single one of my games, where like if I made any mistakes, I'll set up the same position on the board. I'll try to find the better move. Like I found bishop c7 within like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Like 2-3 minutes. It was very simple.
Is your dad helping you with that? Is he putting the positions and then asking you, hey?
During the game, he puts it on our engine, and okay, by the time I come out, there's like a list of things which I missed.
Okay, that's an interesting trading method.
Then I try to solve everything on the board.
Really? Okay.
Because I think, yeah, if it'll help me more than just like checking, oh, this is what I missed. Okay, now the next game, it'll be simpler for me to find those kind of resources.
Is it you do that immediately after the games?
Yes.
When you go back to the room and then your dad already has everything set up and...
Yes.
Incredible. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say to that. That's dedication, I want to say. And today, you spotted the moment. The training has definitely paid off because at this point, you had this g4, g5, but it wasn't clear. I mean, we were looking at the engine. The engine was saying +2, +3. It doesn't really matter, right? The position is still equal in terms of material. And if you don't find this g4, g5, it's not that clear either, right?
Yes,
How did you come up to the conclusion of that is the decisive way?
Because here, once I got this g4, g5, I think the whole position is about my bishop on d5. And his idea with rook f d8 is somewhere he wants to go knight e7. Like, I think instead of rook f d8, you can still go knight e7 directly. Maybe what he forgot was that, like, at first I was considering knight takes e5, but I realized, okay, you can play d takes e5. And he kind of gets he kind of just takes on d5, yeah, and this is completely fine. But knight e7, my idea was I would go back bishop b3. Sorry, no, bishop b3. I'm never going to give up this bishop without...
the light square bishop,
yeah. This is... So now my threat is actually now g4, g5 is a big threat.
You're trapping
the bishop, and other than that, like knight e5 in some positions isn't.
So maybe he goes something like, I don't know, h6.
Actually, there were some interesting moments before this, like when I wanted to sack my queen with like knight takes e5 at some points. It doesn't really work.
Okay.
So like with the queen on d8, for example, where was it?
Maybe somewhere around here.
Yeah, like somewhere around here. Like if I was calculating knight takes e5. Like okay, bishop takes d1, knight takes e6 is winning for white.
Yes.
I take another piece on e7 with check, then I take on d1, and I have like the best 3 pieces anyone could imagine.
Absolutely.
But the issue with this is knight takes e5. I think he can play knight takes e5. Knight takes f6, takes, queen takes h5, knight takes d3, rook e3. Now, the variation doesn't end because if knight takes b2, rook h3, I give mate. So, but the issue is rook e3, he goes g6.
Ooh,
now, if I go queen h6, bishop g7, my queen gets forced back. Okay, then he takes on b2. But yeah, bishop g5 is also an issue.
I think this one
wins. It's terrible.
Yeah, crazy calculation, but you did find this g4, g5, and in fact, after this, the position is almost hopeless.
Actually, there was one more point, like after knight h4, bishop f8, and a couple moves after h4, h5. This is a critical moment too. Because here, like the first, I would have played like rook a6 in a couple seconds, but then I noticed this g takes h6 and queen g2, because rook a6, this position is much, much better, probably even still winning.
Yes.
Because I have this amazing bishop on d5. It's positionally...
You cannot exchange it. You cannot transfer this bishop to e6. Yeah,
Yes.
unfortunately, that's not how chess works.
But then I realized that actually I go g takes h6. Now this, if queen takes h4, queen g2, in the game, I just have way too many threats because queen h5, rook e3 is game over. Because queen h6, rook h3, and queen takes g6. But another variation was g takes h6. And this is the reason I spent like 10 minutes around here, because now h5, bishop h7, king f1 is the most natural move, bishop g7, king e2, now rook f8. Now the idea of black setup is, okay, king h8 in f5. If you get king h8 f5, you might still be worse, but
maybe you can
rook
take,
g1,
yes,
king h8.
Take?
I don't think it was take. My idea was rook a7 here.
Rook a, whoa.
Well, bishop h6 and then rook a7. Because actually, rook a7, these were the two moves I was calculating.
That's actually quite beautiful.
And now, okay, queen h4, I have rook g4.
If you take
queen a7, queen f6 is mate. Queen d8, I have rook d7, queen h4, I have rook g4.
Oh, that's nice.
And other than that, actually, instead of this, I was calculating the reverse order. If I go rook a7 first.
Yes.
Queen takes a7. Bishop takes h6. I think here black goes f5. Bishop takes g7, queen takes g7, rook takes g7, king takes g7. Now if I go queen g3, king h6, I might still be winning, but it's not as clear. And if I go queen e3, f4, maybe, like, most probably white still has a win here, but queen h3, rook f6.
It's not clear.
But yeah, I think bishop h6 first is very important. I just go rook a7 and resigns.
Nice critical moment. You spotted that one. You figured everything out. Abhi, congratulations. You did what you had to do. You're going into the final round. Big game tomorrow against Balaji, who is absolutely on fire. How are you going to approach that one? Are you going to play a defensive game, or you don't want to reveal your strategy?
Well, it's going to be a fight tomorrow. Because I think as of now, like, it depends whatever happens in Arthur's game. I think he was probably going to make a draw last I checked. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah.
But still has some work to be done.
I saw some position with queens on the board. But yeah, this looks kind of dangerous for black. But yeah, that means I'm at least like shared first. Yeah, I'll play my best and we'll see what happens. No compromise.
Guys, questions for Abhi.
Our congratulations. Very, very nice variations that you were calculating there, Mishra, and very good luck for tomorrow's all-important game.
Right. I have maybe just one question, Abhimanyu. Do you tomorrow, very important game? Do you think you're gonna have issues falling asleep because those nerves are gonna be playing hard, or you are just it's gonna be easy? I'm gonna fall asleep, play game tomorrow.
But yeah, actually, as of now, this is a great question. But as of now, me worrying isn't going to change anything. What I should best do is I should go to sleep as quickly as possible. Then I should prepare normally. But yeah, I'm going to try not to think so much about it, because whatever happens on the board will happen. Me worrying beforehand will not change anything.
Very good. Mishra, very good. Good luck. And take us through our results as they're piling up hot and furiously. 4 results out of 5.
Right, so let's start with the U.S. Junior Championship. Wang drew with Jacobson. Hong won against Stearman. Very important win. Liang is still playing with Guo.
Huge game as our tournament leader Arthur Guo is trying to save it.
Lost to Daggupati, and Mishra won with Zhu.
And what about the girls?
In the girls section, so far we have only 2 results.
Right.
Wow.
It was that Rochelle game that really thought, boy, that was amazing. Sorry.
Girls are fighting. So Yan against Mangalam. Yan won against Mangalam. Lee drew with Mo. And I believe Wu drew with Liu.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. And we'll come to the seniors in a moment. But first, we have a guest in studio with Cristian. Over to you, Cristian.
Andrew, an absolutely wild game, but it was all about Josiah's early on pressure due to his opening preparation. I mean, you had to make some difficult decisions along the way. What was your first reaction after this move f6? Because black can play e6, g6. You've played against those, but not against f6. Take us through your reaction.
When he played f6, I recalled vaguely that this move is maybe possible, but it shouldn't be great. But obviously, I had to start thinking from what's this move 7. So I was just trying to play what seemed logical to me, but I was prepared that he probably looked at stuff, so I'd have to continue playing under pressure, which isn't fun. But
and that's exactly what happened, right?
Yeah.
And at this point, you had the opportunity to repeat the position,
yeah.
right? And then go with bishop to d4, rook to b8. You could still go bishop to a7, and that would have ended the game. But that doesn't help you in the standings, right? You're still playing for the national title. How did you come to the conclusion that down an hour on the clock, you have to find something?
Well, actually, the decision was like less about the standings in the tournament. I was just like I've been quite upset if I had to just make a draw with white, where he had been basically didn't have to do anything. So I felt like, okay, I might as well just risk
Go for it.
Go for it and see what happens. And there's a lot going on here. I have a lot of options. G3, rook e1, knight takes c6. There's a lot to calculate, but yeah, all of them weren't so clear to me. For instance, like one line here, rook e1 looks very natural, but here after b5, it's the position. This I wasn't completely sure about. White gets like two pieces. I mean, rook and two pawns were two pieces, but after rook e1, actually the bigger issue is I calculated bishop d6 he has. So I take on c6. Now the idea is that he cannot take back because with a pawn because bishop f6, knight d5 with a double pin. That's the point.
Very nice.
But after bishop d6, he has, I think, bishop takes, knight takes c6, bishop f4 check, king b1, queen c6, and I saw bishop a7 here. Bishop a7, the double threat on the rook and the bishop. But here I thought black at least can take on a4, knight takes, rook a8, knight b6, yeah, rook a7, rook knight c8, rook a8, knight b6, rook d8, and black is definitely not worse here. So I thought I can't go for this.
Wild stuff, yeah. Long, wild stuff, very.
So I calculated a lot, but none of them seemed so satisfactory to me. So I just took on c6 and played bishop e5, and was like, okay, I don't think I have anything here, but I might as well just play.
Yeah, this is, tame the position a little bit, make sure you're not getting checkmated, you're not losing any pieces, and just play the game as it is. Make natural moves, right? Put the rooks on the open files. And it was this moment, I mean, you played f5 with only 6 minutes on the clock. And he found some really good moves. But it was at this point, after c4, where he got greedy with this move, queen to f6.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand his logic. I had like no time on my clock. He had over an hour.
Yes.
And my king is so weak. But yeah, this move looks very tempting, but I'd seen that I had at least rook e3 here.
Did you see this from afar?
Yeah.
You were calculating this?
I was calculating this, and I was hoping he would go into this. I wasn't completely sure that maybe I had missed something, but from what I saw, I didn't see a clear way for black to take advantage of this. So when I saw queen f6, like I played rook e3, and
I have everything under control.
Actually, I had forgotten this move rook b4 exists ahead of time. But luckily I have queen takes a6, which is...
And now the best move, it was a bit crazy. It was queen to d8.
Yeah.
Did you even consider this move, or you weren't looking at this direction?
No, I wasn't really looking at that. I thought about queen a1 check.
That's,
And there's a lot going on. Bishop g6, bishop d8, queen d4, rook e1. And I saw c4, bishop g6, but then take on g6. I thought, okay, I probably shouldn't be risking anything, but the position's still very complicated, so...
Anything can happen, I mean, with such a naked king, right?
Yeah, but I thought to myself that, at least I get to make a lot of moves and get closer to time control.
Get some time on the clock.
Yeah, I might as well just go for this.
And this was the big mistake. After queen to g5 already, things are turning your way quite clearly, because you have this idea with queen to h4, exchange the queens, and this is an easy endgame. Huge, important victory for you, Andrew, tomorrow. Only half a point, most likely behind the leader going into the final one. Who are you playing tomorrow?
I'm playing Brandon.
Ooh, that's a big matchup, big head-to-head. What is your general experience with Brandon, who is one of your good friends as well?
Yeah, he's one of my good friends. I know generally I do well against him for whatever reason, but that doesn't mean anything for tomorrow's game. And I'll just do my best. And I mean, to be in this position, considering what I did yesterday, it's a little bit of improvement. So I'll take it.
Absolutely. Andrew, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well, Andrew, as well. It's been a great round. Just what we'd expect in a championship round. But let's check out the seniors. results. Kate, do the honors,
Yeah,
please.
we have 3 games that already finished. Gurevich drew with Shabalov, Khachiyan drew with Wolff, and Ruth won against Kaidanov.
We think Benjamin and Akopian are heading for a draw. Well, Dlugy might be in some trouble, but guess what?
We have a winner
We
in the
do.
Seniors Championship. Congratulations to Grandmaster Melik Khachiyan with a fantastic performance in this tournament. And he is the 2023 US Senior Champion. And with that title comes $20,000. Congratulations, Melik.
Absolutely. Well done indeed. And we'll take a break and we'll be right back.
I'm quite honored to be here, and it reminds me of my days when I played in the U.S. Junior Clubs.
Feels great. Feels great. This is my main tournament of the year. As soon as the last one is over, I start thinking about the next year.
It's a great feeling. Always, I'm waiting to come to St. Louis because probably it's the best conditions for the tournament is in St. Louis.
It was a great experience last year as well. The first time I played here. As always, it's great. So I'm sure that this time will be the same. I would like to thank everybody who made this tournament possible, and especially, of course, Rex Singfield.
It's great, but it's also nerve-wracking because this is the most important tournament of the year for me, and I really want to do well. So, you know, I'm going to try to really work hard. Actually, I think I put more work into it before because I don't want to be too exhausted during the event, but I'm really looking forward to the games.
Of course, I'm very excited. It's very excited just to be here, to qualify. I was very excited to win a Senior Open last year. It was very, very successful for me, so I'm very happy to be back.
In St. Louis, for a long time, it became a second home, so just back home again.
It's honored, always honored to be here. I think it's a dream for every chess player to be here because I always been saying that for years. No one else, no organization, no facilities, no one else treat chess players as high as here. And we appreciate it, and this is amazing. That's why for us, every time if there is a chance for us to qualify and play in St. Louis, that's dream come true.
This is the one big tournament of the year that I play in. And so I look forward to actually remembering how to play chess. It's wonderful to be here. It's amazing that, you know, the prize fund is, the first place I think is more than the total prize fund of the World Senior Championship, for example. So it's kind of amazing, you know. So, I mean, I think it's kudos to Rex, and maybe FIDE should work on this themselves. It's always a joy to see old friends and to play some good chess and to be, you know, to be treated like royalty here. So I enjoy it a lot.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I will be doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. Follow us in our social media and get more exciting behind-the-scenes action.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our national championships. These are our results. Kate.
Yeah, for the girls junior, Yan won against Mangalan, Lee drew with Mo, and Wu drew with Liu.
And in the junior championships?
In the juniors, we also have 4 results. All right, Wang drew with Jacobson, Hong won against Stearman, very important win. Ghazarian lost to Daggupati, and Mishra won with Zhu.
4 results also in the seniors, and we do have a champion as well.
Right. So Benjamin drew with Akopian, Gurevich drew with Shabalov, Khachiyan drew with Patrick Wolff, and Ruth won against Kaidanov.
And we have our champion.
Yeah, these results means Grandmaster Melik Khachiyan is the new 2023 US Senior Champion. Congratulations, what a fantastic performance in this tournament. And he's also winning $20,000.
Nicely put. $20,000 richer and happier. Very nice. And we've got two very crucial games going on as Arthur Go, who came into the round as our tournament leader. He's struggling to hang on to his tournament lead as white, Jason Liang, is targeting black's pawn structure in this current position. We also have Carissa and Zoe, another crucial game going on in the girls section. If Zoe can hang on
she
in a difficult position.
Very difficult position, but now she's a pawn down.
Right. But if she can survive, then
Yeah.
Alice Lee will not have clinched quite
Right.
yet.
If
Yes.
Zoe Tang loses this game, we do have a winner in the US Juniors, Girls Juniors Championship with Alice Lee. Just fantastic performance.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Christian, what has caught your attention about these games in progress?
Well, I was just checking this game of Jason versus Arthur, and I was trying to figure out how to assess this position after knight takes f4, right?
Of course.
That's the big question. What if I take another pawn and then I'm ready?
98, right?
98, that's the big one. And then I have rook f8.
Wow.
That's the nice way out. But how do we, first of all, I think after knight to d6, I'm not going to go b4 immediately because of knight to c6.
Right.
How do we assess this one? Is the b pawn enough to keep my knight away and potentially stop my pawn push on the king side, forcing a draw? Let's take a look. Knight takes f4, and Jason is actually asking those questions.
And 98 on the board.
98 is on the board.
So here it comes, rook f8.
He has to go for it, yes.
Right.
At this point, you're all in. I mean, you can go rook f5 and then go rook f6 and make a draw.
Right.
But you don't want that, right?
No.
Oh, perhaps also rook f5. And then once you go, no, but knight d6, rook d5. How do we think about that position?
One more time, 98, rook f5.
But now you go knight g7, right?
Yes, if you go, I get a check, all right, and I'm happy.
Right.
But knight to g7 forces the repetition.
Yes.
And then eventually, to avoid the repetition, I have to go rook f8. Christian, as a salient question, Kate, your initial reaction when you saw this knight ending was to think what? That
rook f8 on
and
the
here we
board.
go. That this outside pass pawn, your knight is going to be required to keep, and then
Yes, but I have
so you
three
got-
pawns against one on the king side, and that makes me quite comfortable as white. So the knight will keep an eye on that pawn, but the king and the pawns will just run.
For
by
white,
themselves.
yes, but I mean, I think this might be enough for equality for draw, for black.
That's what I was thinking too. That the idea that this knight is, tethered to the queen side, right? I mean, then eventually it's going to be, we think, 2 versus none, right?
Yes.
But I'll play b4, and then the knight will be stuck.
Just don't go b4 right now.
No.
Game over.
My initial reaction was, it's likely a draw, actually.
And I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you are right.
Is it a table base, by the way?
No.
It's
I think we're far away.
quite
from a table
reduced
base.
material, though, right? What do we got? 1, 2, 3,
We have 8 pieces,
4,
right?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Sorry, 9 pieces of
Yes.
fork. That's too many. I think
Yes.
perhaps 7 pieces is a table base. I don't think we have 8 pieces yet.
Yeah, we have to wait for a pair of pawns or to be traded.
By the
All
way,
right.
can we turn attention
Please.
to the seniors' last game playing Maxim Dlugy against Igor Novikov?
When I left it, I thought Igor was winning, but
I mean, black is trying to just push g2.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, he is. He's g2 and rook takes d4 is on his
Right.
agenda. I'm going to have to play rook g6 whether I like it or not, right?
But then I have f4 also.
I know.
Oh,
I
but
know.
maybe no.
H7? May I have a look? Whose turn is it? It is white to
It's
play.
white's turn.
Yes. So
f4.
f4 hits my rook. H7. Now, unless there's some beautiful checkmating sequence.
Yeah, I don't see. I'm looking
You
bishop
go
d3 or
here.
g2, but
Here.
oh, there is a really nice. I'm just hearing from Grandmaster Darius Schwierz. He's saying bishop f3 after h7.
F4.
So f4, h7.
H7.
And bishop f3. Very quiet move, but it is setting the.
Quiet killer is what I want to say.
Are we sure this is game over?
So bishop c5, king f7, rook f6. Oh, h8 knight? No.
Well, you have to go king g7.
Oh, wow. So instead of rook f6 check, h8 knight. What is happening there?
What is check?
Only move.
Which defends the knight. What? Only move is king here.
So how do you continue right now?
I guess rook e6?
Rook
Yes,
e6, and
king
now
d7,
I have it.
And then you just drop back to e1. Huh?
Oh, and rook d6, just trading the rooks.
And the knight is in time to eat the knight.
Wow.
Where was the knight? The minor piece ending. The knight comes from the grave to save the day.
That's
is
a very
a
funny line.
crazy,
That is crazy line.
totally ridiculous, absurd.
And we have f4 on the board.
If they go into
Wow.
this variation, that would be, remarkable is an understatement. H7, bishop f3.
All right, let's try to figure it out. Do we have anything else?
Besides then bishop f3? Well, of course, our desire bishop takes, oops, we shouldn't be letting our opponent queen their pawn. We won't have
And you know
any-
what the problem is? So for example, we can start with rook d1, king e2, and now bishop takes g6, and say that bishop h5 is a mate. But
It is a pretty
unfortunately,
mate.
h8 queen protects that square.
But it's pretty.
Yes.
It is very pretty. But what's very, very pretty is this, now that this pawn on g3 covers the f2 square, this one covering all of those squares, and so you're set up for this.
Yeah, these quiet moves are very powerful in chess
and
games.
you think, okay, game over. This is crazy. So bishop check. If I move my king, then you take away my mating material, and you're crying.
Because I promoted a queen.
Exactly. So you don't move your king to d7, you move your king to f7. Give me the rook, threatening the mate. You
Forcing
promote
to promote.
to a knight. Only legal move. And you have to come to the d file, and I trade it off.
And the thing is that you don't actually go rook to e1. Kind of crazy, right? After king to d7, rook e1 doesn't work. Because now I go bishop g2 and f3.
Oops.
And you're not stopping me from going f2. You can
Oops.
resign now.
So I'm wondering if we actually go back, what if I don't promote into a knight? And I just play bishop d6, rook d6 immediately.
Okay, so
King f7.
King f7.
By the way,
rook
we
to
have
d-
h7 on the board. So
Okay,
bishop
this
f3
is-
is a possibility. And rook d6 right now.
Good
Rook
question.
h2 maybe?
You're not threatening to, when your bishop was on d4,
Mm-hmm.
you were threatening to promote. Rook d2. That's a very, very good answer. It was one of those 50-50s. If he doesn't find it. Okay, sorry, let me just refresh my board. And we are here, and I mean, this is nice. You don't take a rook, of course not. You don't take a whole rook. You don't play rook h2 to stop the queen.
Bishop f3.
Instead, you play bishop f3,
We're going
the quiet
into that
move,
line, guys.
to set up a checkmating threat.
We're going into that line.
You did it?
Oh man, that's a nice one.
Yeah,
That's really
bishop
nice.
f3 on the board. Wow.
You can see Max looking at you, holding his head. What? Okay, what's going on? Bishop c5 checks, the only move.
That's the thing. He's
It's
kind
a
of
very
forced
narrow-
into that path.
Yes.
There's no way out.
Exactly. So
I'm wondering what's going on through Max's head right now, because I think he lost 3 in a row.
Right, he's been on a kind of a turbulent track here.
Like one thing that could be his downswing right now is the fact that perhaps he thinks he's already lost.
But the good thing is he has 18 minutes, 17 minutes, 53 seconds to be precise. So a lot of time to find and calculate this whole variation, bishop c5 and promoting into a knight.
Yeah, well, in this particular case, again, he just doesn't have really much of a choice. He has to play bishop c5 check. So,
But he's not happy.
not happy, but let's go. Bishop c5 check. By the way, sorry, I've got kind of getting lost here. Wanted to just check in on the Arthur, Jason Liang, Arthur. They've gone into that night ending just as we've prescribed. We think it's enough for Arthur to save the game. We'll keep an eye on that. The whole point is this knight will have to stay over here on the queen side, whereas Black's king and knight will deal with this 3-1 majority on the king side. Finally, is Carissa making progress?
So she
in
was
her
trying
game
to
with
trap the rook. If we, last move,
HG?
king c8. If I am allowed to, play king b8 and king b7, I'm trapping the rook.
Exactly.
That would be nice.
That would be nice. Check is on the board, and the whole point is Carissa's bishop. She would love to play bishop and king, but her bishop is also tethered to this pawn. So king b7. And just to refresh everybody's memories, if Carissa does not win, well, actually, these are just the pairings.
Yeah, so tomorrow pairing. So Leo against Atwell, Yip playing Wu. That's going to be a big match.
Absolutely.
Mo against Tank, Mangalam against Lee. Alice can actually clinch the title if she's going to win. Or even make a draw.
Yep.
And then Prasanna against Yan.
Exactly. And in the juniors, by the way, the pairings there are just incredibly remarkable because Kate.
Yeah, so Zhu against Wang, Daggupati against Mishra.
That's the one I was
Super
thinking
important
about. I
match,
mean,
right?
that could determine a playoff or not.
Then we have Daggupati against Mishra, right? Go against Ghazarian, Stearman against Liang, and Jacobson against Hong.
Absolutely everything to be played for. In
For
Yeah.
sure. And let's, we're going to jump to the game of Rose and Grace, because something has gone wrong for White. This knight on d4 has become the dominant piece, right?
Yeah.
I've
And the
got,
pin on the second rank. That king on h2 may not be
I've got
very
this
safe.
very unpleasant feeling that queen e3 could, hurt.
Would that be Gracie's first victory in this tournament?
Wow.
Yeah, it
Because
would be
this was
her.
a real turnaround, because I thought that Rose was enjoying advantage for much of this game, if not in the entirety. Something went seriously wrong here for White.
Yeah, because there was this moment when we wanted to really jump with the knight there, but she actually traded the knight for a bishop.
And we were thinking bishop to g4. You pointed out that trade existed for Rose.
Wait, so black is queen e3, is that?
Well,
Is it that strong?
Another one, just if it was my turn, if I go queen a2,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to go king g1. I don't know. I don't think you're gonna survive this
Guys,
too long. Pardon
I
me.
really don't want to alarm you,
but
okay, he finally made it. He finally played bishop c5, Maxim.
Maxim Dlugy?
He was taking his time.
Okay.
We might see that promotion.
We'll-
Perhaps we have to stay with this one.
We'll trade our.
I really want to see that
games
night
here.
promotion.
Yeah, it's
if
not
it happens.
often that you see under promotion and for a knight.
For a night, yeah.
King f7. Okay, this
King
is the moment
F7.
right here.
Don't pick a queen. You're gonna get checkmated. You have to pick a knight.
The knight is next to Igor. You see it right there. It's actually ready. It's destiny almost.
Right.
First in line, it's like, I want to jump back to the game.
Well, Max is hesitating. He's considering your move, rook to d6, but we think after rook h2,
that's a problem.
That's not nice.
That truly is a problem. The thing is, once you play under promotion to a knight, you have to calculate that variation, and you have to see that at the end of everything, all the exchanges, you have this move knight to g6 and capture on f4.
Right.
That's not that easy, right? I mean,
No,
in the
not
last
at
hour
all.
of play, after so much labor, so much effort being put into this.
If you're not exhausted, you're superhuman.
And you cannot stop calculating now, only after knight g6.
Wow.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the thing. You sometimes stop calculating. And if you do that, then you're in trouble. And by the way, is this completely over? Let's go king d5.
King David 5, did you
Right,
say? Yeah.
right.
Okay,
King
so
d5,
I'm
you
definitely
take,
taking
and I go
that.
king e4.
King e4. Okay, so.
You can go knight e2.
All right.
Oh no, that's how I'm gonna lose, g2.
Knight e2, now I go g2, and now I take. Yeah,
That's
this
how
is
you
the way
lose.
to lose.
Wait, actually, do I have a6?
Oh, there it is.
Wow, nice.
Knight.
Good job.
A6, I go back.
I think he found it.
Yeah, you
And,
survive. I mean, you win the game as
Oops.
black.
Yeah. Let me just refresh my board, everybody. I'll be right back, and here we go. This is it. This is the moment. Rook e6 check and rook d6.
Has to go rook e6.
That's a beautiful stutter step, forcing the king onto the d file. By the way, for Igor, there's some really, really, really bad tournament luck in this competition. I mean, he had Melik set dead to rights.
Yeah.
Yes.
He
That
could
was
have
a
easily
winning
won that game. And that-
Beautiful long castle move.
Right. And there were other opportunities as well for Igor where things just. And if this one gets away, he's sitting there going, what do I have to do?
But sometimes you have that tournament that you are missing a little bit in every single game. It's not working.
Right? You're missing
Yeah.
a tempo in one game. You're tempo ahead, and you don't want to be in another. Just little things. Rook e6 check and rook d6, with this knight on h8, making a fantastic entrance into onto the stage. Wow.
Fantastic. What a game.
It adds some study qualities, this last part.
Yes.
To it.
Yes. No, this is like a study. Like, okay, let's keep going with that endgame, right? That we
Rook
were
e6
discussing.
check.
It's
King-
kind of forced.
King d7.
Maybe rook to e1, but I don't think you will play rook to e1.
No.
If you see this.
Takes, knight. And you were asking the question here.
Right. I just want to invade
go-
and see if I manage to get that c3 pawn in time.
So what am I supposed
Knight g6 maybe, to have knight e5.
Okay, that makes the most sense. So your immediate king d3 does run into knight g6.
That actually
And I want to
loses
use
the
this
game.
as a decoy,
Oh, but this is
right?
like truly a study-like position. If you go bishop h5, now I have a6, and I take
Correct.
on g6, and my king stops me from actually catching your pawn.
Right. In this position, you want to capture your king so that the bishop.
This is a study-like position.
Truly.
I mean, crazy.
And if you go king, now you get to use your pawn as a decoy so that you can trade this when you need to.
Right.
Right? Like here. Oops. No, I've done it in the wrong way. I apologize.
Go
I'm
back
tempo
for a
there.
second. Go back for a second, maybe.
King e4. I played knight e5.
This is still not easy, huh?
Crazy. Wow. So even after all of this,
But wait,
Igor
I
might
can go
still-
knight h4, right?
Why is your knight better on h4, Kate?
She wants to go on f5. I see.
Yes.
I see what you're doing.
I'm gonna go there.
Yes. Tell me when I'm doing something wrong.
And now I think
Knight
knight
F5.
f5 is the move, but
Yeah, king there.
now king d3. No,
Still,
seems
that
like it's
bishop
still-
is amazing. What a fantastic.
Yeah, but I'm fine, right?
What? What?
No, knight e3,
I'm fine.
taking knight takes g2. Oh, but after knight e3, you have g1. You just
No,
promote.
knight e1.
No, but you don't have to push c3.
Oh, sorry. What did you want me to do?
g1.
G1.
Oh,
Yeah.
bishop. Bishop. The under promotion. I mean, if you're going to under promote, I have to match you.
Okay, so this does not work
Wow. Christian, 2 under promotions in the same game, right?
I know, right?
That would be fantastico. I've never had that, by the way. I've had under promotions for sure, but not in the same game that both players are under promoting. What?
Okay, so you have an easy way out.
I have an easy way out.
Yes.
Okay.
We didn't spot this, and it's not that easy to actually spot it.
So rook e6 we have to play, right?
No,
Chess.
keep going, all the way into the endgame, all the way until the king reaches the square e4.
Wow.
Knight g6.
Knight to g6?
No, knight to g2.
Not knight.
Oh,
Okay.
because you don't have king d3 now.
Or king
Exactly.
e3 or
Yes.
king d3.
Knight to g2. This is the
Wow.
money move. Okay, knight g6 is supposedly a draw as well, but it's not that easy. So I would say this is the money move that if you don't see it from afar, I mean, you can get tempted maybe to play something like rook e6 followed by rook e1 and hope that you save it like this, and then end up in trouble after bishop g2 f3. So a lot of traps still set in the position for Dlugy in this one.
Well, he's definitely looking at rook check. Now his, what you're saying is he's trying to define whether or not he's supposed to be playing rook e1 or rook d6. We think rook d6. And let's just
hasn't-
update our stories here for the seniors. Once again, we want to congratulate our tournament winner, Kate.
Yes, we have Grandmaster Melik Khachiyan, who is the 2023 U.S. Senior Champion.
Yeah.
So congratulations. What a fantastic performance. I mean, with round to spare, being a winner, that must feel amazing.
Absolutely undefeated and wow, just really, really impressive play throughout. And then in the junior section, everything to play for in the juniors, Kate.
Yeah, very important game between Jason Liang and Arthur Goa, who is so far the leader in the. Actually, it's not right because Abhimanyu and Mishra won.
At this moment,
So,
yes.
but if he wins, he still keeps the lead in the championship. But now he's kind of trying to survive.
Exactly. It's a pawn down, and somehow white changed the guard. The white king came over to the queen side in order to release the knight from its passive duty. So white is looking potentially at playing king c5, king takes.
But
In the
knight f4,
meanwhile,
that's a double attack. I'm attacking g2, and if you push it, then h3 is going to be hanging.
which kind of provokes me to play the passive move, but okay. For the moment, knight e1 defends g2, and I've got king c5 on my agenda.
I don't think you have to be worried about, let's say I play b4, as
b4.
black.
Okay. I want to eliminate the pawn.
I'm wondering if I can go just king e4 with the idea to capture on g2,
Right.
and then king f3.
Oops, sorry. Captures on g2 and king f3. So if it was your turn here, you wouldn't capture my knight, right?
Right, I want to capture the pawn. Capturing the knight.
So h4, if you capture the knight, well, we know what's going to happen.
Nothing good is going to happen.
Nothing good. But you capture the pawn, but can you take the other one?
Yeah, king g3,
Knight.
king g4.
Oh,
That's a draw.
that's just a dead draw? Wow. Knight Whoa, what just happened?
Knight h4.
I'm going to refresh my board, everybody. Don't get nervous. Knight h4.
So that is just inviting.
King G. King g5. Does he want to invite? No. You
Or maybe he wants to invite King g5 so I can play King e4.
King e4. Well, King g5's on the board.
I like this King e4 because now I'm taking control of that f5 square and I'm ready to return with my knight and kick your king kind of further up.
away. Yeah, I like King e4. That's a delicate move. It forces the knight away because knight f3 is a killer, right? So I have to go.
I'm gonna go.
Check. Or do you want?
Oh, I maybe have g3 also.
I was at, yeah. I start to.
King e4 on the board. Yes, I like this.
Okay. All important game here in the juniors as our tournament leader, Arthur, is really. If he survives this, he's really he's very, very, very deserving. And jump right in, Cristian. What does the engine say about this position after King e4?
It's still equal. But I think knight e6 is not the best. I have to go knight e2.
Not an obvious move.
Not an obvious move at all. No.
Wow. What's the knight doing on e2?
Yeah, knight e6, knight f3, you start having some difficulties. It's not that straightforward. Knight to e2 probably is the better way.
And you know, if black tries to simplify, I thought about this idea, knight take h3, but it's kind of really cool why it doesn't work. Knight takes h3, g takes.
Okay.
King takes. Now play f4, I run.
Okay.
Black plays b4. And now I don't run with the white pawn, I just push my king and the black king is trapped.
Is trapped.
And
You're
I'm just
eventually
winning
forced
this.
to take.
Yeah.
Guys, I feel we should go to the Dlugy game just
Okay.
because it's that critical moment when he has to play rook to d6 and he only has 3 minutes left on his clock.
Wow, he was 18 minutes, I think 2 moves ago. So
I know,
every
I
move is
know.
taking a lot of time.
And
now,
he did play rook d6 check.
He just
or
played
no.
it. Oh my goodness.
Yes,
saw
he
everything.
did.
Yes. Okay. He saved it.
Well,
I'm going to call it now. He saved it.
I mean, he still has to find that knight g2 move, right?
Yes.
Not the only move, but
the
the,
only move?
most precise move, yes.
But it's a pretty move, right? To stop,
Yeah.
stop king to d3. And Igor must be thinking to himself, you know, what do I have to do to win a game around here?
Chess is so difficult to win. You can have advantage and just...
Throughout?
Yeah, it's very difficult to win a game.
And is that 9 minutes on his clock?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Igor has 9 minutes.
Igor.
Maxime has 4 minutes.
Sorry, I do want to turn our attention also to the game of Zoe and Carissa
Yeah,
for just a
very
moment.
important game for the tournament.
Because, again, Carissa's been nursing an extra pawn for quite some while. And for Zoe, I mean, if she loses this game, then it's tournament victory for Alice Lee. Bishop to d6. Can Zoe play bishop e5 and
Take and take.
take and take? I mean, I appreciate that this c pawn is a runner.
So
at
can
this
I go
moment-
king c5 here?
Well, it's white to play, and
yeah?
Zoe did play bishop e5, and yeah, king c5 on the board, and we're anticipating rook takes. What else?
Bishop takes bishop.
Or bishop takes bishop, either one. Bishop takes, rook takes, f5 check, king b4. And if the king were on c2, I know it's a draw, but with the king cut off, I think this is a win for
This
Carissa.
might be a win, right?
Right? So this is the current position with Zoe to play, and I think her clock is down.
Another move is rook takes f5, but how good is that?
There's a difference. If I now play king b4, you don't do me the favor of taking. You give me a check.
Very strong discovery attack.
Exactly. Now you're forced to go back, and I can probably trade.
And that's a draw.
And that's a draw. So rook takes f5 is
Okay, so
the
what
key
if you
move.
take on
e5?
e5.
So I take with the rook.
I take with the
Completely
rook.
Are you sure?
Oh, bishop c3.
Back?
She's not capturing the bishop, she's retreating.
Wait a minute. You take with the rook, I take back, I go king d5? What is that?
I'm not sure.
Oh, I thought king d2, but that's actually lost. Never mind.
That should be losing.
Yeah, I have to recapture with the pawn.
Sorry, guys. Just catching up
Mhm.
on the current position. The Zoe just played bishop c3.
I kind of like this move.
It's a very practical decision, right? You just stop the king. You don't want to see the king on your doorstep supporting the c pawn, and
so you have to take on f4 now, right?
Yes. Right.
And Carissa just
That's
took.
what she did, and I'm
And
gonna
by the way, guys, Zoe has only 1 minute on the clock.
exactly.
Oh, that's
So
bad
she
news.
really has to
I'm
make quick
taking on
decisions.
a5.
That is really bad news.
Which she's done.
By the way, king d4. What do you play after king d4?
I'm not sure. I like the move king d4 because
I'm going in.
Yeah.
I'm
So
going
probably rook c6.
And once again, the reminder is that if Zoe loses, Alice is the 2023 Girls Champion.
Yes. Very important game for Alice. I'm sure she's watching this game.
Come on, Carissa, do me a favor. You can do it. King d4. I like that move.
Let's keep going. King d4, bishop b6, king e4 probably.
Right.
Trying to set
Sorry.
bishop b6. I
Bishop b. Yeah, there was a piece going to e6. It's just the wrong piece. And
now I'm setting up rook d2.
Well, rook David 2.
Maybe.
Nice. Ooh.
Yeah, that is
I'm
uncomfortable.
I'm
But
not
no, I like
happy.
what you did. I like what you did. Maybe that's the way.
By the way, just update, Gracie is cruising to victory, and it will be her first.
Yeah, very nice game against Rose Atwell. Really kind of crushing it now on the king side.
Well, I mean, it's so nice to play in a national championship where you go out with a win. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not been a very good tournament for Gracie, but winning her first game feels good.
Well, in fact, rating-wise, she's winning rating points.
Is she? She came in so low rated.
Because she's coming into the event as one of the low rated players.
I see.
And even before this one, she's still winning some rating points, and after this one, probably even more. So
nice.
It's difficult, given that you've lost some games and you haven't won
There's
yet.
a handshake as Rose gives it up, and she has done it.
But I like this, that, fight till the end, that even if the
Right.
tournament is not going your way, you are not going to just finish with draws. You're still going to fight. You still will want that win. And here she goes. She has her first win.
I tell you, those championship rounds, the penultimate as well as the ultimate round, you win those games, and whatever your score was, you kind of leave a little bit happy. As this all-important game, Zoe, Tang, and Carissa. Carissa is enjoying a nice time advantage, but now with the reduced material, she still has to find some really accurate moves. I think I like the move King d4. I really do. And maybe after bishop b6, maybe I should just keep going.
But I'm worried about maybe a5.
Exactly.
That pawn suddenly running.
It certainly is. There's no question about that. I'm thinking that I want to trade the f. Okay, so here, let me show you what I'm.
I'm just going to go a6.
Whoa, whoa,
Oh, no, I can't. Okay. I would like
Just a second,
to.
Christian. Let me show Kate.
What she missed.
Okay, so rook goes somewhere? Where does the rook go? Would you like to go behind?
Wait, you don't want to show what I missed?
No. You're on pre.
Well,
by the way,
kind of
we had
nice
this conversation yesterday.
It wasn't that easy, right?
It was a little bit of a shock for Christian and I that the international en prix that we had thought was international was new for you. That en prix wasn't a part of your lexicon. And here we go, bishop b6.
Bishop
After a
D6.
long think, actually, well, considering the fact she only has a few minutes, she played bishop to d6.
Keeping the tension in the
How
position.
does the engine like them apples? Bishop to c3, though, right?
Maybe
Bishop
after that you can force a trade, right? Bishop e5.
Okay, and then we're getting into this rook and pawn. You think this is winning?
Well, king b4.
Well, your king's going to be...
I mean,
wow.
the engines
Check.
are saying that white somehow survives, but I
Wow.
mean, this is really not
I'll be
basic by
really
any
worried
means.
about this.
Yeah, rook f7.
Rook f7.
It's very difficult.
Very
right now she's
difficult.
losing. Right now it's over. After king d4, if Carissa finds it,
Bishop
this is
d6,
actually
she
over.
played rook f7, and now king d4.
King d4 now.
Okay, that makes it nice. A little
It's
different.
time to step in, and that bishop on d6 is controlling that rook so nicely.
Wow.
Bishop b6, I have a feeling you just simply go king e4. And then c3 is coming. You're not stopping c3.
Because the bishop is guarding e7, c7, all those really important squares for the rook.
That's right. King d4 is the money move.
And for Alice, she's like, go Carissa. King d4, that's the key move here, huh? Sorry, that was my bad. I will just refresh the board. King d4.
Yeah, I think it's a move that Carissa is most likely going to make. I mean, you want to
It
push your
feels
king
natural.
forward.
It feels very, very natural. First of all, it does uncover an attack against the bishop. And secondly, you want to push your pawn. I mean, pass pawns and all that good stuff.
And again, what is another move that you have here for improvement? Maybe rook e5 or...
Maybe rook e5. Yeah, in terms of improvement, it's very hard to match king d4, isn't it?
Yeah.
I
like
mean,
this one
bishop
very
f4, there's no rook d2, so it looks like it's king d4, and let's go.
She's still thinking. In the game, maybe we can look at
Max.
Maxim Dlugy, Igor Novikov.
And that is, by the way, they went all the way to that position, and guess what?
Knight g2, wow.
He found knight
Precision.
g2.
He found it.
I mean,
yes.
they must be exhausted, and to come up with knight g2 at this moment, kudos to Max. Very, very impressive indeed. Knight e3 check. It looks like we can finally use the a pawn as a decoy to play a6 in order to be able to play knight.
You can see how tired they are on their faces. Look at Max.
The
It's like,
fatigue.
my goodness, what's been happening in this game? Look at him.
Somehow he perked up a little bit when he found this saving under promotion, right?
He's smiling. I can see a smirk on his face. A slight
Right.
one. A
Yeah,
slight
he's
one.
happy. He survived this.
Totally. Right? But we have a guest in studio with you, Cristian. Over to you.
Gracie, it's been a difficult tournament for you so far, but finally you got that elusive victory. Tell us about your feelings right now.
I mean, I'm just glad that I won a game and I found that combination, I guess. So I'm just trying to take it one game at a time, and I'm happy that I won this game.
Tell us about this experience, playing against the best junior girls in the nation, you being one of them. How do you feel about it?
I mean, it's really nice. I get to play a lot of tough competition, like you just said, and I think it's just a really great experience overall, and I'm grateful for the opportunity.
And you're also college level, right? At this point, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm entering my first year of
You
college.
are,
Yeah.
And how do you combine this academic career as well as your chess career?
I mean, I've usually been able to balance it pretty well, get my schoolwork out of the way, start, practice chess. Usually I'm able to get that in, and yeah, otherwise, I mean, academics comes first, obviously, but I'm usually able to follow up with enough practice in between.
Well, big victory for you, Gracie. I have to say congratulations. It's been a pleasure to watch today's game. Guys, Any questions?
Our congratulations, but Kate, please.
Yeah, I do have a question. Congratulations, Gracie, on a really nice game. I always admire players who, have a tournament that's not going their way. I know it's always difficult for me, but they continue fighting and then they actually make the win. So I'm curious, how is your mindset in this tournament to with that perseverance that you don't just resign the game, don't just play something to make a draw, but you still fight? How do you keep that?
I mean, of course, I'm obviously trying to go for the win in each game, and as you can see, it hasn't been working out that well this tournament, but I just try to keep a fresh perspective on it, try to win every game, take it like it's a new opportunity, and go from there.
Yeah, I think that's really nice.
That's what it's all about, yeah, keeping a positive frame of mind. Thank you, Gracie, and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, good luck in the last round.
Thank you.
And finally, they made a draw.
They're very happy.
Oh, look at
Max is like, okay, I got a reprieve, exonerated.
Yeah, crazy. It's I don't know what I'm supposed to do. You see the body language. I like this. During the game, they don't move 1 inch, and then during the post-mortem, they have so much energy.
They're animated, yes. And Igor is like, what did I miss? What did I miss? I was really, really close.
By the way, Carissa did play that move, king to d4.
Let's jump to it.
Bishop d2, c3, bishop to c1, and king to c4, and with such a passive bishop.
Yeah, that bishop.
Yeah,
that one seems to be very close to
should
over.
Yeah, should.
Can Carissa just try to trap it? Yeah, king b3.
Rook to b7.
That's
on
her agenda. Yeah, that was on her agenda.
That's definitely a good move.
But the problem is, this Peshki too is vulnerable. He can slide over and pick it off.
And maybe I can continue with that plan with bishop b4, king b3. Cover up the b file.
I like that.
Block the... That looks nice too.
I would assume you can also go c2, right? Why not? Let's push the pawn.
This should be winning. c2. c2, rook d1. Probably of all of these, I'm picking up the pawn. I feel like with the 2 pawns. By the way, one other game going on here, and it's very important.
Jason Liang against Arthur Gu.
She
the
did
knight
play c2,
endgame.
by the way, c2. Yeah, that crazy knight ending that we were trying to trap the black king on h4. That was hilarious. And somehow, well...
White would really like to capture that pawn on b3 with knight, thinking okay, finally I have that advantage, but knight e4, counter-attack, very powerful fork.
Exactly.
By the way, maybe I can
I'm going to play f3 before I play knight.
But can I go b2 right now? But b2 you go king c2.
f3?
But king c2...
f3, yeah.
I want to take this pawn.
But then I will go knight d3.
I'll take the knight.
Oh, I cannot go. Oh, okay.
Good morning, St. Louis.
Yeah. I mean, how come the players are not tired?
Good night, St. Louis.
It's getting late in St. Louis.
It's getting tired for the players and the commentators.
The players are not making blunders. They're just so focused. It's very admirable.
Okay, I have
Not
idea.
to worry. We have an espresso coffee machine. It's right across the street. It's called Starbucks. Go ahead, Christian. Yes.
What if we...
Yes?
Put the knight on d2. What if I go king f5?
King f5.
Let's
I want to go
start
f3.
with that. Right, and now I go h4. How is that position?
You're messing up my pawns, but I got a lot of them.
You do have a lot of them, which kind of worries me.
He's showing understanding.
And b2 on the board.
Okay, all right.
b2 on the board. Okay.
Getting dicey.
Okay, b2 on the board.
I
Let's
think
have a look-see.
Really important move.
Yeah, the much desired king takes b2 allows knight d3 check, forking and picking up the pawn. So f3 sets up king takes b2. Okay, so do we like Christian's idea of h4?
You should like my idea.
I think I like Christian's idea.
No, h4, gh.
Because if I get that f3 pawn,
okay, but
then
let's not go for f3. Let's be subtle. Let's go king g6, king h5.
Okay, that makes sense too, right?
We're trying to act smart. right now.
Eat this guy, and then give up this one for this one. Let's have a look. Can it be done?
Can it be done? Let's run away with that knight 96.
Can it be done?
Knight g5.
Okay. Knight takes h3.
That's let's go. Knight takes h3. I know. It's with trembling hands. And now this is one of those study-like positions, right? You go knight e4, I go knight g4, you go king f4, and whoever is to move is in Zugzwang or something like that.
Mutual Zugzwang.
But I can start
crazy move.
But now I have knight h6, I think.
Ah.
Knight h6 followed by king h5. I think that should be okay.
By the way, I'm just going to refresh my board for just a moment as we have this.
King c2.
King c2. No f3. I think Jason.
This is not easy though, guys. I have
spotted
to say.
h4, and he's trying to keep his structure intact. Interesting. By the way, Chris Bird, the international arbiter, saying, "Come on, guys, take it to the. We got a tournament going on in the next room here."
Very important 2 games, so the players should not be disturbed.
And there it goes.
h4.
Yeah, Arthur had this up his sleeve that he wanted to play this move h4. Now the question is, with my pawn on f3. Should I? No, you're just going to take.
By the way, I think Carissa is close to.
Shall we go there?
Maybe winning the game.
Let's do it.
Yes, I think that one is.
When we left it, she had just played the move c2, so that her rook could come down to the d1 square right here. She just played this move c2, intending rook to d1 and promoting the pawn. And she liked. Yeah, and she can just promote the pawn now. Unless, wait a minute, whoa. Unless the rook is swinging across, that would be very shocking.
Well, first of all, it's Carissa's move. Right?
Yeah, I know. She probably will play rook to
g1
just to be.
I mean, I have
irritating.
rook c2 and rook f2 whenever you attack my pawn.
Okay, so
I don't have to be that worried.
Nothing to be worried about at all. She is not. She is able to keep the pawn.
Okay.
Okay, maybe you run with the pawn. a5. How close is this?
It should be easy, right?
And now bishop e3. Yeah. This is over.
The rook comes.
You're right in time.
Just in the nick of time. And once again, how important is this victory for Carissa in terms of the girls' championship? Okay.
For Carissa, it's very important. I think she's going to be going for a 3rd place, maybe tying, but it's really important for Alice Lee, because if Zoe Teng does not win her game, does not make a draw, loses her game, Alice Lee is the champion of the U.S. girls juniors.
Absolutely. Kind of a ironic thing, but it was sort of like a week or so ago, the club had gotten an invitation. I think it's Good Morning America show, one of these morning shows. Could we have an interview with Alice Lee? No. Could we have an interview with Alice Lee after she wins the tournament?
Yes.
Well, yes. So something about that. It was in the air. It was written a week ago, as we have the current position.
Yeah, so I mean, Carissa has 7 minutes to calculate whether she wants to promote immediately or maybe start with rook g1 to attack the bishop.
I would definitely play rook g1 myself, knowing that I was going to play the rook next move. But sometimes your opponent puts the bishop on the wrong square, and then you've got a check, and you could take it or something of that nature. So, yeah, I would definitely test my opponent first with the move rook g1.
Plus, you get 30 seconds.
Plus, you get 30 seconds, and no harm, no foul, right?
But Carissa is very focused because she kind of feels she's close to winning that game, but accuracy still matters very much, and she doesn't want to miss those good moves.
For sure. She has
and she
time,
needs
too,
this
6
victory.
minutes.
She's been having a rough event.
Yeah, well, that loss to Alice Lee, and it confounded me. So much like the players, I imagine I went back and studied it with the engine just to understand. And Carissa was winning in that game. She could have upset Alice at one moment. She missed her shot.
She had a lot of chances to make a draw, but Carissa was saying she really wanted to play for win, and she just overpushed.
Exactly. Those losses hurt. Those are the ones that really, really do hurt.
She's still
I must say that Zoe has been stoic throughout this whole game, and she's just, been
very composed. Yeah.
Really,
she has a really
impressive.
good poker face.
Right?
That is for sure.
There was an Armenian player, the Pooch, Laputian, Simbat Laputian, and he would sit there at the board, very stoically with his hands together and just not move. He had the greatest Sitzfleisch in the world. Only him and Artur Yusupov were true competitors in Sitzfleisch.
And I think we had Brandon Jacobson, who was made a mistake, and then he was like, I just had to remain calm for a little bit. By the way, we see the C1 on
promotion.
the board. Yes.
Carissa didn't take my advice and opt for Rook G1. She went right for it. We're expecting Rook F7, and then, that was my mouse slip. Rook F7, and then Carissa will have to find Rook F2, Rook C2 check, and Rook
she
F2.
found it. She definitely found it already.
When she promoted,
Yes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have promoted.
Wait, but I feel like Zoe forgot to push clock. Right? Or no, it's Zoe's turn. Okay.
It's Zoe's turn. Yes.
Oh, I got worried. That would be very uncomfortable.
That was a very, very famous moment in one of the Kasparov-Karpov match clashes. Kasparov just forgot to press his clock, and he had 4 or 5 minutes. And Anatoly just sat at the board and, pretended to be thinking. And Kasparov looked at the clock in horror. He smashed the clock. Hey, man, it's your responsibility to press the clock.
I don't have to remind you.
Exactly. And rook check. This was the key move that she could play rook f2.
And the thing is, if you drop back, let's say to e1, I can even go king d3, not worry about.
Checkmate.
Right now, I can
So
even go
king
king
e1.
d3.
Oh, I really like that move.
Not even hesitating.
No, Carissa, rook
Carissa
F2,
was
let's
ready
defend
to
that
play
pawn.
rook f2. Regardless, I don't care what you do, I'm going to play rook f2. But king d3 was
That was a nice move.
That was a very nice move.
By the way, Zoe
Instantly.
has a trick now, rook c7. She's trying to capture that bishop on c5, so then the rook on f2 is up for grabs.
Last trick in the position.
Last chance saloon, right here.
And you play for 3 hours, it's very easy to make a blunder, but Carissa sees that, yes, rook f5.
Rook f4.
Rook f4, just moving the rook away.
Yep.
a5, king b5.
King David 5, yeah.
Or
just
king
getting,
d5, yes.
Getting out of the pin, prepping rook a4, and then f4. And I think Zoe will give it a rest.
I mean, she can probably play king b5 as well, right?
King
Yes.
b5 also.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I think right now, Carissa knows it's just a technical task, an easy technical task for a player of her caliber.
By the way, any takers for rook e4 check and rook e7?
Look.
Yes. Just asking, just asking.
You probably
What's your
have,
technique? What's your technique?
About 10 moves or maybe
King
more
b5,
that
king
win this
d5, rook
game.
e4.
But wait, is it such an easy task? Let's take a look. King b5 on the board.
King b5 on the
Yes,
board,
we can expect a6.
a6,
rook a5.
rook a4, sorry.
Rook f7.
f7, f4. And then the next turn, we just make sure we now blunder the pawn. We go bishop e3, right? Just to be double.
Because if I go king e2 now.
Bishop e3. So now, at long last, I'm ready to capture the pawn.
The vultures. Okay.
The vultures.
You guys are the vultures.
Right. That's us. That's us.
Right, so.
Should we move to
Yeah, let's take a look at the last
Arthur?
game in the juniors.
Oh, this one is, yes.
Jason Liang,
Uh-oh.
Arthur Guo.
Arthur, if he saves this
He saved
game,
it.
and
He
it
saved
looks
it.
like he's doing it.
He's done it.
Wow, very
fabulous.
important.
Wow.
Half a point.
He's done
Crucial.
it. And by the way, if you go knight to g6, perhaps the easy way is to just go king g4, king f5. I'll give you the knight. And I go to pick up your knight.
Wow. I give nothing. I would never. I give
never do that.
nothing. You move your knight, knight g6. I'm going knight f3.
Yeah, Arthur must be very happy about this save.
Wow.
Oh, yes. Yes, he is. No, I mean, look, well deserved. He was
Exactly.
on the back foot the whole game.
Sure.
Really, the whole game, starting from the opening phase.
By the way, even if Jason loses all his time, right, this is a draw.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
there's
No?
mating material on the board.
I can mate you with a knight, yes. I can set up a position in which I mate you, and that means that you lose the
Okay.
game.
So
I mean, it's like weird.
I mean, I
that-
wouldn't risk it.
right.
But, okay, so he has to make a move. He has 25 seconds.
And he's
Yes,
done
G6.
knight g6, as you prescribed. There.
So now
I
you
would
don't
play
think
knight
he's
F-
going to go king g4.
Yeah, I would play knight f3, but I do admire your willingness to part with material.
It doesn't come lightly, but
Knight f3.
If you know your key squares, you have them.
it is a
That's
technical
theoretical draw.
endgame. Yes. He's thinking about it. I can sense it. I trust my...
The wheels are turning. Huh? Actually, there is another funny way of doing it, and that is knight f1, because f5 does allow knight e3, and we're ready to fork. But knight g6, I would play knight f3, personally.
Yes.
Yes.
King g4.
King G4. Just
Your
simplify.
guy.
Showing Yasser why he's wrong.
But Cristian, I'm impressed that you chose this move, given in Melik's game you were really against King C7.
Well, no. They're not comparable. Look, I sense these moments. I can read my guys.
Right.
Arthur is not my guy.
By the way, for Jason, I mean, the moral victor, I was up a knight and a pawn.
Yeah.
In the ending, it was just
Arthur
Too bad.
recapturing that knight.
too bad that I couldn't win with a knight and
And we
pawn
can
extra.
call this a draw.
King f6, only move. Know your endgames.
No, you're right.
You're keeping the key squares, G6, F6, and E6. Now the defense, always the king behind the pawn. Keep it there as long as possible. Now go
King
to
E7.
opposition.
Opposition, yes. The most important thing in king and pawn endgames.
Distant opposition.
And now Arthur, only one move makes a draw.
Everything else loses.
You have to go under the pawn. He's making sure everything is good. Yeah,
King f8.
here we go. You're gonna see a stalemate very soon.
He's not a GM elect for no reason.
You're right.
Carissa has won her
By the way,
game.
as this game just about to end right here, right now, in stalemate and a draw, our congratulations to Arthur. Carissa has won, and we can announce that
Yeah.
Alice Lee,
We have the U.S. Girls Junior Champion, Alice Lee.
our congratulations to Alice. Fantastic. Wow.
Here we go. FIDE Master, actually also International Master elect Alice Lee, the 2023 U.S. Junior Girls Champion. Congratulations, fantastic performance with round to spare, already having the title, and she also wins $6,000.
And the scholarships
Yeah, the
of the
Champions
United States
bonus.
Chess Federation and the Dwayne Barber Foundation. Well done, Alice. Wow.
And the U.S. Championship.
Well,
US
she was
Women's
going to
Championship.
qualify by rating for sure, but nonetheless.
Hey, don't spoil the party.
It's a very, very prestigious invitation, I tell you. Wow. Well,
That's it, right?
Here we go. Here we go.
Yasser, good job.
I know. I mean, we need more competition.
We predicted that.
Even though we're the minority, you know, we felt the pressure.
Here our prediction for the
wow,
junior championship.
Wow. Wow. Check it out.
Still in it, yeah.
Check it out. I kind of.
Okay, okay. This is what matters. The experience, yeah, the experienced championship. This is the one.
Wow.
Big congratulations to Melik at Khachiyan for winning.
You, Christian and Begum. That was an insightful choice. I have to say, I didn't see that coming. But Christian, sum up this penultimate round.
Just an incredible day of chess. We crowned 2 victors, 2 new champions here in St. Louis. This is what we do, what we love to do here in St. Louis, crown champions. We've crowned 2 today, and we will crown another one either tomorrow or maybe during the tie breaks after tomorrow. Still a lot of chess to be played, still a lot of exciting games to be played, and we will be calling all the action from the studio here in St. Louis. We will see you tomorrow, guys.
Absolutely, Christian. That's the way we feel once again.
Yeah.
Great calling the action with
Absolutely.
you, Kate. It's been a lot of fun. Hope you've enjoyed yourself for our decisive chess. You certainly came to the right show, and we'll say good night.
Join us tomorrow for round 9.
Good night, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.